Greetings, I am Ethan. My relationship with Studio C was complicated, but nevertheless I love them beyond words, despite the fact that they probably never knew I existed. I was a spectator, you could say, not related with a family bond, but rather a creative bond. They were always an inspiration to me, even as a kid. So you could say I've known them for half of my life. Their comedic timing was always appreciated, even in the darkest of times. Their work meant a lot to a lot of different people of various beliefs, which showed me how impactful they were on this earth. I remember when I was a kid, I was at my grandmother's house and we would watch TV all the time with her. One day, I saw an ad for this new comedy TV show, Studio C. This started my relationship with them, though it took me a while for me to feel like I truly knew them. They always wanted to put a smile on people's face. They loved everyone around them and showed me to put your absolute everything into your craft. They had many different walks of life, which led them to be a role model to many who were younger than them. Studio C went on for a decade, amassing millions of views and garnering a dedicated fan base. And I was one of those people who was watching on the sidelines. To quote George Eliot, "Our dead are never dead to us until we have forgotten them." We will now play you an in remembrance video to celebrate the lives of Studio C. Please enjoy. Our story starts in 1994. A university in Utah started a sketch comedy group in the form of live performances. For over 30 years, Divine Comedy has amassed over 24 million views in its entire lifespan, despite the fact that you've probably never heard of them before. The earliest found footage from this collective is from 2008. Which is part one of an 8-part series. Over 700 skits have been posted here, with a different cast each year past the year 2000. But in particular, there are a handful of names which will be important to remember. 2009 brought its first sketch not found on a live stage, a parody of the Brady Bunch called the DC Bunch.
Here's the story of a funny lady who had stumbled on 3 fine amusing girls.
This was the opening sketch for the live show that happened in February of that very year. A play on the abbreviation DC, standing for Divine Comedy. The DC Bunch was a good intro to the cast members, especially because it shows very clearly that Whitney, Natalie, Matt, and Jeremy were part of this group at the time. You could try to look earlier than that, but the quality is so low that I was questioning, is that Natalie over there? I don't know, it's hard to tell. In fact, several of these opening skits ended up not only being introductions to these cast members, but this started the tradition of doing more non-stage sketches. In these non-stage sketches, Jason made his first appearance in the Uno Face video, a parody of the Poker Face music video. Then in 2010, Mallory made her first appearance in a comedic PSA video that has a terribly aged title. While it's not entirely clear if Mallory and Jason are just extras or part of the group at this point, we know that they become part of the group at some point since they are in a list of alumni. But they appear in a lot more sketches together past 2009. So one can safely assume that they most likely joined the group in 2010, especially because in the description of the 17-second sketch, which was a short film made by Mallory, they credit her as part of DC. And since Jason appeared earlier than Mallory, it would make sense that Jason would also be part of this group as well, instead of just an extra. The video was labeled a student short film that Divine Comedy posted to their channel, since Mallory was in DC at the time, but they don't consider it a Divine Comedy film/sketch, even though it's still pretty funny. In fact, regarding their earliest catalog, this was the first video of theirs to reach over 1 million views. The first video broke 10K views, then the DC Bunch passed 100K, 4K, the Halo video got over 500,000 views, so the 17 seconds video was a huge milestone for the channel. In fact, the only other time they've hit over 1 million views on one video was in the exact same year, with a music video parody. Anyways, technically, 17 seconds is the first official movie made with any of the cast members, and it's definitely worth a watch. It was one of the first videos in DC's early catalog that actually made me laugh several times, making it hilarious. It is a movie about a bounty hunter whose Mark will be entering the elevator soon.
Okay, Jack. She usually gets on the elevator at exactly 8:57, so she should be here at any moment now. You guys are going to be riding from the 1st to the 3rd floor together, so you'll have roughly 17 seconds alone with her. Will that be enough time to kill her?
It'll be more than enough.
After the film gets name dropped, we see a title card. Day 1. This implies that there will be multiple days, which means that there is a possibility that our main character might fail this mission, but only time will tell. The target then enters the elevator while our hunter is being reminded of his chloroform that he has. But then he looks into her eyes, and he now realizes that he is in a romance film. Frozen and unable to move, a civilian walks in the elevator and takes that handkerchief, which now turns this movie not only from a drama to a romance film, but from a drama-romance to a rodramedy, which is a romantic, dramatic comedy, all in 49 seconds. Day 2, as I established earlier, happens due to failure. This time, the bounty hunter brings his partner and attempts to explain the situation. A third of the way through this film, we get a scene that really made me laugh.
You killed a civilian yesterday.
Oh, shut up. You kill civilians all the time.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
The Mark walks back onto the elevator, this time weeping. His partner is frustrated that the hunter is being swooned yet again, especially because she left again.
She touched me.
Snap out of it, Jack.
Are you sure she's a killer? She's just too adorable. I don't understand. What if we've got the wrong girl?
Come on, Jack. The minute you start letting things get too personal is the minute you lose your nerve.
You're right. I'll take care of it tomorrow. Alone. You have my word.
They then realize why the girl was crying, and they leave after things get awkward. Day 3. Is this film a 3-act structure? Or is it a joke in the form of the rule of 3, where a situation happens 3 times for comedic effect, where a situation happens 3 times for comedic effect, where a situation happens 3 times for comedic effect? In any case, we finally learn her name, and then his name, which compromises not only his anonymity, but the mission.
Hello, Jack.
No! Kill her now! Kill her now! Pull the trigger! Now! Now, Jack, no!
L'objectif a été éliminé. Quelle est ma prochaine tâche?
Come in, Jack. Jack? Jack?
For our first movie in the cast's repertoire, I was actually really impressed. It manages to engage in multiple genres, has a rising/falling action, was actually hilarious, and shows how much talent these people had way early in their career. Also in the credits, they reference how this was based on a screenplay, which is how you should correctly source an adaptation of something, Mr. Internet Historian. Later at the end of 2010, Adam is featured in a music video parody that I mentioned earlier, though not credited in the description. Credit the creators, which probably means he was an extra at this time. And then James Perry appears in the Potter Wars trailer, which, yes, is a parody of Harry Potter and Star Wars. 2011 brought back the stage sketches and the terrible camera with bad audio quality.
Drive faster, Natalie. The bleeding is getting worse.
Stop yelling! I get nervous when people are yelling while I'm trying to drive.
Not sure why they didn't just use the camera and the mics that they were already using for their non-stage sketches in the previous year, but alright. In the Trip to the ER sketch, it is very similar to a future sketch that we will see. I believe this is the first time where I have recognized a sketch, yet have never seen this video before. But eventually their stage sketches finally got better audio and video quality. Some of my favorites this year are New Moon Now, which is making fun of Twilight, Misunderstandings for its bodily absurdism, and Sue's Clues. There are various skits in this early catalog that feel like reused material once you've seen the show we haven't talked about yet. I mean, there's literally a P90X sketch. Something that is confusing that I just noticed is that these sketches have multiple different published dates. While yes, YouTube has an obvious published date that for some reason they're choosing to like hide now unless you click View more. Why did you make this change, YouTube? That's weird. The description says something completely different. This means, well, that some skits were published in 2011. They were actually years older than that. So it seems like that they were uploading older sketches in batches because a lot of these videos are uploaded on the same exact day. So the published dates may not be 100% accurate. In the real 2011, we got a music video parody, a summer short, and, oh, wait, never mind. We're just back to 2008. As if the timeline isn't confusing enough. You know what? No. I have the power to fix this. I can't just ignore this fact. Originally, I was going to manually make the playlists myself, and then I looked at the channel's playlist, and they've already organized it, so good job, guys. So there is an actual timeline. So if you actually want to watch all these sketches in chronological order, you have that option. If you want the earliest date to be 2009, why haven't they done this with 2007 and 2008? I don't know. So I made some playlists for 2007 and 2008. I filtered out the videos by typing the specific years in the search function of the channel, specifically looking for the updated descriptions to try my best to add all of them to a few playlists. So no, actually, the earliest video on the channel is not from 2008. It was from 2007, and it was one of these videos. They all say April 2007, except for one that just says 2007. So this one is either before April or after April. If it was before April, well then there you go, that's the first video. But if not, well then, I honestly don't know, but it's one of these. 2012 was the last year for some of the cast members. Matt, Jason, Whitney, and Mallory. They would eventually help start their own show, which is how I found out about them in the first place. Over the years, Divine Comedy became a launching pad, in a sense, of several future members of their upcoming TV show. And it started the same year as those 4 cast members left.
I don't know who has the... Steven, do you have the last skit?
Yeah.
Okay.
I love you. And I wanna spend my forever with you. Whitney. Marissa Call. Will you marry me?
Enjoy the rest of the show.
When we think of TV channels, the big ones always pop into our brains. NBC, CBS, ABC, TBH, and many more. However, growing up in the Midwest when I was a kid, before streaming services were even a thing and we had to go to Family Video, my generation's Blockbuster, we also had cable in our household for a few years, until my parents realized they'd rather pay to feed us than entertain us. With not many channels left to choose from, we had to rely on local channels in our vicinity, one of them being PBS. But because I'm not defunct land, we would go over to our grandma's house and watch her TV, which we ended up doing at least once a week. One day, while watching TV, I stumbled across a commercial for one of the greatest and most memorable comedy shows I've ever known. show is on the KBYU TV channel, or Channel 11, a non-commercial, educational, independent television station, which means legally I'm now obligated to talk about it. Currently, there are 16 seasons to the show, but there shouldn't be. Although Studio C has been around for a decade, it hasn't been the same cast since it started. Seasons 1 through 9 had the original 10 cast members, with 3 featured cast members who were not regulars of the show just quite yet. Whereas seasons 10 through 16 have 19 cast members, which none of the original cast members appeared except for Jason Gray. The earlier seasons of Studio C are much better than the newer seasons, and they should have ended the show at season 9. At least this is my thesis, considering I'm going to be going over the show season by season to not only dissect what types of jokes they use per season in a huge spreadsheet, but to compare and contrast the original cast to the newer cast, to see who is objectively better at comedy and where the downfalls to the show are. So come on and join me as we enter into my thesis. Oh, actually, it's in the trash can. I forgot. It tastes like paper. It's not a perfect show by any means, and there will always be some sketches that just fall flat, no matter the season. But I genuinely loved the original cast members, as well as seasons 1 through 9, so it'll be really interesting to not only challenge my nostalgia, but give the new members a fair chance to see what they bring to the table. Mostly because I legitimately stopped watching the show because the old cast left. Also, no one else has made a retrospective on Studio C yet, so therefore I win. Studio C is meant to be watched in episodes. So when you watch just the separate sketches on YouTube, sometimes the main joke gets ruined because you already know what to expect. So hence I will be viewing it on a per episode basis, like how it was aired on TV, which is how I've organized my spreadsheet as well, which took way too long. So that is what I will be referencing most of the time in terms of ranking and analyzing the show. Now you're probably wondering, at the time of recording this, I've only researched 3 seasons, and you can't even read this. So I'm probably gonna have to figure out a different way to print this, because this ain't working, chief. But just expect this entire page to be filled by the end of this. Welcome to the Commercial Checkpoint. These segments let us discuss all of the commercials that the cast has been in, as well as save your progress. There are at least 20 of these commercials, but these segments will be spread out by way of chronological order, which means that this first one was the oldest ad I could find. Also, just because we're talking about ads doesn't necessarily mean I endorse any of these products, and I'm obviously not getting paid by these companies to talk about these ads. Just to be clear, we are doing this to preserve the cast's acting history and to see if any of these companies are still around or if they went defunct.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. Yeah, everything's fine. Well, just I've been having some problems in communication. You don't want to hear about it. I just feel like my CAT5's disconnected, you know? Like, we've got this 100% bitrate error, there's all this crossover talk and echoes galore. I want to get full duplex thing going, but I can't even manage duplex. Probably don't have a clue what I'm talking about.
Like you're hitting a 404 over and over again. Like your team is a DOS from the 80s, like your FOC isn't what it should be.
Now, if you don't understand what they're talking about, this ad is not for you, which also means this ad is not for me. For 2012, the audio is severely lacking. Apparently, it was a contest for an ad on Zupa, which is currently part of Talent House AG. Again, seems like a lot of jargon. Zupa is an advertising agency according to LinkedIn, but their website doesn't exist anymore. Talent House AG is a media production conglomerate who has worked with big companies, but currently is in the process of bankruptcy. I forgot how many classic sketches there are in season 1. 6 of these are definitely the most hilarious for the juxtaposition, props, and spitting water in somebody's face. about 4 episodes for things to get actually hilarious in season 1, where I couldn't stop laughing. Don't you turn your back on me. In fact, episode 4, ooh, it's gonna fall, was the only episode in season 1 to have 2 incredibly humorous skits. And these 2 skits are honestly my favorite out of the entire season, with Dana's dad being the strongest opening sketch in the first season. While these classics were present in the first season, I don't believe that season 1 is where Studio C is at its best. I'm thinking more like season 2 or 3 currently, but it's not a bad season in general. I mean, sure, there were some hilarious gems, but most of season 1 really ended up being prop humor, which isn't necessarily bad. Oops. But the fact that 8 out of the 10 episodes this season, can you stay up, had to do with some sort of prop to make a joke, really told me that they relied on it a lot the first season. Too bad I'm a hypocrite, and that trope ended up being in the most funniest sketches of that season. With that said, however, the longer the episodes went on, the more types of jokes they added to their skits to help give some variety to the season. So I definitely appreciate that. It's going to be really interesting the longer the show goes on to see how the show develops and grows as the years pass by, especially because in the future seasons, that's what people really remember about Studio C. Overall, there were definitely 34 sketches that were funny in some regard, whereas out of the 60, 26 of them were not that funny comparatively to the other 34. So it's nice to know that a little more than half of them actually got me to laugh. But that's the thing with comedy shows. It got me to laugh. And since I'm the one doing the research, that means that my opinion is the right one.
Yeah, but we really wanted to fill a niche that wasn't being occupied anymore. I mean, not as many people are doing family entertainment. Oh man, somebody has over 90 allergies now? Zach, I'm so sorry, man. I used to be allergic to dairy. It's not exactly 90 things, but you know, there's a lot of dairy products. But it's really just dairy that I was allergic to. But then eventually my body was like, we're done with that. And that was a good moment for my body to be done with something.
What does the C stand for? Okay, all right, you're about to hear some confidential information here. The C doesn't stand for anything. We perform in Studio C. And when we were trying to come up with a name for the show, we went through like 100 different options. We couldn't think of anything. And then our producer said, you know, we're in Studio C. Why don't we just call it Studio C? That's a great idea. We're idiots.
While season 1 with 10 episodes had anywhere from 5 to 8 sketches per episode, the number of sketches per episode in season 2 with 12 episodes was 6 to 9 sketches. This is due to the introduction of minute-long skits.
Oh man, must have had a red sock in here.
Oh no, I must have had a cat in there.
Which, while there were a few that I found to be quite funny, most of the time they kind of flopped in terms of comedy due to the writing. It's almost like they wrote an initial idea for a sketch, but then didn't know how to follow it up after the initial premise, so instead they just cut it short. The exception of the minute-long sketches, however, are the Just Jeremy segments, which ended up being hilarious for Jeremy just being his weird self. Unlike season 1, season 2 had hilarious sketches in every single episode that actually made me laugh out loud. I almost just tripped, which means my previous guesstimate had proven correct. I'm thinking more like season 2 or 3 currently. This season definitely had some bangers by introducing new characters like Mr. Ecclestone, Lady Shadow, and Captain Literally and Lobster Biscuit, as well as bringing back some classics from season 1. Season 2 also had the trends of awkwardness, loudness, slapstick, and facial expressions for the most part when it came to the most hilarious sketches of this season. And while season 1 only had 6 hilarious sketches, season 2 had 39 hilarious skits. Regarding some highlights this season, there's a new intro and song, and there was an amazing episode. Hilarious sketches back to back, which was episode 4. I also noticed that there were no sketches in season 2 that were pretty funny. I guess that makes sense since season 2 is where they started introducing misogynistic jokes.
Well, it doesn't look like you, it looks like a
Well, it doesn't look like you.
Since we're on topic, let's dissect the joke trends between seasons. While the jokes most used in season 1 had to do with some sort of prop humor, season 2 was either awkwardness or slapstick most of the time. Season 1 had 10 to 25 joke types per episode, while season 2 had 14 to 28 joke types, which means they definitely tried out some new jokes that weren't previously in season 1. Season 2 also had the introduction to your mom jokes, misogynistic jokes, racist jokes, and, well, that one didn't age quite so well, jokes. Honestly, saying all of that out loud makes none of them really age quite so well. I will admit, however, it sounds worse than it actually is, since this is a G-rated show apparently, and, well, you be the judge.
The dark side is totally lame.
Your mother is totally lame.
Okay. Wow, no. Don't make me a sandwich! That is just misogynistic.
Finally, the Indian in the cupboard.
We prefer Native American.
The hilarious Bill Cosby.
What? Who is this? That's not Bill Cosby. He tricked me.
At the time of these jokes, it was 2013. That's literally just a fact. This show isn't a mean-spirited type of comedy, and I think because of their credibility as well as their claim to fame as a show that has feel-good laughs without being crass and is a sketch comedy show for the entire family, it makes sense why this show really doesn't get any backlash for some of their jokes that just haven't aged so well. I'm not even saying that they necessarily deserve it, since I personally believe comedy should be a place of introspection and perspective, and there is a way to do it without being disrespectful. Studio C is not a disrespectful platform, and there is never any malice with the writings, which is one reason why I love this show so much. It's a positive space for talented comedians that share a love for comedy, and that's just really cool to see. You thought this was the conclusion? Well, joke's on you. We still have 18 more seasons to get through. Also, sorry for that sappy mess. I just feel like I need to give some more context to the show as a whole, because I honestly believe in what they're doing as artists of comedy. Overall, season 2, out of the 95 sketches, 57 of them made me laugh.
God is big, that we have every reason to hope for an adventure, for a lot to come up in our lives that could be interesting and exciting, and to try and sit in that magic of the unknown together a little bit more, for us to kind of sit in that space together of ultimate potential all the time, but it's just all unmet potential, but it's still potential. And it can feel really, really good to remind yourself that there is genuine space to create a lot of hope and a lot of magic and a lot of creativity, because there's so much uncertainty in your life.
Similar to season 1, season 3 only has 10 episodes, except season 3 is where they started introducing specials, but we'll get to those later. This season was the introduction to bloopers at the end of episodes, the worst blank ever series, Kyle, which is probably the worst character in the entirety of the show, because the whole point of this character was to add the hyper kid trope. And they even had shorter sketches that most of the time don't work.
The following is based on actual events.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey.
On the positive side, however, they brought back some characters from season 2 with some different twists, and they finally did some crossover skits, which were definitely clever. Season 3 had a good mix of jokes, with a lot of awkwardness, juxtaposition, and prop humor, and definitely didn't lean too heavy on one type of comedy. Episode 4 was the Halloween special and had all hilarious sketches, which definitely made it a highlight to season 3. Episode 10 was the Christmas episode, which, although the sketches were all over the place in terms of comedy, it had one of the most memorable sketches for me personally. Christmas cards, a sketch I've never forgotten about. The joke trends this season go all the way up to 33. Ooh, look, a new record! Currently, season 2 has the most hilarious sketches out of these 3 seasons. And like season 2, there's no pretty funny sketches in season 3, because there's, well, Misogyny? Guys, I thought we talked about this.
I wasn't even one of the options! What? Who was that? What?
Gotta go. Makeup and leggings, etc.
I guess the only upside is the fact that they finally make fun of men. Very equal opportunity of you, Studio C.
My client is literally incapable of committing this crime.
Yes, or any sport or any other activity you might consider manly.
Ah yes, since I am a man, I'm allowed to make fun of man. Out of the 73 sketches this season, 51 of them were funny.
Well, we're just excited to work together because a lot of times at Studio C we do more kind of general humor that anyone can watch. So this is our first time really getting to focus on BYU and BYU sports. I grew up a huge BYU sports fan. I still remember, I think it was 1995, the Cotton Bowl
96.
with Steve
96. Exactly. Yeah,
with
exactly.
Steve Sarkisian. That's when I kind of fell in love with BYU football. People recognized me from Studio C, and a lot of people were like, is this a joke? Is that why you're wearing that? Is this some sort of sketch? Last season, we aired our second season on April 1st, so everyone thought it was going to be a joke that we weren't really going to air or something like that, but we didn't take advantage, which is sad. So next year, we'll do something.
On April Fool's.
Yeah.
You're a really good impressionist, and I mean the impersonations you do are super, super spot on. Is there going to be any of that tomorrow? Can you give us a hint of maybe some of the things we're going to see tomorrow?
I might pull out Christopher Walken. It seems like guys who like sports really like Christopher Walken. So I might be like, guys, Kyle Vanoy, he's really good at football. I got to have more cowbell. Guys, listen. Ultimate BYU memory. That was really great when BYU beat Oklahoma like 4 years ago. That first game of the season when Oklahoma's ranked number 3. That was epic. I was on my mission when the catch happened versus Utah.
Okay.
But my parents wrote me about it, and I just missed it. I got home like a month later, but so I watched it again. But guest stars that are going to be on the show, Glenn Beck was in the studio audience on our last show, and he's like a huge fan of Studio C, which is cool. And we've spent just tons of time finessing our sketches. I think this is going to be our best season by far.
Since I watched seasons 1 through 3 in my office, which is why most of the shots have been in my office.
Wow, I'm an artist!
Seasons 4 through 6 will be watched on my couch. Returning in season 4 was the Worst Blank Ever series, which is a pretty hit or miss series to bring back, to be honest, and it didn't really land that well in terms of delivery. So they should have just let the series die. Wake Up USA was another one-off skit turned series purely due to the sequel they did parodying Celine Dion. And while the original sketch wasn't that funny, to me at least, it ranked on literally the same level as the sequel sketch. Kind of funny and clever, but none of them were really memorable or hard-hitting sketches. The only positive thing that returned this season was the lobster bisque guy, who somehow still found a way to keep the jokes fresh and clever in ways I was not expecting, which made it hilarious. Regarding some of the new things they tried this season, both good and bad, Tweeting Rainbow and Marcus were definitely the downfall of this season, and there were 10 Tweeting Rainbow sketches, which means that this series technically has the most sketches in it so far. Every single time it came on, I was very furious, because not only does this mean that I actually tricked you, because this is just another version of the super short sketches that don't land, which means that while it's technically a new series, it was just another way for Studio C to fill time in the episodes, almost like a bumper, even though it technically wasn't even a bumper because at least some of the bumpers were actually funny. The opposite end of the spectrum, however, was the Gary and Carl show. This was an interesting case study simply because these were the slowest burning sketches I've ever seen, mostly because it took many episodes for the conclusive third sketch to make sense, which made the joke actually funny. It was hinted at over the first 2 sketches, but once we got to part 3, it actually became funny for its self-aware humor. Now, the opposite of that opposite leads us back to a negative series. Marcus Picks Up Chicks. I've never liked this series, not as a kid and not now, especially because the character Jason is playing is kind of an arrogant jerk with no personal space. Yes, there is a way to do it to make it funny, but this series was honestly one of my least favorite I've seen so far besides Tweeting Rainbow. It showcases an era of YouTube but not a good era and doesn't execute it very well. I think a better example of this same style would be the epic girlfriend prank skit that Tomska did. It's not exactly the same premise, but shows a similar era of YouTube and does it better. Also, these skits remind me of certain YouTube people that I don't like, but I'm not gonna name names. Andrew Tate. Speaking of drawing, one of the new characters couldn't do that in the show, unless he used paint, I guess. Season 4 was also the start to Maytember 16th, a pretty popular inside joke in the Studio C sphere, kind of like the name itself. After this point, they kind of just use it whenever they can, if it makes sense, but not too often. In one of the sketches this season, you can clearly see it, since this was a trailer for their movie Treasure Heist, which was a perfect use case for it. The last two observations I've made about this season is that it's really funny, first of all, when any cast member breaks character, and that the final skit was a good send-off for the end of the show.
Hi everyone, I'm Matt Meese. When we started Studio C 2 years ago, we had one goal in mind: to create the best hour-long drama series the world has ever seen. We failed in every conceivable way. Despite that, we had a lot of laughs. But sadly, the show now has come to an end. The bad news is, it's over.
By send-off, I mean fake-out, obviously, because we're only in season 4. Also, this season had the intro to fat phobia, which is obviously offensive to me.
Like, what a great gift we've been given to make something right now, which I may be just saying on this podcast to hopefully urge anyone to, like, just make something right now. Like, make it right now while we're all experiencing this collective process of media consumption. I think it's just been this beautiful experience of, like, here's what we can give you, and everyone is saying, yes, we accept what you can give us, and we appreciate it. So I would just urge, like, anyone who can make something right now, do it. And I think it's also just opening the door for lots of people to try things and enter for their first time. And we're just being much more welcoming, because we're like, hey, we get it. It's hard.
A grand highlight to season 5 was the Couchville duology, a personal favorite of mine, which is the correct opinion since the sketch has millions of views.
I'm coming out as a Couchville resident.
If I were to recommend any Studio C sketch, it would have to be the first Couchville sketch, which consisted of 10 forms of humor and was a technical masterpiece, especially down the line when it gets so ridiculous that it starts to create its own lore. Turns out, I have all day today. I have no client projects, so I'm going to issue myself a challenge today. I'm going to watch as much Studio C as possible today, see how many seasons I can get through. Oh boy.
Now I can't mention a highlight without a low light, so let's see what other sins Studio C has committed. Puberty.
Susan Weber's was and is the worst series to date. I never liked this at any point, and I don't understand the people who do, to be honest. With a combination of speech patterns, loudness, awkwardness, props, stereotypes, and racism, while also pointing out that the entire joke is a teen being bad at makeup, it just never lands. And I wish it never existed. At least with Tweeting Rainbow, it was over in like 10 seconds, but this just goes on and on as I roll my eyes every single time this series pops up.
While there's only 3 sketches in this specific series, this has to be the bottom of the barrel, right? Certainly we won't see anything worse. Hey, why does it say foreshadowing on the screen?
Am I doing this because I'm insane? Yes, but also I want to answer the question, how many seasons can you watch in one sitting if you have like an entire day? Because each season has anywhere from about 10 to 12 episodes, at least that's what I've found with my research, and each episode is about 20 minutes long. So that means it'll take about 3.5 hours per season. So I think I'll be able to get done 2 of the seasons, maybe.
Well, we've gone over the good, the bad, and now it's time to go over the okay?
There were a bunch of new faces in episodes 1, 2, and 9. In episode 6, they did another soap opera, but the original was better. Episode 8 was a throwback to season 2, which was the first time they pulled a sketch from 3 seasons ago, but again, the original sketch was better. Episode 9 has an MLM product.
Oh, please, no, not her!
So I think I'm about halfway through the season. I just finished episode 5. I started around 9:50 and it's like 12:15. I think I'll be able to get through at least one season.
Since we've gone over the good, the bad, and the okay,
let's go back to the good, because there were actually a lot of really good highlights in this season.
In episode 1, the costume/makeup design in the sketch is really good for the Disney Plans Heroes death sketch. Episode 2 had voicemail problems, and while it was just an excuse for Jason to showcase his voice acting talents, it was a good excuse. Episode 4 was the Halloween special, and not only did Matt almost break an awkward Puritan double date, but this was the season of the glorious Breaking Bad sketch.
You're an artist, Mr. Wade.
Now, I need you to distribute these to every school in the valley, starting with the technical college. Those kids crave math more than anyone.
You write all of your math in blue ink? What if you make, like, a mistake?
I don't make mistakes. My math is pure.
I must have forgotten how good season 5 was, because episode 7 has the most famous sketch of Studio C. Top soccer shootout ever with Scott Sterling. Episode 10 was the Christmas special, and in this season, it had all hilarious bangers. Could not pick a least favorite or even a favorite for that matter. This season also has the peanut butter and jelly sandwich sketch, a very popular sketch between my friends and I, so it has a very special place in my heart.
So finally just finished watching season 5. That took about 4 hours. Overall, they cut down the amount of sketches per episode, which I appreciate, because typically, whenever they do super short sketches, it rarely ends well. With a lot of props and awkwardness in season 5, most of the sketches were funny this season, with only 14 sketches that didn't make me make the funny noise, which means that there were 67 sketches this season, leading to 53 funny sketches in season 5. Now go away, it's bedtime.
A big part of Queer Joy for me is the way you express and feel love. And growing up in like a heteronormative society, there's sort of like this prescription. It's like you have the man and he's supposed to be chivalrous, and then the woman who follows the lead, and you know, he always asks her out, or you know, all those like protocols that are kind of ingrained to you as the way things should be.
Right.
But when it's queer, they're like no rules. So going along kind of with what I said earlier, it's you get to make up your own rules and like figure it out on your own and figure out what really works for you and your partner or partners, and define your own relationship. And I think because you're working outside of those protocols, it puts you on like more equal footing, because there are, I don't know if I should say like no expectations, but it's not like some script.
I am free. I am free.
Season 6 took a lot out of me. Not only because this season is double the length of a typical era, but halfway through research, I ended up getting pretty sick, which gave me a foggy headache and further delayed the project. Even writing this now, I can barely concentrate on what words I so choose, which lasted days. Since season 3, there's been 10 episodes per season, which I believe is a perfect length for the show. Season 6, however, doubled the length of the season, which I don't think was a good choice for this show specifically. Typically, you could finish the season in 3 to 4 hours, since each episode is about 20 to 25 minutes long. Now double that. Yeah, that's a lot. Not to mention that it took twice as long to research the season specifically, so for about a month straight, I feel like I was stuck on season 6. Well, good thing I'm done watching season 6 and there will only be 10 episode seasons from now on. Hey, wait a minute, why does it say foreshadowing on the screen? This has been like the second time now. I haven't even written about season 5 yet, since season 6 has by far been my least favorite season, only because they doubled the length of this season. Regarding length, there were 67 sketches per episode. And then there's the last 3 episodes. So close. This is also where the season 50 joke came into play, where they allude to something mischievous.
After seeing this, I think we can all agree that we should only do 10 more seasons.
I want to see that again.
It's been a decade. This joke was made in 2015, and it's 2025. And the show is still going. This means that the show should have not only ended at season 16, which at the time of airing, this felt like such a long time, but we're past that now. Now, the newer cast actually has more seasons than the original cast. The original cast show ended at season 9, which are less seasons than the original cast were predicted to be in, but 10 more seasons than season 6 puts them at season 16, which was the middle of the newer cast's run. At this point in the show, Jason Gray had already returned, which, fun fact, Jason has been in like every season except for seasons 19 and 20. So one could argue that Jason is basically the main character of Studio C. But that's the thing, after season 9, Jason was the only older member to return until season 17 when Mallory joined back, and then season 18 when every original member joined back. So personally, they should have ended it at the very least at season 18 since the original members were back. Either that or make the returning members show up for season 16 as this insanely niche reference for us studio heads. But, I mean, they didn't, as far as I can tell. Besides the length of season 6, I couldn't put my finger on exactly why this season was my least favorite so far. That is, until I started organizing my notes. And then I still couldn't figure it out. They made a lot of returns this season. So, in the spirit of that, I'd like to return season 6 to get a better season, please. Season 6 had the return of 13 different series, including Halloween and Christmas specials, which goes without saying because there's basically at least one of each per season at this point. And Matt still almost keeps breaking character on stage. Point is, they definitely relied on returning characters way too much, and I vastly preferred the original sketches. It's not even that the returning series were necessarily bad, since some of them ended up being hilarious. I just think that the combination of the overall runtime this season, mixed with writers heavily leaning on previous characters, as well as season 5 being one of the best seasons of Studio C, season 6 feels like a downgrade from season 5. However, there were some positive attributes to season 6, and although it's not a lot, it's definitely worth mentioning. The first ever Valentine's Day episode of the show was in episode 12, which was a brand new Studio C special that I greatly appreciated. Season 6 was where the first Studio C controversy happened, where another popular sketch show made a similar sketch around the same time. Personally, I think Studio C did it better. Now, to top off season 6, I must introduce you to the best, least funniest sketch in Studio C history. This sketch doesn't even feel like a sketch. It feels more like a short film, a work of art. If anything, it's one of the scariest Studio C sketches to date due to the sheer mortality of human life. It's one of the most impactful creations that Studio C has ever made, and shows testament that even a comedy show can really break down our lives in the simplest of ways to hopefully show that our demise isn't actually the end, but rather a continuation of our traditions and beliefs that impact other younger souls that are still living, even when we are no longer there. After season 6, there were 10 commercials that aired involving various cast members. Some of these included Matt Mees partnering with VidAngel, Mallory Everton partnering with Purple Mattress, and Jason Gray partnering with FiberFix to make some commercials. We will now dissect all 10 of these commercials. This will be by far my longest commercial checkpoint. So if you want to start treating these checkpoints as a place to take a break, get a snack, or just continue to listen to my voice in earbuds since YouTube has become AudioTube for some reason, that's up to you. Either way, your progress has been saved. First, an unlisted Jar Jar parody, which surprisingly was an ad for VidAngel. With the amount of people who worked on it, I'm kind of surprised that it got removed.
At first I thought he was a joke. Just a bad, terrifying joke.
I wanted my daughter to have the childhood that I had. He ruined all that.
He's all I can think about. When I go to sleep, I see his face.
Jar Jar.
In May 1999, the world met a monster.
I'm here live at Lucasfilm, where we've just caught sight of an annoying and weirdly racist alien. He's beginning to emerge like... What's happening?
And the Jar Jar regime quickly rose to power, becoming the leading cause of death among American nerds.
He gave Darth Sidious the Senate!
The worst thing is, he may be in the next movies. We never saw him die.
I've created something terrible. I live in constant fear.
Jar Jar began destroying families.
Sarah, sweetie?
But in 2015, Americans found new hope.
There were rumors about a technology that lets you watch Star Wars without Jar Jar.
It worked. I turned on Phantom Menace and Jar Jar was gone.
Yes, this product is real, and it really does cut Jar Jar out of Star Wars.
Now, we don't have to watch Jar Jar to watch Star Wars. It makes the plot a little rough, but not as rough as watching a movie with Jar Jar.
But the lucrative Jar Jar industry with revenues in the billions was quick to strike back.
We will fight this in court. Jar Jar has inspired some of history's great art. This is censorship of that creative expression.
The Jar Jar industry is lobbying Congress to make cutting Jar Jar out of Star Wars illegal. Leading the charge are Senators Booker of New Jersey and Palpatine of Naboo.
You have the legal right to watch Star Wars without Jar Jar.
In the privacy of your home, you can protect your family from Gungans.
Take a stand.
Do it by clicking this link.
Click now.
Join us, and together we will watch a Star Wars without Jar Jar. And someday, you can also watch one without Anakin. Except at the end where he gets chopped up and burned. That part is great.
Yeah, I honestly don't understand why it got removed. The production quality was actually pretty impressive. Next, Mallory played as Goldilocks in the next commercial, the purple mattress commercial. This commercial somehow gained 206 million views, making it Purple's most popular video.
What's a super easy way to tell that your bed is awful? The raw egg test. Let me prove it. When it comes to mattresses, you used to only have 3 choices. Looking for some shoulder pain? Try a hard mattress. Oh! It may feel like a rock and put pressure on your hips, but it's the perfect way to tell your partner, hey baby, want some arthritis? It just fails the raw egg test. Then there's the soft mattress. It starts out okay, but collapses over time, like some cheap sneakers or Anakin Skywalker. And since it comes without back support, you get to try cool new hobbies, like chronic pain. But it also fails the raw egg test. Now let me explain the eggs. The raw egg test states that the perfect bed will let you put weight on raw eggs without breaking them. Because if a bed can cradle raw eggs while supporting all that weight, it'll also cradle your pressure points while supporting your body for maximum comfort. Well, if the hard bed's bad at cradling and the soft bed's bad at supporting, at least the medium bed is just terrible. It's not firm enough for back support or soft enough for your pressure points. So in the end, it's just a sad middle ground, like limbo or a wussy centaur. It's average. No one wants average. Now, to get around that, some beds come with $5,000 remotes so you can choose between hard bed problems or soft bed problems. They're so high-tech, they failed the raw egg test twice. I don't need a bed that's hard, soft, or average. I need the best of firm and soft without the drawbacks. Introducing Purple. The only mattress that cradles your pressure points like a soft bed while supporting everywhere else like a firm one. Need proof? Let's check. Double check. Triple check. All the checks. And I'm really heavy for a little girl from a fairy tale. Yes, these eggs are raw, and no, we didn't fake it. How lame would that be? You're lame for thinking that. How can a bed be this comfortable? Maybe because it has 15 patents, was created by an actual rocket scientist, and uses a comfort grid system to distribute weight across any body type, giving you the best sleep you've ever had, guaranteed. Thanks, science. Now, there's a catch. Most high-end mattresses cost $5,000, but ours is only $1,000. We're sorry about that. We're the best. But you can spend that extra money on, I don't know, an adorable baby bear? Don't let it on the mattress, though. It will pee all over it. And while you're saving money, you'll save time, too. Because we're shipping Purple right to your door for free. Thank you. Now I have 2. We're so convinced you'll love Purple. If it doesn't change your life in the first 100 nights, we'll take it back for a complete refund. That's the Purple no-pressure guarantee. So if you or someone you love sleeps, click here to buy your Purple at onpurple.com. And say goodbye to the rock-hard prison bed, the saggy swamp bed, the average bed, and the expensive remote. Get yourself into a purple. And Mom and Pop, it's not the 1940s. Share a bed already. And make sure it's a purple, because you guys have been sleeping in garbage. Click now to start your 100-night trial of Nocturnal Bliss. No pressure. It's purple.
Action.
Need proof?
Lift blast.
See, those are real eggs. Not hard-boiled, not plastic, not wooden. I just burst them.
This is probably the first convincing ad we've seen so far. I've never used a purple mattress, but I think I've had a Casper mattress, and if I were literally any other YouTuber right now, you would get an ad for Casper mattresses. But I'm not gonna do that to you, because I wanna be the YouTuber that I like to watch. The ones who don't make money. No, but seriously, I'd rather be supported by my viewers than a company, if that makes sense. Basically, I want to be PBS. Then later in 2016, Matt Meese talked to the camera about VidAngel, like 7 times. So we have the first initial ad.
So here's the thing. You're in movie purgatory, which means all your options for watching movies are painful in their own way. Behold, the red-painted box. You can rent a cheap movie, but first you have to leave the house, which means putting on pants. Then once you forget about it and rack up a week of late fees, you have to bring it back, which means putting on pants again. But who knows? Maybe there won't be a line. Sorry. There's always a line. So when it's finally your turn to choose a movie, you have to settle on a lame one. Like your Aunt Gretchen when she waited too long to get married. Oh, and the best part? You can't customize movies for the little hellions. So whatever violence, sex, or language came with the movie stays with the movie. Uh-oh. Too bad you have no other options. What the heaven? Welcome, blessed soul, to Movie Heaven, where we have but one glorious streaming service, VidAngel. VidAngel lets you watch filtered movies for just $1. Yes, $1. That's how much you pay at a lemonade stand, except this won't give you Giardia. VidAngel has a huge selection with thousands of movies, the best new releases, and all of IMDB's top 100 films. Plus, VidAngel gives you and the little cherubs freedom to filter out any mature content you don't want to see. Meaning you can watch Wolf of Wall Street without language, Game of Thrones without nudity, or Transformers 4 without all of it because it's a terrible movie. The point is, VidAngel is totally customizable, so you get to decide exactly what you don't want to see and hear. Now remember, we believe in personal freedom. Directors should be able to film what they want, but viewers should be able to watch how they want. Because choosing what you watch is like choosing who you date. It's a choice you should only make for yourself and your kids. Yes, VidAngel is an actual real product. And yes, you can really watch filtered movies for $1. Heavenly mic drop. Ow! What the? So if you love movies and don't worship Satan, click this button or go to vidangel.com to start streaming $1 movies. Still not convinced? No. Then get this. VidAngel has teamed up with Apple, Amazon, Google, and Roku to let you stream movies on any major device. And VidAngel's customers have been giving us great reviews. Except for Cutthroat801, who said, "Biggest mistake of my life is downloading this app." Wow, Cutthroat, you've led a pretty good life. Plus, we also have a user rating of 5 stars on the Apple App Store. What? How did our competitors' noticeably lower ratings get up there? So download VidAngel today and start watching movies for $1 bleeping. Pants optional. VidAngel. Watch however the bleep you want. Click now and you can download the VidAngel app for free. Or use one of my products and I'll pull out your bowels with a hot poker. You are bad at this. Was that a bad pitch? It felt like a bad pitch. Click here if you want to watch movies without butts. Or click here if you want to see my butt. What? What? Oh. Get me Hitler.
The editing, the cinematography, the VFX, the green screen work, the costumes, the jokes, honestly, it's all so good. Considering the type of comedy the cast participates in, I'm not surprised that Matt partnered with VidAngel. When I was younger, I could see myself wanting something like this. However, I am a 25-year-old man with the opposite problem, since I can watch whatever I want. However, there is too much media to watch, so I end up watching nothing. Up next is a Jason-centered ad, all about duct tape.
What happens when you flip a car with the roll cage held together by duct tape? That was a dummy. I'd never get in that car. It's held together by duct tape. But what if you use tape as strong as steel? Manliness. Strong as steel. Here's the thing. You're manly. Your shovels break. Your pipes leak. Your muffler falls off, because a manly man will not be muffled. So you need a manly solution for those manly problems. Duct tape is temporary and only gets you so far. It keeps the pieces together without actually making things work again. Like my birth did with my parents' marriage. The hardware store may have new shovels and fresh pipes, but a manly man doesn't want to spend his Saturday at a store. Unless store is a code word for a big screen TV that feeds you nachos while you fart. You could call a handyman or a plumber, but they charge you for a consultation, plus the price of any new parts, plus labor, plus your dignity, and your wife, depending on how sexy your plumber is. Well, now there's a manly solution for your manly problems. FiberFix. FiberFix is a special tape that's strong as steel. That's not an expression, it's literally as strong as steel. I'm not prone to hyperbole. FiberFix can be used anywhere. Got a busted pipe? FiberFix it. But only if you want that pipe to function properly for the rest of your mother-loving life, boy, because FiberFix is strong, permanent, and 100% watertight. Repairs like that can cost hundreds of dollars. Fix it yourself with FiberFix and spend the rest of the savings on something manly, like hunting equipment, or a diversified stock portfolio that's sensible yet aggressive enough to expect a reasonable ROI, because that's manly too. A quick FiberFix can save your Saturday. Tool broke? FiberFix it. Saturday saved. Broken stool? Yeah, that's FiberFix, but sanded to be smooth and painted to be beautiful, like the toenails of a brawny woman. Camping in the middle of nowhere with a broken tadpole? FiberFix it. Saturday saved. Exhaust pipes, water heaters, FiberFix can fix it all, and it can withstand temperatures of up to 850 degrees. If it were any stronger, you could use it to repair a volcano. FiberFix is 100 times stronger than duct tape because it uses fiberglass technology. Just dip it in water, wrap it, and wait 10 minutes. Bam! Cured. Hardened. Strong as steel. FiberFix. Tougher than nails and softer than nothing because it's FiberFix. It wasn't made to be soft. You want soft, go buy a puppy and a tissue to blow its nose into. You want tough, buy FiberFix. So if you break things and would like to unbreak them, click here to order FiberFix today at fiberfix.com. FiberFix is like a first aid kit. You shouldn't wait until you've cut yourself before you go out and buy one because you'll bleed out and die, according to what I know about cuts. You gotta have that kit ready the moment you need it. Just like you need FiberFix before something breaks. In your house, your glove box, your toolbox, your fanny pack. So when the poop hits the fan, you can wrap that poop in FiberFix. Heaven help that fan. Or maybe you're thinking, do I have to buy FiberFix? Can't I just use 100 times more duct tape? Sure, you could totally do that. Or maybe you're thinking, FiberFix is tape. That can't be a permanent solution. Well, you should stop being such a tape racist, because this is nothing like any other tape you've ever seen before. Yes, this roll cage was held together by nothing but FiberFix. And no, I did not weld it. It's called FiberFix, as in permanent fix. Like when you get your dog fixed, there's no going back. Sorry, boy, here's a tissue. Is FiberFix for women too? Just ask my smoking hot wife. Yes, it is. Back to you, husband. So click here, and we'll send you our Manly Man kit, complete with FiberFix repair wrap, heat wrap, and patches. You'll be ready to repair anything, anytime, anywhere. So you can spend the rest of your time winning your wife back from the plumber. So unless you've never broken anything in your life ever, click here to try FiberFix today. FiberFix, for every man, including women.
First of all, what in the Mr. Beast is going on here? Second of all, this ad should have just been like 54 seconds. The part where the title actually makes sense. Third, this is basically a flex tape ad. But actually, FiberFix came first, according to the commercial upload date. However, Swift Response LLC, the company who made Flex Seal and Flex Tape and Phil Swift, was founded in 2011. And the earliest date I could find regarding FiberFix specifically was 2012, which is the date it was founded. So I guess Phil Swift wins this one. Well, at least FiberFix was on Shark Tank. Fourth of all, my script says third of all for some reason. This commercial actually brings up the second controversy regarding the cast members. It was about the FiberFix commercial. Was the FiberFix commercial fake? This YouTuber seems to think so. However, this video is basically just a reaction video that claims to have research, which, oh boy, you have to watch the whole video and get to the end. So that way you watch the whole thing. Most of his points involve misunderstanding the jokes, not realizing that Jason is playing a character in this commercial, and that if the jokes don't land, well, he doesn't even consider the fact that this commercial has like 7 different writers, and that 2 of them are Matt and Mallory. An actor can try their best, but if the material they are given is not, well, good, no amount of acting is going to save it. However, the longer I watched this response expose video, the better the video got with its points. Alright, so this next section is 6 short ads back to back, because they're all about VidAngel, and they could have just been one ad. Anyways.
Would VidAngel go to the Sistine Chapel and paint over the nude paintings? This is a metaphor we hear a lot, and no, we wouldn't do that. First, because Michelangelo would destroy us with his nunchucks. Second, because it's illegal to forcibly change art that doesn't belong to you. Just like it would be illegal for VidAngel to create an edited version of a movie and then sell it. We don't do that. Now, could a customer buy copies of the Sistine Chapel paintings, take them home, and then cover up the nudity? Yes, they could, because now they're altering artwork that they own inside their own home. And frankly, the men in those paintings would thank you, because Michelangelo did not do them any favors. See, with VidAngel, you first buy the movie, then filter content you own in the privacy of your home. You're not even making a new version. You're just using VidAngel like a remote control to skip and mute certain parts. So if you don't want to see ancient Roman privates in your home, you don't have to. If you do, that's your call too. Does VidAngel ruin art? Good question. The answer is possibly. Let's look at the facts. When a director makes a movie, he or she, if Hollywood let women make movies, has a vision for how that movie should be. But once that movie's being watched in homes, the vision starts to change. For instance, at home, you can fast forward the nude scenes. You can mute the strong language. Are you watching it the way the director envisioned? No. But the director doesn't get to decide what happens in your home. If he did, he'd replace you with someone hotter. And if you're a woman, under 30. But legally, you have the right to skip and mute. And VidAngel lets you skip and mute with greater precision. Which raises the big question. Does VidAngel ruin art? To which we say, yes and no. Yes, for some people, VidAngel ruins art. They might say skipping nude scenes in Schindler's List alters the director's vision and makes the artistic experience worse. If they feel that way about every movie, VidAngel's probably not for them. We totally respect that. But no, not everyone feels that way. Some people would never watch Schindler's List with the nude scenes, so VidAngel improves their artistic experience by exposing them to art they wouldn't have seen otherwise. The point is, we believe in personal choice. Both groups of people should be able to watch movies the way they want, without being judged. People who don't filter aren't godless heathens out committing human sacrifice, and people who filter aren't prudish religious zealots also committing human sacrifice. We're all just people watching movies. So let's be nice to each other. Is VidAngel censorship? No. Here's why. VidAngel believes in personal choice. You should choose for yourself what content to leave in or take out of your movies. That's called filtering, not censorship. Filtering means choosing for yourself what to skip and mute. Censorship means someone else choosing for you without your consent. Parents filter. Oppressive regimes censor. Plus, if censorship were happening at VidAngel, could I tell you this crazy story about Trump and Hillary? So crazy, right? The point is, VidAngel doesn't want to choose what you see and hear. We leave that totally up to you. How does VidAngel pay artists for their work? VidAngel buys lots of DVDs and Blu-rays, which we keep in our VidAngel vault. When you want to watch a movie, we sell a disc to you, let you watch and filter the movie you now own, then buy it back from you once you're done. So Hollywood gets compensated by the sheer number of discs we buy. If 500 people want to watch Captain America at the same time, we need 500 physical copies in our vault. If 1,000 people want to watch Transformers 4, it's still a terrible movie. And we need 1,000 copies in our vault or it's marked sold out. So the artists are being paid for every single movie we offer. What about this argument? If you don't like certain parts of a movie, just don't watch it. That's what some people argue, either because they think a movie is ruined if you skip certain parts, or because they don't want to give financial support to a movie they disapprove of. But on the flip side, some viewers would love to watch certain movies once mature parts are removed, and they think that's morally fine. So which side is right? They both are. For themselves. The law protects your right to choose how to watch movies in your own house. If you want to watch a movie filtered, unfiltered, or not at all, that's completely up to you. And by law, no one gets to make those decisions for you. So let's stop judging other people for how they watch movies and get back to judging them by how hot their spouse is. Like my sister Deborah. Could have done better, Debbie. He's like a 2. Why should I pay VidAngel to watch graphic content so I don't have to? VidAngel believes each individual should choose what they watch based on their own standards. That's why we have a policy of no taking one for the team, meaning our employees who watch the movies promise to only watch what they would feel comfortable seeing under normal circumstances. So if someone only watches Pixar movies, we don't pay them to watch Wolf of Wall Street. They wouldn't even know those words. The point is, when you filter a movie on VidAngel, both you and the employee watch the movie according to your own preferences, which is VidAngel's entire goal.
Honestly, I don't have any notes. The points in these commercials make a lot of sense. I don't really see any glaring issues with it. These ads help really clear the air of the why behind this product. And that's why these are good ads.
I always talk about building up to 2018 as like, it was like a lot of people, especially in the queer community, have this, it's almost like this chance to like start to experiment a little bit, like try things that they're like, I don't know if I'm gay. Let me spend time with a boy I have a crush with. Let me hold a hand, kiss a guy, right? And I didn't feel like I had that freedom or flexibility because I felt like I would walk out in public and people would like, oh my gosh, I love your show. And like, way to do it, dude. Like, so I didn't feel like I had any privacy outside of my own home. So I feel like a lot of like my transition was very internal. So I feel like I went into this like chrysalis, I went into this cocoon and was just like, turned myself into guts and like rearranged who I am to come out a butterfly. But so when it came to this when it came to like grappling with the building pressure of Studio C, which was fun to be like, people love what we do. So that was good. But what was tough was I was just trying to figure myself out. I never felt like I was being disingenuous because I wasn't.
Right.
I was always like, that was amongst that time is when I'm like sitting down with bishops and I'm like, yo, your boy's gay. What do we do? Or like, or just being like, oh, you know, Bishop, I did this thing. Like, tell me what I need to do what you feel like I need to do to be good or whatever. But, like I was always authentic in it. And I think that was it'd be really weird, especially at that time. I remember being like, people make mistakes. That's just what we do. That's the whole point of like the theology behind the atonement is that we're flawed. So like,
yeah,
like don't be weird. Just be an imperfect person and do your best. I don't know. But yeah, so I never really felt like, I was like, no, what do I do? Am I being disingenuous? I do remember looking back thinking like, if I would have come to the conclusion I did when I was working for Studio C, I would have come out. Like I would have done it. I would have done the hard thing. I would have faced the fear. It would have been terrifying because people lose their jobs at BYU TV for being queer. It just is how it is. It shouldn't be the case, but like that stuff happens. I've heard stories, seen examples. BYU TV doesn't exactly celebrate diversity. I think they're trying in different ways to figure out what that means, but it's just like, it's tough. Like you're a network tied to a church that's tied to like a university and, you know, so it's like, you know, whatever, it's complex. But yeah, I just kind of like was working to figure myself out while I was like working and doing my thing.
All right, since we've gone through about a third of the show at this point, let's compare stats between seasons 1 through 6. The most common length per season usually aims around 10 episodes. Although seasons 2 and 6 differentiate from this pattern. My wand just broke. We know that season 6 has the most amount of sketches, clocking in at 129 sketches total. And in second place is season 2 with 95 sketches. Since we now have the total number of sketches between seasons 1 through 6, we can do some basic math to figure out how many sketches were both hits and misses. Season 1 only had 6 hilarious sketches out of 61, which to be honest isn't that great. However, if we factor in all of the sketches that were at least funny, we have 34 out of 61 sketches, which was a little over half. Season 2 had 38 hilarious sketches out of 95 total, and 82 of them were funny, which means that most of season 2 is worth a watch. Oops. Season 3 had less total sketches, 73 to be exact, 26 hilarious, and 50 overall were worth a watch. Season 4 had 84 sketches, 32 hilarious, and 55 total funny. Season 5 went back down in number of sketches. However, more than half of them were hilarious, and most of them were actually funny, which means so far, seasons 2 and season 6 are looking like the best so far. Now, season 6, well, that's an interesting case study. Totaling 129 sketches, 62 of them were hilarious, and 97 of them were at least funny. But here's the thing, this season has double the amount of episodes that a typical Studio C season has. So let's say hypothetically, we just half the numbers, we get a total of 64.5 total. I don't know what a half sketch would be, but maybe one of those 30-second sketches like Tweeting Rainbow, I don't know. 31 hilarious sketches and 48.5 that were at least funny. This would mean that season 6 would actually be second to last in number of sketches, third from last in hilarious sketches, and second to last in funniest sketches. So literally, because there are double these sketches in season 6, its rating went up only because there were more opportunities to actually have hits in the show. This is why instead of doing it this way, we're gonna go to the percentages per season. These percentages show what percentage of the show was actually funny in regards to the funny sketches per season. If it got not funny or kind of funny, it's not making this list. It has to be at least funny and upward. All right, enough ranting. We have the percentages right here. This proves my theory currently that seasons 2 and 5 are the best seasons so far, with season 6 just barely making it in third place, despite it having double the episodes. A longer season doesn't automatically mean a better quality in the overall sketches, but it can in fact have the exact opposite effect.
Oh, sorry. I must have been watching season 7. Ugh, talk about a snoozer. And why do you ask? Was it a snoozer? Well, these are the reasons. I can explain.
Necrophilia, arson, surreal horror, furries, breaking a lot of stuff, and a lot of dismemberment, like way too much. Like to the point where I don't think this should be G-rated anymore. It was at this point in the show that I also noticed that there was a lot of blood, like way too much. There is so much blood that there is a literal sketch about it in this season with literally buckets of blood. It really made me think that they really got away with a lot on this show. So if you're into any of that, this season is for you. What have I done? You know, I'm starting to realize the longer the show goes on, the more insane it seems to get. Yet, with each season, the visual effects keep getting better and better to almost a, how shall we say this, a concerning degree. Now listen, with stating all of these things about the show, context definitely matters. Surely I'm just embellishing these joke types for comedic effect, right?
She's not asleep. She's dead.
What?
He wants to kiss a dead corpse. That's not normal.
My daddy's dead. Yeah.
Whoa, wow.
Mommy says that he got shot up into the sky.
Okay.
But I think she killed him in a fire. Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah, that's how my Barbie got burned it.
Teaching fire to kids? Ooh, not sure the fire department would sign off on this one, Chief.
So what did you guys make?
A chicken?
Fun. What'd you make it out of? Popsicle sticks?
Nope, a chicken.
Okay, so I originally wrote surreal humor, but this is just straight up terrifying.
Yeah, so you see one that you like?
Yeah, I think I see it.
Oh, is it the orange striped one?
No, it's his black fluffy one.
Meow.
That's literally just a furry.
Discover why women are raving about a revolutionary way to look beautiful.
Wait a minute, this is just ableism. guess that's going on the list.
Smash everything!
Smash. Speaking of breaks, there were at least 5 sketches this season where one, if not more, of the cast members almost broke on stage, an all-time high for any season thus far, with the main culprit being Whitney. At this point, whenever they bring back a reoccurring character, it's as funny as a frog on the floor. Sure, you could try to make a smash hit, but it's just gonna feel forced. Worst ever, Spencer, Oh Yeah, and I Don't Do Mornings are back, and I wish it stayed out in the wilderness. I know I said I wouldn't mention Halloween or Christmas specials anymore, but the Christmas special this season should have also stayed out in the woods. Why? The surreal horror. Some other cons this season include the Most Organic Vlog, which was definitely the weakest series this season, and the country song because Bo Burnham did it better. To conclude this season, I'm going to tell you about 4 specific sketches from season 7 that are definitely worth a watch and are highlights to season 7, and each of these fall under the pros of this season. Season. The first hilarious sketch of the season was The Vlogfather with guest star Shay Carl. Typically, whenever they have a guest on the show, I rarely find the jokes to be funny, but this sketch had me laughing so hard for its genre-bending humor. The other funniest sketch of the season was The Cookie Diet, which is all I'm gonna say about this specific sketch because I really don't want to spoil it, but it was a really fun time. Number 3 was the Phantom of the Opera's girl problems due to the fact that the costume and makeup was so good in general, especially later on in the sketch. Lastly, Watch This, Ultimate Skate Park Disaster with Sean Duras, includes another guest and is impressive from a technical standpoint. With season 7 having 19 episodes, 7 to 8 sketches per episode, 29 hilarious sketches, 70 funny sketches in total, with props and awkwardness being the top trend. This season's score was 70 out of 138, so about half of them were hit or miss. This definitely had a similar problem to the last season where there were more episodes, so therefore there were more chances to have a good sketch. But half the time it didn't work. Not the best score, but not the worst score? I guess we'll find out later. Welcome back to the commercial checkpoint. We have 3 ads to show you this time. A dating app, a student housing ad, and yet another duct tape ad. Let's see what 2017 brought us.
Are you sure you're Laura?
Names aren't important.
Actually, swipe down on it.
Yeah, I know.
This ad features Aaron and Stacy from Studio C, and the LSD joke was pretty funny. Can we please stop putting foreshadowing on the screen?
Hello, young people. Have you ever wondered why college is so darned expensive? After paying for tuition and books, there's hardly any money for housing. Which is exactly what us grandmothers want. For years, we've bribed state officials with our cookies, and they've made college so expensive, our grandchildren have been forced to live in our basements. Too bad, so sad. No, I'm not sad. Woohoo!
Quiet down, I'm working on my puzzle.
According to Forbes, over half of college co-eds now live with a relative. But there is a disturbance to our basement empire. The Nelson brothers. They're a diabolical student housing company stealing our precious grandbabies away with nonsense like location and convenience. Apparently, their student housing is so close to campus, a co-ed could wake up at 7:45 and eat a Danish and still be on time to their 8 a.m. class. Tell your grandchild your basement is just as convenient as long as they leave at 7:30 p.m. the night before and walk slightly faster than a marathon participant from Kenya. It's doable. And who really wants to live right next to their college? You have to deal with the parties and the friends and the memories and all that college experience hoopla.
In my day, the college experience was just a clever way to dodge the draft.
Precisely. Like an undergrad really wants luxury gyms or double-decker hot tubs, bowling alleys, and roommates who can chew their own food. It's not important. You don't need teeth. And who cares about Nelson Brothers sponsored movie nights when you got Friday afternoons watching the adventures of Milo and Otis?
That Otis can't act to save his life.
U.S. News reports that students who don't have the college experience are more likely to drop out of school. But they say it like it's a bad thing. Since when is that a bad thing? Lamar dropped out and he ended up just fine. Parents, don't you listen to the Nelson Brothers' fancy talk of scholarship programs, dedicated study rooms, or good grade discounts. Yes, it's true that they do that, but who will teach the kids real life skills, like hemorrhoid care?
They've got a class on hemorrhoid care.
No, Grandpa, they don't have one.
Well, I'm going back to college.
And don't worry about meeting people. I know so many widows.
You can do this, Timmy. It's only 4 years.
Actually, 6. On average, students who live with relatives take 2 years longer to graduate, which may be bad news for your wallet, but it's great news for my corns. But at the end of the day, even the Nelson brothers can't deny it comes down to family.
There was no hemorrhoid class.
You're too old for college anyway.
You're oppressing me, you old bat, right, Sonny?
Timmy, you tell him to calm down.
Who's Timmy?
He's your grandson, Lamar.
Please, don't do what I did. Move out of your relative's basement while you still can. Click on the link below and find a Nelson Brothers student housing near you.
Dad, these corn!
I clicked on it yesterday, but the dial-up internet's still loading.
Not before my sponge bath.
Hey, who's using the phone?
Timmy, you calling your girlfriend? Tell her your grandma thinks you're very handsome because she's seen you shirtless.
Fun fact, I actually never went to college, so I don't know how valid this ad actually is. Therefore, I can't speak on the validity of this ad. It was definitely a comedic take on the subject, though, and Mallory played a pretty good old person. Next, Jason is back with more duct tape.
When your house breaks, it costs you lots of time and money, like a newborn baby, except the house was planned for. And it can break anywhere. Your plumbing, chair, sprinkler, exhaust, all surprisingly fragile. Now, you could hire a handyman or a plumber for a simple fix, but that's just asking B. Franks here to set himself on fire. Cause one pipe breaks and you pay consultation, parts, and labor. And my mama didn't raise no stupid children. Or smart children. She was mostly absent. The point is, I ain't paying all that. Or you can fix it yourself if you want to waste your Saturday for no reason. Just drive to the store, look for parts, don't find the parts, drive to another store, buy the parts, drive home, realize it's the wrong part, go to the store again, drive home again, finally make the fix. By the time you're done, you've missed a lot of precious football. Even if you save money, you waste all that time, and science shows time is actually money. So you're back where you started. But at least duct tape fixes everything. If you like fixing things with a crappy temporary solution, yes, duct tape is quick and cheap. But you need something quick, cheap, and permanent. Introducing FiberFix, the amazing tape that's strong as steel and saves you hundreds of dollars. FiberFix can be used anywhere. Your plumbing, chair, sprinkler, hammer, exhaust, shovel, and it costs just a few dollars. So now, instead of burning Ben Franklin's, you're just burning Abe Lincoln and George Washington. I know that sounds worse, but it's actually way better. Got a broken pipe? FiberFix it. Because FiberFix is 100% watertight. You could coat your lungs with it and never drown. But you would suffocate, and it would be excruciating. Got a broken tailpipe? FiberFix it. Because FiberFix can withstand temperatures of up to 850 degrees Fahrenheit. Or for you Europeans, 850 degrees Fahrenheit, governor. FiberFix saves you countless hours and hundreds of dollars on repairs, but only if you already have it. It's like a first aid kit. You don't buy it after the accident, you buy it right now so you'll be ready for the accident. And I would know I was an accident. FiberFix is like the stuff your doctor uses to cast your broken bones, only stronger and permanent. And P.S. don't use it on broken bones because this stuff will rip off more than just a few hairs. And it comes in single-use rolls. So it's one roll, one fix, one beautiful spokesperson. Plus, we include gloves in every box. You're welcome. Just dip it in water to start the reaction, wrap it tightly around the area that needs fixing, wait 10 minutes, and you're done. FiberFix is now strong as steel, literally. Also, it works on steel. Don't believe me? Watch this. So if you don't like burning money, go to fiberfix.com and order your FiberFix today. If you do like burning money, work for the government. Yeah, duct tape has its time and place, but when you need something fixed, and I mean guaranteed to last longer than you do, you use FiberFix. So buy FiberFix now and be ready for that busted muffler on the highway, that broken tent pole in the middle of nowhere, that rusty encabulator flange on a diesel backhoe. that's not a thing. But if it were, FiberFix could fix it. Plus, order right now and we'll give you a special deal where you send us money and we send you FiberFix, 'cause it's already a deal. You're saving hundreds of dollars. Plus, we do have some great discounts. So click here and order now. FiberFix, buy today and be ready for tomorrow.
The baby joke was funny. I don't know why birds are starting to sing outside my window now. The cinematography was good. It was basically the same ad as last time, except without the controversial car drop. Actually, never mind. They just added it at the end instead of the beginning. You know how YouTube will start recommending you more and more stuff based on what you previously watched? Well, because of this retrospective and my research, this video got recommended to me. While Matt was involved in some commercials in 2017, he also attended a live improv show that lasted an hour and a half. But then I looked at the channel and there is so much content related to the cast members specifically. I found 13 videos. The ones under 30 seconds, bad audio quality that's crunchy but not in a good way, some jokes missing context featuring Whitney, and Jeremy announcing he's going to do improv at JesterZ, even though I can't find that VOD on this channel, unless they hid it for some reason or just didn't record it whatsoever. The ones under 5 minutes, they add a bit more context, but they don't fix the audio quality until they do. And also add captions. That one under 10 minutes? We're not gonna talk about that one. Okay, well, the clips were pretty not great. So what about the full shows? There's 3 of them that include the cast. One with Jason, one with Steven, and Whitney, and one with Matt. The one with Jason was actually a talk show, not a live improv show on stage. The fact that the host uses a blue snowball with no headphones, so you can constantly hear the echo, isn't the best production quality. Despite that, it was a very insightful watch if you want to learn more about the background of Jason and Studio C. One very interesting part was the story of how a country thought the Scott Sterling sketch was actually real.
It sounds like an urban legend, but it's 100% true. I think it was Lithuania. It was some Eastern European country. They thought, because we filmed it with like the BYU sports cameras, we treated it like it was a very real event, and the graphics guy did an amazing job. So it looked real. And so they reported that Scott Sterling had actually died after the match. Like, no joke. They reported that he was dead, that it killed him. But that he won the game. I mean, I don't know how you watch that sketch, especially the last one where it like bounces off 2 posts and then hits Matt in the face and then bounces out. Like, how you could think that was real, but testament to the graphics guys for confusing a small country.
The Hour with Steven and Whitney was a call and response show where they get prompts from the audience to act it out. As a person who has worked on a production team for live events, this just hurts to watch. The low audio quality doesn't help whatsoever. Maybe it's so that way people actually show up to the in-person events, but I don't know. 3 hours of this in total regarding this episode and the Matt episode. And I'm honestly not excited to watch both of these. At least with Divine Comedy, their live performances were at least short, so it was a little more bearable to sit through. But regarding this show, there were a few laughs to be had. And I did warm up to this performance after a while, but there were a few very long cuts that should have just transitioned sooner. Last was Matt's performance. I'm not sure why, but they started with an epileptic rave. The audio finally got better, so let's see how this plays out. The camera actually moves this time, so it goes from the stage to the audience and then back. Personally, I would have put the camera off of the stage, but at an angle so you could better see the performers. Because literally the whole hour and a half, the performers are like this. You can only see like the side of their face. It's like a profile shot the entire time. But it's nice that there was actual camera work this time. After the introductions, they did some hitchhiking improv, where Matt had to guess who was in the car, which was a pretty funny scenario. There were some previous segments they've done before, like pulling a phrase from a hat that they have to use in their act. Turns out the camera was streaming to Facebook, and they took suggestions from that stream. Out of all of the JesterZ videos, the Matt episode was definitely worth a watch.
I work in comedy and sketch comedy in particular, and a lot of times jokes or things will be super inappropriate because they're just trying to get a laugh. And for me, I mean, I don't want to speak on behalf of the whole show, but for us working in a comedy realm and trying to keep standards while still trying to execute, you know, what we do for a living. Some people might say it makes it harder. I think it makes it better. It could be very easy to be dishonorable in my line of work, but we hope that doing what we want to do and staying true to who we are can hopefully make it better. I think it's important just to be who you are and to stick to your beliefs no matter what. And in some situations that's easy, and in some situations it puts you're the odd man out and it's not as easy. I think focusing on having honor and living a life that deserves honor, I guess, is going to be more rewarding, and it requires more confidence in yourself and confidence in your beliefs. It has to come from within because you're not going to find it anywhere else.
Now, Season 8 is a very curious case.
This is where they start officially showcasing the sleek, new, longer, high-budget intro to account for the new cast members. While it is very impressive, and I believe I've never seen this newer intro before, so it took me by surprise, the only name that is revealed on screen besides all the cast members is a man named Louis Malaman. See, this is interesting in and of itself because every time we've seen the intro, the creators of the show were Jared Shores, who occasionally appears as a cameo and worked on seasons 1 through 7, and Matt Meese, one of the original cast members of the show, have always been credited. Mates of State don't even get credited in this intro, and they're the ones responsible for the intro song. So, who is Louis Malaman? Well, according to IMDb, he's known for a lot of foreign films and TV shows, none of which I recognize. But the show I did recognize was Heroes. He's also worked on an improv show on the same TV channel, which is definitely more recent in his line of work, and has been working with the same channel since 2007.
The Show Offs is another comedy show on the same network as Studio C. However, it is a lesser known show. In fact, it is so unknown that they don't even have their own wiki, yet have a whole 3 seasons of this show. These 2 shows are the only ones in English that Louis Malaman has worked on, production-wise, according to his IMDb. And since Show Offs is also a comedy show, it's time to talk about it. Especially because there might be some crossovers from Studio C. Well, only one way to find out. This show is basically Studio C if it was only improv. There are 33 episodes split between 3 seasons. Let's start with season 1.
It's Show Offs! Starring Lisa Valentine Clark, Brooklyn Nelson, Haley Smith, and Jake Van Wagoner. Guest starring Thomas Quinn, and our special guest, Lucas Gravy. Accompanied by Kendra and the Show Off Band. And now, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for your host with the most, Casey Jost.
Awesome. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Show Offs, the final installment in the Jason Bourne series. And we have an amazing show for you because we have an amazing guest. Mr. Lucas Graybeal is here. Hey, guys. Oh, man. Everything you're about to see, the story, the dialogue, even the music, is completely and 100% improvised and based on the suggestions that I get from our studio audience. That's right, our talented performers are gonna make up a play or musical right here on the spot, and they'll be accompanied by our house band, Malibu Kendra and the Ken Dolls. Plus, I've got my main man, Trent, who will provide all the sound effects using his magnanimous mouth and his table of toys.
What is that? An elephant snake?
Awesome. Let's get started. And to kick things off, we're going to give you a little sample, like a piece of meat on a toothpick, of 3 separate genres that will be chosen by our studio audience. The cast will perform a short scene from each genre, and then our audience will get to choose which play or musical they want to see the full version of. Let's find out what our teams are. Mystical Screen, randomize the actors.
Right off the bat, there are musical improv sketches with a guest in each episode. The first season guests include Mur from Impractical Jokers and Joey Fatone from NSYNC. I remember Lisa Valentine Clark guest starred in Studio C, so it's nice to see that she is part of her own show. One of the hosts is also a Folly person, which is a combination I've never seen before. However, he's not the main host. The main host is Casey Jost. Team-ups can happen between performers, especially before the audience votes on a scenario. This show is a combination of musicals and sketches, even though the description scared me into thinking that I would be listening to musicals for the next 17 hours. I also wasn't expecting banter between the host and the Foley artist, which includes VFX work on screen. This show is just divine comedy if it did only improv and had a higher budget. So basically, if Studio C did only improv, sometimes the host will implement certain rules for certain members of the show to make things a little more interesting. I just kind of made this realization. He and the audience are kind of like the dungeon master of these stories. I was extremely impressed with the first episode, that I am genuinely excited to watch the rest of it. Episode 2, the one with Mur from Impractical Jokers. This show will make you wish that they chose one of the other themes if the one you wanted to see didn't get chosen. Like, say, film noir, yet still surprise you with the one that is most popular according to the audience. There was a poorly aged Elon Musk joke made by the host, which wasn't great, but at least they try other forms of improv like the suggestion box. Man, that looks familiar. Great guest episode. Episode 3. As formulaic as the show is, it brings this unorthodox combination of comfy chaos, where you know to expect laughs, yet not know when to expect it. Finally, a film noir episode. Never mind. It got outvoted by like 2%. Are you kidding me? This audience loves rom-coms and Shakespeare for some reason. Episode 4, a guest episode. But not just that. The first ever film noir episode. Kirby, the guest star, played a convincing, inquisitive detective. And this theme had some pretty impressive wordplay. Even in a noir setting, the cast still found a way to weave some romantic elements. Episode 5, a current Broadway musical about pizza. Even though this episode broke the sacred rule of improv, yes, and it made it even funnier for it. Imagine Hamilton, but about very specific Italian cuisine. However, too much flossing for my taste. Episode 6, guest starring Corbin Bleu. Wait, where have I heard that name before? Yeah, I haven't seen any of these. Oh, besides Psych the Musical, I guess. Great film. Dr. Space was the theme of this episode, which while the initial premise was Pokemon cards, it was basically the average plot to a Doctor Who episode. Episode 7, a Broadway musical which is offensive to anyone who doesn't own their house. Oh, and also Russians. Episode 8, a lord of a manor doesn't appreciate his trad wife, so they switch roles for newfound appreciation. It was a very cheesy play. No, literally, they just won't stop mentioning cheese. Episode 9, I really wanted to see this sci-fi play called Bread Space. So you know what's gonna happen. Anyways, instead, they did a Golden Age musical that somehow involved veggies. Episode 10, guest starring Thomas Quinn. Why does he look familiar? I don't know why, and now it's gonna bug me. This time, it was a Western town without Wi-Fi, but with a fictional sponsor. Episode 11. This is the first time we see the rock opera theme as an option, but not the first time we see a fantasy play. Episode 12. The rock opera. A grand conclusion to the show. And by a grand conclusion to the show, I mean the end of season 1. Season 2 contains yet another Impractical Jokers guest, as well as an actor from Lord of the Rings, and even Will Forte? Oh, this is gonna be a good season. Episode 1. They updated the visual effects so now you can better tell who is winning in the audience polls. This time it's a Golden Age musical called Cheery Days. Episode 2. peanut, butter, and jelly. Actually, you know what, guys? I can't do this anymore. I can't lie to you. This is a peanut butter sandwich. The one time I need jelly, I don't have it in my fridge. Episode 3. Yes, I still have the sandwich. I'm not going to throw it away. This is the Joe Gatto from Impractical Jokers segment. Keep in mind, this was filmed in 2019 before the, yeah, we're not going to talk about that. So let's just say this specific episode didn't age well. But also, that's the thing about performance art specifically. It's not just one person, but a team of people who are putting on one show. So we will still talk about this episode. For a minute, they have you thinking that they killed off a character, which they've never done yet in one of these plays, by the way. But after a twist is revealed, it brings everything full circle. Episode 4. A sci-fi play. Finally, a sequel to the Ottoman Empire! So that means that the show-offs and Studio C are connected in multiple ways. Episode 5, another Shakespearean play. But this time, we see a member of Studio C in the crowd. So you could say that there were many surprises this episode, like a Shakespearean rap that goes kind of hard, and a wardrobe malfunction that played into the plot perfectly. Episode 6. This is how my brain acts when I haven't worked on one of my projects in the span of 24 hours.
It's our time! Create! Create!
Okay.
Be
Sorry.
original! Go! Now! Now!
Okay.
Especially you!
Yo, shout out to the captions team for knowing German, as well as Dalton from Studio C, who appears in the credits. Episode 7. Oh wait, I think I recognize that guy. If you love breakfast, like me, this play is for you. Episode 8. So it's called All in a Row because it's about a duck farm, so that audience member was pretty clever to call it that. My favorite line from this episode was, "Latvire's a money duck." Episode 9. They say it won't happen until pigs fly. But what about when cats fly? Your inner child doesn't have a job was a pretty funny line in this play. It's titled, It's Raining Fur, but most of the play has nothing to do with flying cats until a couple plans a conspiracy to run a certain couple out of town. And that's it for part 1, because that's all the notes I have. I was supposed to have all the notes for all 3 seasons, so this is part 1 where we talked about season 1 and part of season 2. So in part 2, we'll talk about the end of season 2 and season 3. Episode 10, a rock opera involving burritos. Now I'm hungry for something. Episode 11, the hour-long Christmas special with Will Forte. While a normal intro is pretty similar each time, this time we start with a cold open song to introduce the theme and Will. The themes this time around are specifically geared for Christmas, and they have a lot of surprises this episode. I know I said that last time, but this time they actually announce it, like new guests appearing at random times, such as Santa, presents playing into the plot, and I was falling asleep by the end of it, which, I mean, that's my own fault for trying to watch these right before bed. Let's just say that this show was meant for the half-an-hour time slot. Now for season 3. Usually they have some big guest stars, but there aren't any new names that I personally recognize. This time there are only 10 episodes. It seems we lose an episode every season for some reason. Episode 1, Desserts in the Wind, is the name of this rom-com play. Some new edits were made in the show to overlay some members, which shows off a higher production quality. Even after 3 seasons, some of the cast members will occasionally mess up, but it works for the sake of comedy. This was the first time where a cast member says, "New choice," which is something that the host would typically say, so it was a very comedic moment. They kept forgetting who was Greg and Timmy, which led to another funny situation.
Looks like we're having a scene up here. Greg, you are in the treehouse.
That's Greg.
Oh, wait. Where are you?
Timmy.
Timmy, you're in the treehouse. Okay.
He bumped his head on the way up.
Okay.
Timmy!
Timmy, you're sitting there at the treehouse, and Greg comes in. And what does that mean to you? What does that mean to you, Timmy?
It means that no matter what,
Okay, you're Greg, by the way.
that I'm Greg.
Man, you really hit your head hard.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, what does that mean to you, Greg?
Man, that treehouse motto means so much to me.
And what does that mean to either one of you?
Honestly, great opening episode for season 3. Episode 2, The Rose and the Buffoon. a fairy tale. The scene with the big and tiny man was pretty funny, and in general, there's been more in-person audience participation. Schoolhouse Rock also gets mentioned, which is pretty great. So far, I think season 3 is starting to become my favorite season. Episode 3. They changed the Folly Man's microphone. Don't know why they did that, because now it sounds worse. This time it was a play called Pride and Reptiles. Makes me want to say, see you later, alligators. Episode 4. A rom-com about dumpster diving. There was a scene in which the cast ignored Casey's instructions, so we had to like literally force them apart. Basically, this play, not pray. I should pray more. Okay. Basically, this play is Instagram propaganda. Episode 5, guest starring Don Lake. Okay. Now I recognize him. He's been in like a lot of stuff, but I probably know him from Ghosts. Great show, by the way. This is the epitome of content.
One is standing there in an outstretched arm, and now he's looking to the audience, and he's kind of frustrated. He wants to spit it out.
He's holding his hat.
He's holding his shoe. He's talking about his shoe.
Yeah.
Oh, he's holding it. It's in his hand, I think, imaginary shoe. And now they're still talking to each other. Oh, now he's going to throw the hat, I think.
Okay,
I think he's going to throw the hat. I'm not quite sure.
She's sort of some kind of child sailor.
Yes, which was very popular back in the vaudeville days.
It was.
Oh, yeah. A lot of boys, they would dress up in sailor suits and they'd march the streets.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, sold war bonds and things like that.
And they're singing the song right now, but we're kind of just talking about it right now.
Absolutely.
And they're about to end this song?
I think so, yes. The end of the song is coming up, yeah.
That's right.
They're going to really kind of make up here. Yeah. If he picks up his shoes, you know.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Episode 6, a masterpiece about pine cones. It was a pretty funny concept. More Studio C cast members show up in the audience, and a real accent reveal, which was just way too accurate. So I just made the realization that these episodes are basically one-shot anthologies, which means each play is its own story. Anyways, this story is a fairy tale about the third eclipse. Episode 8, a fantasy titled Flight of the Trucks. It's like a combination of Harry Potter and Cluster Truck. Episode 9, Beyond Chairs, a golden age musical. I now understand the term pencil pusher. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Trent, the Folly guy, finally gets a chance to be an actor in this show. Episode 10, the final episode, a sci-fi about golf balls and also mommy issues. Wait, that's an exit? So people have been wondering, is that the end of show-offs?
As far as we know, Luis Malaman stepped in the role of a producer of Studio C once Jared Shores left.
This wasn't the only observation I found with Season 8, however. This season has really predictable jokes with a lot of repeats, which got old pretty fast.
In episode 8, it was their celebratory 100th episode of Studio C, which centered around airplanes for some odd reason.
I don't get it, and neither do you.
Episode 10 was Christmas time once again, and the only reason I'm mentioning it is because it was actually good, unlike last season. This season's episode 14 is probably the worst episode only because almost every sketch is part of a series.
Which you all know how I feel about them continuing a series when they should just really stop. You know what they did stop, however? Episode 12.
It's missing in the catalog, and it's the Valentine's Day episode. Now, the skits are available in the sketches section on the website, which typically I've been watching it from the episodes tab.
But since the Valentine's episode wasn't there, the only experience I got with the episode were in the form of the individual sketches. And honestly, it was a good episode overall.
While these sketches are not available in the current episodes list in Season 8, I really don't think all of these sketches are in the Valentine's Day episode, since we've previously established that each episode is around 25 minutes long, and the total runtime of all these sketches is about 34 minutes.
While this Valentine's Day episode is genuinely funny, there were only a few key situations I found to mention.
There was a return of the interrogation sketch, Jason breaks about snake milk, and there's a lot of vomit in this sketch. Oh my gosh. That's so disgusting. Is it still going on? Are you kidding me?
Speaking of returning to haunt you, there are 11 series that made a return, and one reference to an MLM product. I'm pretty sure this is like the third reference to an MLM at this point.
The only returns I actually found funny were Bad Karma and Lobster Bisque. Wait a minute. Is that cannibalism?
Lobster bisque, cooking bisque and stuff. It's food.
You've got to be kidding me.
Surely it can't get any worse, so let's mention a few new additions to the show.
In episode 1, the opener was an offstage sketch, which hasn't been done before in the show, and made me realize that none of the sketches this season were on-stage skits, except for one, the 80s TV show parody.
And while I'm not sure why they almost completely axed the live section of the show, as well as the live audience, it made the show different, I guess, but not in a way that I personally prefer.
There are now bloopers before and on the credits,
which is an addition I actually really do like.
And it is a clever way to make people stay throughout the credits. Last of all, in The Dog Whisperer with Farley Archer.
I think she's gonna be just fine.
As a dog owner, I find this offensive.
With season 8 having 15 episodes and 67 sketches per episode, we have 7 hilarious sketches out of 93 total, and 36 funny out of 92 total. Bit of a nosedive, not gonna lie.
Welcome back to the commercial checkpoint. This time we have a cinematic, unlisted ad and a shopping ad. I found this unlisted ad in a playlist, otherwise you can't find this ad, which by the way, all of these ads are in a playlist that I made, which you can find on the channel along with the DC playlists.
No thanks.
I don't want to buy your videos.
Get lost.
Tell me, James, what are you so afraid of? How do you know my name?
The world is too small for a door-to-door salesman like James Perry to simply disappear. What happened before was not your fault.
Those people deserved more than I could give them.
That's why you must become more than you were before. But it will take much effort. You must become faster, like Living Scripture's instant streaming. Bigger, like their huge selection of over 500 titles. Be ever present, like how Living Scripture's streaming is present on your phone, tablet, laptop, or smart TV. You must become more than just a salesman. You must become a legend.
Master Perry.
Are you coming back for long, sir?
As long as it takes, George.
James?
Brenna.
You've been gone a long time.
I know.
Things have gotten a lot worse around here. Extreme violence, pornography, filthy language. You can't even turn on a movie or TV show without being exposed to it.
Oh.
See? We need you now more than ever.
I can't help this city unless I have better tools. This isn't your grandma's VHS collection anymore. This is all new tech. Over 500 titles instantly in the palm of your hand. Apple TV, Fire TV, Roku, iOS, and Android.
This changes everything. Unlimited streaming of faith-filled, family-friendly content. All your favorites with new movies added every week.
This movie trailer is about a door-to-door salesman starring James Perry. The cinematography and color grading are really nice, but some of the VFX are a bit, well, not nice. I kind of wish this was just a movie trailer, but no. Instead, it was an ad for yet another streaming service. This is all new tech. Bro, that's a Fire TV stick. That's nothing new. Also, a concept of a door-to-door salesman becoming a superhero actually sounds like a fun premise to a film. I mean, look at this. Hardcore parkour. And that's how the trailer was played up to be. But no, it's a streaming service called Living Scriptures, which is still around nowadays. I mean, according to their website, since that's still up. Up next is holiday shopping with Jane, as well as a lot of the cast, honestly.
Every family in December loved Christmas a lot, but the mom, who did all the shopping, did not. It could be, perhaps, that their budget was too tight. Or it could be that her husband watched Elf for the 12th time that night. Did you hear that? But I think that her most likely critique was refusing to believe the prices of Jane's online boutique.
These deals can't be real.
She said with a scoff.
Hundreds of items up to 65% off.
For other websites had burned her before. They may have been cheap, but their quality was poor. Then she went to her closet, feeling quite grumpy, to put on an old outfit.
Guess I should just embrace the frumpy.
Then she shrugged and said,
Look at me, I'm the bomb. With this sweater and jeans, I look just like my mom.
Then the mom took off for the Christmas party of her neighbor Cindy Lou, her fashionably dressed BFF, who was no more than 32.
Why?
Said the chic neighbor, staring at the mom starkly.
Why would you dress so matriarchally? You know I can't afford to look as cute as you, or Sharon, or Jacob, or Bonnie Foo-Foo. Let's face it, Cindy, I'm just out of luck. I got this comfy dress.
Cried the neighbor.
For just $20.
Jane makes it simple to get all you want and more.
Just 3 clicks and items are shipped to your door.
And it's not just clothes, it's toys, cosmetics, accessories.
And even engraved dog collars. Careful, he's got fleas.
And what happened then? Well, in this house, they say, the family's wallet grew 3 sizes that day.
I'm trendy!
Then the magic of Christmas fixed up her child's wish list.
Now he, can definitely afford this.
And a new truck?
Don't push your luck.
So yes, this fashion brand is still around, especially because the link still works in the description. Also, the whole, since it's a holiday ad, we have to rhyme everything is fine. It's just a very common trope that I've seen a lot over the years, especially in the Studio C space and also not the Studio C space. So I wasn't surprised by it.
That feeling of being able to step into a world or step into a character gives you just like a little glimpse, a little snatch of just anything, whether it's the period, the person. So having one foot in the sketch comedy world, I feel like nothing feels like off limits in terms of where you can go, what you can take influence from. The stories that I feel most attached to right now are honestly more family oriented, because I've got 3 little boys, seeing the things that they really are excited about, thinking about making things that they would be really excited about, telling stories that are related to father-son dynamics, things like that are all very interesting to me right now. And yeah, I guess I don't know what the next story is going to be, but I feel like it's going to partake of those elements.
Season 9 starts off with quite the twist, an hour-long live performance in New York City with SNL guest star Kenan Thompson.
It answers the question, hey, what if Studio C was SNL?
This contained a new intro with New York B-roll that was actually funny. This is the epitome of my thoughts on a daily basis.
On the other hand, you probably should go work out.
Wait, who are you?
Self-doubt. I mean, I try to be. Well, I will be here pretty much whenever you have downtime.
They had a band perform 2 different songs, which were not comedic, and this sketch was really funny when Steven got his line wrong.
You have not said anything this entire time. I am ill. Ill with worry? Because you are a traitor?
I'll go get my aluminium bat.
What about her? She seems the least British German of all of us. Greta is definitely German.
An interesting trend that I found in season 9 were that the name of the sketches were actually pretty clever, which really stood out to me. Typically, this isn't something I'd mention, but there was just something about it in particular that really made it stand out for me. The rest of the new elements had to do with some of these specific skits that stood out to me. There's a reference to The Office. Kramer looks like Beekman from Beekman's World, and George looks like Larry from Curb Your Enthusiasm. The intermission sketch is by far my least favorite new skit this season, mostly because you're waiting for the setup to be over, only to realize that this is the joke and was played up way too much. There's an escape room skit, but personally, Harley Quinn did it better. The Halloween and Christmas episodes both have new intros. This skit is literally the dirty plate scene from SpongeBob, but with a scissors package, and there was a lot of stabbing this season. These were the returning series that made it to this season, all of which I will put on screen, but not actually read, because then my audience retention will go down, as if to say all of you are just a bunch of list haters or something, I don't know. The only series that I'll mention by name are Lobster Biscuit, a return that was well welcomed because they know how to keep the character engaging and humorous no matter what situation he's in. The return of Prince Charming, which feels like a sketch we've already seen since they reused a sketch from a previous season, and even the prince doesn't know how many times he's done this, which was some great meta commentary.
Okay, 3rd time's the charm. 4th, 8th, 30-something times the charm.
Another tongue twister skit, which, wait a minute, why does Adam always get spit on in every tongue twister?
I thought he was gonna spit.
Last of all, in the Valentine's Day episode, please no, why is she back? Well, since now my spirit is broken, let's mention the actors breaking this season, which has been happening a lot more in the past few seasons. In an astonishing event, 4 of the members almost break on stage, and 2 of them definitely lost it.
Pour one out for my homie.
So we kill Ricky, then what? Then what?
Yup, just need to do the whole thing.
This has become such an occurrence that they use this feature of their acting to their advantage with the drill sergeant skit.
Sir, the last time we were in Nam didn't go so well, sir!
Do not care! Reprehensible answerable! I swear! I will have you all join the Vietnam Coast Guard! Just go to Nam! Go!
Yowza Yowza Bobowza! Looks like the stats are in. 26 hilarious out of 110 skits, and 73 funny sketches out of 110. Looks like we're going back up in the rankings. However, there were more sketches this season than last.
Welcome back to the commercial checkpoint. We only have one ad to show you this time, and it stars Matt, who talks about antivirus software. What's really weird is that this video was published in 2019, yet the title says Total AV, the Ultimate Antivirus 2024. And there are 0 comments Yet this video has over 3 million views. Something just doesn't feel right here. At least they're still around with their free download. They told me on their website 8 times on one page.
Did you know ID theft happens online every 2 seconds?
I can get it back. I can get it back.
You are not getting it back. It can happen to anyone, just like that, when you least expect it. And once you've been attacked, it's already too late.
Oh no! All of our photos are gone.
At that point, your device, data, or identity is probably ruined. As long as your device is connected to the internet, you are not safe. But you can be safe. It's only a matter of time before something like this happens to you. So let's take the right precautions. This is Total AV. It's a free security suite that protects you, your family, and their devices against online threats. Total AV is a simple all-in-one app that's been downloaded by over 10 million people. So when cyber criminals try harming your life, they won't stand a chance. The app is free, so download it today and you'll be protected. Close one.
Yeah, so if an antivirus software has an ad on their channel that has millions of views but no comments, well, that doesn't seem like the best idea to click the link in the description and download that program. Oh, actually, wait a minute. There's another ad starring Matt. Let's watch it.
Did you know ID theft happens online every 2 seconds?
I can get it back. I can get it back.
You are not getting it back. It can happen to anyone, just like that, when you least expect it. And once you've been attacked, it's already too late.
Oh no! All of our photos are gone.
At that point, your device, data, or identity is probably ruined. As long as your device is connected to the internet, you are not safe. But you can be safe. It's only a matter of time before something like this happens to you. So let's take the right precautions. This is Total AV. It's a security suite that protects you, your family, and their devices against online threats. Total AV is a simple all-in-one app that's been downloaded by over 10 million people. So when cyber criminals try harming your life, they won't stand a chance. Close one.
Now, it may seem like I just played the same video twice, but I assure you, I did not. While the last video was titled Total AV, the Ultimate Antivirus 2024, this one was titled Total AV, Award-Winning Antivirus Protection 2024. Plus, wow, Total AV, the Ultimate Antivirus 2024 was 1 minute and 11 seconds long. Total AV, Award-Winning Antivirus Protection 2024 was 1 minute and 17 seconds long. So they are totally, completely different videos. Oh, wait, hold on. I just found another ad.
Total AV is software that helps you.
Can it help me protect my identity?
Yes.
Can it help me protect my devices?
Yep.
Can it help me preserve my data?
Oh, yeah.
Can it help me get back with my wife?
I should go.
Wait a minute, this is exactly the same thing as the last ad.
I wanted that drive and to find something that I could do really well, to find what my purpose was, so that I could really focus on that and do great things with it. So I knew that I needed to find my purpose. And when I started doing that, I worried about it a lot. I worried mostly about wasting my time because I wanted to get started. I ended up equating every moment that I didn't use to fulfill my purpose as a moment that I was going to be unhappy and not helpful to people. Every minute I wasted was some puppy somewhere dying of whatever it was I was supposed to help him with. So Divine Comedy turned into, eventually, Studio C. The show grew to a point where they offered us full-time positions to work on the show. Now, this was crazy to me because I never thought I would ever get paid to be an actor, let alone a comedian, and I had this opportunity. But now I was in a dilemma. Do I stop pursuing my purpose, this important thing that was going to help the world, to go goof off for a while? But it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I decided, you know what, I'll just go do this for a little bit, and that's when my life changed. We started getting letters from fans, some of them saying, in my darkest days, the only thing that brightens my day is Studio C, or we're so glad that we found high-quality entertainment we can watch together as a family. It brings us together and makes us feel like a unit. It almost started to seem like my goofing off was the thing that had purpose. And that's where my whole perspective changed. I had more purpose and was actually more useful by doing something that was important to me instead of doing something that I assumed was important to the people that I wanted to help.
Looks like we really dipped, huh? This is what I love about charts, is that they make my brain happy because now I can fully visualize and understand the numbers that I've been writing for the past 4 months. What I find fascinating is the difference between season 6 and 7. Season 6 had 129 sketches, and season 7 had 138 sketches. Even though season 7 has more sketches, it plummets down both in number of hilarious skits and even just funny skits in general. That trend rides out in season 8 as well. But then season 9 shoots right back up to 3rd place, both in number of sketches and funny sketches. However, tied for 6th with season 3 in terms of how many hilarious skits there were. So far, it seems like season 2 is in 1st place, season 5 is in 2nd place, and season 6 is in 3rd place. I did this by asking Google, what is blank percent out of blank, to get my percentages. The first number being the funny sketches, and the second number being the total amount of sketches that season. So, basically, this proves quality over quantity, meaning my year of insanity is now justified. There are almost 100 exclusive sketches that never aired with the original episodes. I remember watching some of these on YouTube years ago with some of my friends, and I'd say honestly, most of them are worth a watch. Seasons 1 to 3 are just compilation videos, so if you've already seen all the sketches from those seasons, then there's no point in watching those unless you want to see the banter in between sketches from the cast. The customer survey sketches from season 9 are worth a watch, and season 8 only had one funny sketch, Batman v Dora, but it did have a very different series that was only found in season 8. Studio C Reacts. Normally, I would dislike a concept like this since it is pretty well known that it is a pretty lazy form of content on the internet. However, Studio C took this format and added actual value to the genre by injecting insider commentary to the sketches that they actually worked on, which had different cast members each time. And while some of the cast members gave credit where credit is due, Matt was the main person to really highlight the very talented people that helped on the show.
Concept was written by a student of mine in the sketch writing class.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
That I was teaching.
Johnny.
He
writes for our show.
He does now, yes. He was a great student, and so we're like, let's pay you to do things.
So if you want a more behind the scenes look at some of these specific sketches, then you're in luck. As for me, I'm just sad because there's no commentary on Couchville. While most of the sketches from season 7 were funny as well as season 5, it's hard to recommend the exclusive sketches from season 6 because there are 35 exclusive sketches for this season, which is the most amount of exclusivity we've seen yet. However, what have we learned so far? That's right, quality over quantity. 24 were funny out of 35 total. Not the best by far, but one season I'd recommend way more than this one was season 4. This season was definitely the best highlight of all of the exclusive content. Not only are all the sketches worth a watch, but it hosted a pepper challenge to celebrate 100,000 likes on their Facebook page, which showed a more candid side to the cast, but then it did an even better job than that with their documentary, How to Make Studio C, a step-by-step guide to making your own sketch comedy show. This had an intro to all of the cast members, each of them explaining how each other work, and focused on the season 4 opener by showing how they created the insane opener sketch. It shows how much work it takes to make one sketch, how many people it takes, that Jared is the one that oversees literally every step of the creative process, and how they got here.
The idea of doing a sketch comedy show started a long time ago. We all were in a sketch comedy group called Divine Comedy.
They were passionate about comedy even before Studio C, and this documentary shows that side of them in a very humble way.
This show really brightened my day, or I'm going through something really hard right now, and Studio C is a really bright spot in my day for like half an hour. And it's like, yeah, that has value for people.
Yeah.
And that just adds to our satisfaction and makes us continue to want to do it.
Right.
Create with me a work of art.
The original air date for the season 9 premiere was September 10th, 2018, and was the original cast's last season together on Studio C. They must have known that this was the case because literally 2 days later, the very first video on their brand new channel made that announcement.
Hi, I'm Matt.
And I'm Mallory. You may know us from Studio C.
You may also know us from high school, but probably not.
As you may have heard, the cast of Studio C has left the show and risked it all to start a new adventure, which we'll tell you about in 17 seconds.
Ooh, for the last 6 years, we have been making sketch comedy with 2 goals in mind. Make it safe for families, make it funny.
Except, it seems too soon, right? 2 days after the original premiere of season 9? Apparently, it wasn't soon enough because it was actually confirmed in August of 2018 that the original cast was leaving to pursue a different endeavor. JK Studios. Near the end of 2018 was a new beginning for the gang we've grown to love. This is where they truly became independent by creating their own thing, producing many different series, most of which would have not been possible if they stayed at Studio C. They became a variety comedy channel, which at the time when they first announced this is where I personally fell off. At the time, the concept didn't really appeal to me since I was conditioned to like their sketches for years on end. Now, I'm going to give their newer content a fair chance, since it's almost impossible to talk about Studio C without at the very least mentioning JK Studios. So, that took longer than expected. Also, I tried to film this segment once before. My air conditioner was running outside. I think that's what that is. I don't know, but it was a loud fan, and literally as soon as I stopped recording, then it stopped. So, thanks for that. Anyways, there were 8 notable series, a movie, and a surprise. Can you tell that the sun's in my eyes? I literally meant it as a joke, but looks like it's not a joke anymore. Manifestation is real. It was interesting to see how Studio C implemented sponsors into their sketches. Very inspirational and made me think on how I would do sponsors in the future. Because if I do them when I finally reach 5K, so please subscribe, it would be on products that I personally actually use in my life, that I could actually talk about from personal experience. And not just Raise Shadow Legends. Not all of their skits were in the playlist, but I tried my best to watch all of them. So this is season 9.5, or what should have been season 10 of Studio C, if they stay. There were 4 notable style of sketches that I found to touch on. They're normal sketches, which is what we've seen on Studio C for years already. Finish the Sketch, a challenge type skit where Matt would provide the initial footage while the rest of the cast members had to individually respond to it in a comedic way. Animations, which while there were only 2 of them, the first one was pretty bad when it came to the actual animation, even though it had some solid concepts and characters, and that second one was not only well animated, but the premise was really funny. Then last of all were the dry bar sketches, which not only brought back the live performance aspect of the team, but that these are some of my favorite JK Studio skits of all time. Besides that Ragnar sketch, only because that Starbucks cup made me die of laughter. Also, I learned that during one of these sketches, Adam Berg wrote a book. Wait, sorry, that's a typo. I learned that Adam Berg wrote 3 books. All in all, imagine if these JK sketches were season 10 of Studio C. That right there would have been glorious. However, since one of the reasons they jumped ship from Studio C in the first place was to try out some new and different comedy shows, not all of them were created equal. Ironic, considering they were all created by the same people. They had multiple unscripted series, such as Play Your Pain, which was a game show where they would play a board game provided by their sponsor of that series, and whoever won donated to a charity of their choosing, but whoever lost had to pay a consequence in the form of pain. Challenge videos were just as well unscripted, which while there was a crossover between the sketches and the challenges, there were normal challenges as well, like how how Mallory on the harmonic Made of Everything made me laugh. Stuck Inside, which was a sit-down vlog type show where the bachelors of the group try to do different things. Last of all was Do Your Worst, a podcast where each person reads an old writing of theirs to show how much they've progressed as comedians, as well as clown on themselves, like how Adam is just way too far away from his mic.
Alright, so let's have a little bit of Mic 101. Alright, so this is obviously way too far away.
And this is obviously way too close.
This is still too far away. And this is still too far away.
And this is still too close.
Adam was like right here, when he should have been right here. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Another series that I need to mention, although I wasn't super impressed with it, was their mockumentary series, Artists of the World. Now, you know me, I love to highlight the artists of the world, but since this was a comedic take on that premise, especially compared to their other series, I can understand why there was only 2 episodes. The first episode was about fishing, while the second was about rollerblading, and since most of the jokes relied on accents and stereotypes, I could have lived without it. Unlike Freelancers, which is their biggest series both in terms of scale, budget, and views.
Since JK Studios has 2 seasons of this show, it is now appropriate to mention that I myself have been a freelancer for about 5 years now. Man, time flies. This means that I am literally the perfect candidate for critiquing this show, to see if the series is at all accurate to the common freelancing experience.
Like how having multiple clients who have different projects is such a mood, and while the show is played up for dramatic and comedic effect, there was a few moments where it felt all too real.
I am in love with the 16 episode series. Season 1 was really funny and a very entertaining show. It highlighted the possible struggles of being a freelancer while also being a ridiculous take on the matter. And it had some of the scariest scenes I've ever seen.
Well, let's just make it through this scary hall of mirrors. Oh no, you didn't! Where are you? Where are you?
So subscribe to my weightlifting channel today, idiot!
Oh great, Andrew Tate is back from jail. While Season 1 got the help of a sponsor, but mostly had a low budget, Season 2 ended up being crowdfunded, starting with an announcement video.
You've been asking us when we're gonna make Season 2 of Freelancers.
And today we're excited to announce that we're making it now, with your help.
They ended up raising over $1 million for the show.
And now it's time to take a look at what an independent show would look like with an actual budget. Season 2 being double the length of the watch time per episode, but the same length in episode quantity,
starts with an obvious jump in production quality, not only being partnered with Angel Studios, but literally opening Season 2 with an ad for their fictional video production company, similar to Season 1, except immensely better.
Hi, I'm Zona Goodwin, producer at Video Production Company.
But then, they kept interrupting the show with little ads about Angel.com and how to support the show.
You can own an NFT from this very episode. Click the link in description and enjoy the show.
Our NFT sale is now open.
Hey, we're pumped.
And we are starting an NFT sale today.
Wow. Hey.
Oh, but why? Why are NFTs bad? Why are they so bad? Well, why don't we talk about that right now?
While I have personally watched a 2-hour-long video essay on why NFTs are bad, let me give you some general reasons as to why they're bad. I tried to erase stuff off this board and instead it's smudged, so that's great. 1. They waste electricity. 2. There are countless scams in the NFT and crypto space. 3. There are tons of privacy issues with cryptocurrency. 4. Quote, NFTs exist to get you to buy crypto, as stated by Folding Ideas. See, Illuminati, that's how you correctly quote somebody and not plagiarize someone. Since this NFT conversation happened because of an interruption in the show itself, all these interruptions, thankfully, didn't hook me whatsoever. I'm not a slave to capitalism. What did hook me was the comedy of the series, pulling jokes from everywhere they possibly can.
Which leads me to mentioning probably my favorite joke from the entire series.
Hey kid, want some coins?
Oh no, I gave that up a long time ago.
I know you want it. I can't see in your eyes.
Don't tempt me, tiny devil.
This razzle does dazzle.
Be strong, Ryan. You remember the steps. And the euphoria.
This show perfectly encapsulates the ups and downs of running a small-time business. How it can feel so overwhelming yet adventurous, and sometimes a little crazy. Because, you know, running across a chip cult is just an average Tuesday, spending time with your friends at a Renaissance fair on a Wednesday, and having a mental breakdown on a Thursday.
I hate that each gig is a new nightmare. I hate that we live paycheck to paycheck. I hate that we can't catch a break and that our clients don't respect us for what we do.
Thank you.
And then we are wasting our lives on stupid videos that benefit nothing and no one.
I really enjoyed both of the seasons of the show. Everyone involved did a fantastic job in their roles. Definitely worth a watch if you want an office-styled show about freelancing. As a freelancer myself, I found the show extremely funny and entertaining. Well done, guys!
I also loved that the person who was generally seen as the most idiotic of the bunch when it came to the character he played was the one to always speak out about the real struggles of the job.
This is so bad.
Don't worry, Zona. Things always go wrong for us. Then somehow, people keep paying us. Not enough. I don't have enough money for my heart medication, but I do have hope. Except when I'm afraid, which is always. So I never have hope. Why would I? Things are bad. It is a hopeless netherscape out there. And we, but wary travelers. And here's the thing. It's okay. Because we all die one day.
Was that a pep talk?
You have a heart condition?
I wouldn't know. I haven't been to a doctor in years.
For a comedic take on the office-style sitcom drama, it was a roller coaster of emotions.
Especially since I wasn't the only one who almost cried at the end of Matt's creepy doll arc. If you know, you know. Jokes were flying in from every which way, and the juxtaposition in the show was unbelievably funny.
Or too quickly. There may be dust in that roll.
Who do we call? Office safety is so important.
While it is a funny show, as a freelancer myself, it really made me think about how my own life and career has impacted the people around me, both client-wise and personally. While sometimes it could feel isolating or mundane, or that some days I'm just completely drained and I don't want to work, I wouldn't change it for the most part. I'm very thankful for the position that I'm in. But as a human, I'm always looking for brand new opportunities, always looking forward to the next step of my career. And hopefully, maybe one day I can make this, my own creativity, my career. Yes, in one way, I technically already did that. But there's always that one part of me that craves something more, especially for new opportunities. To make content that is not only positive, but that highlights the good things that people are doing in the world. Hopefully, more than once a year. This part isn't scripted, but just thank you to all the patrons, quite honestly. I know this has taken like 6 months to make, but that's because I wanted to make something that I really, really, truly cared about quite a lot, and this is something that I've been thinking about for a long time, and I've wanted to make a video about. So it's kind of nice to stop all the other projects and just focus on this, and I want to do that more often. So again, thank you to all the patrons that make this possible. If you're wondering where I've been for the past 6 months, I've been on Patreon. I've been uploading exclusive content only for the patrons. So if you want to see me sooner than 6 more months, because it's probably going to take that long for part 2, enjoy the Patreon. If not, just thank you for watching, because it's now time for some cringe.
Regarding loving life, you know, something that I personally struggle with, I didn't have very high hopes for this. I felt like it was going to be a longer version of the healthy vlogs they did back on Studio C. Literally, whenever Jason appears, that's the funniest part of the video. And I'm not going to lie, I lost interest at episode 7 of season 1. It felt like the show was written around their sponsor in both seasons, instead of just making an entertaining show. And I'm saying this because they already tried this in Studio C, and it didn't work, since it is definitely not one of their most popular series. At least with freelancers, they actually tried something different. This just feels like territory they've already joked about. The crunchy white women of society.
Honestly, I just found it more annoying than entertaining.
With season 2, that country rap song caught me off guard, which was pretty funny when the rap first came in out of nowhere.
Oh, it's a Chad on the mind. Horses, tractors, corn, and such. These are the things I love so much.
They literally have an episode dedicated to roasts about them and their personalities, which that was funny. Overall though, this isn't a series I'd recommend unless you're into reality vlog type shows about rich snobs. A more exciting project the crew has worked on, however, is a movie that was in theaters starting July 2023. Go West.
What is this?
We are on the Oregon Trail. It's not exactly known for its high survival rate.
Oh there, traveling boy.
Well, howdy do, gladiators.
Man, I'm just so excited for their first ever movie. Wait, they've made 2 other movies? How did I not know about this?
Stop and Go is a 2021 awkward dramedy film on Hulu starring Mallory and Whitney about a road trip during COVID to save her grandma from a COVID-infected nursing home. I don't know why that's so hard to say. Which drives the plot forward. With 5 different studios backing this movie, including BuzzFeed somehow, the beginning of the movie shows the juxtaposition, what life was like before and during COVID, and what it would be like if Mallory and Whitney were roommates. Something I was not expecting was that it was really interesting to see these specific cast members swear. And the only reason why I'm mentioning this is because Studio C and JK Studios are known for their clean comedy. So to see this juxtaposition is just kind of funny in and of itself. It doesn't really bother me per se, and it's probably because of the other writers that were credited with helping with this movie. Wait, never mind, they're listed as the writers of this movie. Basically, it's a more adult take on a comedy when it relates to their previous work. It's either not rated or rated PG in Canada, which is basically the same thing. Now, since this is a quarantine movie, there's a clear juxtaposition between the sister on the phone and where Mallory and Whitney are staying, where the scenes are color graded differently to signify the people quarantining versus the people who think it's a conspiracy. And a perfect encapsulation of the weirdest conversations that happen when you're stuck with certain people for so long. Overall, it was a really funny movie. And although it got way more adult than I was expecting, I actually didn't mind that at all.
All right, we're gonna do a little vlog section for this one because while looking up Stop and Go, this movie, I realized that there were a lot of negative reviews, but not because of the actual writing of the film. It's because these people were expecting a Studio C centered kind of comedy, but what they got was more of an adult film. And all of the reviews definitely reflect this, or at least most of them do. And I think people were expecting a Studio C movie when they're already making a Studio C movie. In fact, technically there's already a documentary, but there's Go West, which is the JK Studios centered movie. Stop and Go is totally different from that realm, and to see people actually be upset about that, I think that was really interesting because they were expecting a family film. Stop and Go is not a family film, and these people were expecting that, but they were very disappointed because of that, because it's not clean comedy. Personally, I don't really care because I'm a fan of just general comedy, and I kind of like that Stop and Go was a different take on the Studio C comedy sphere, and I think that was really interesting to watch. But not everybody agrees with me on that, and that's totally fine. That was just an observation that I made that I thought was worth pointing out.
Who Goes There is the other movie associated with one of the cast members, a horror short on YouTube starring Mallory. Although the initial release date was 2022, it appeared on the writer and director's channel on April 10th, 2023. There's lots of blood, so you know it's gonna be a really dark movie. No, literally, you can barely see a thing.
It's really interesting to see some of these cast members in different roles and genres. I would have never expected Mallory, of all people, to be in a horror movie, but here we are. But it was interesting.
There wasn't a lot of dialogue, mostly ambient sound effects and music, and I'm not a fan of horror movies personally. Also, when the daughter walks in, why wouldn't she just oh, I don't know, turn on the light.
Overall, it's not for me. I thought it was okay, but honestly, not the best thing I've seen out of all the content we've already looked at.
Initially, so when we started working on, the movie's called Villains Inc., and it stars Colin Mockery, Mallory Everton, and Jason Gray. And ultimately, it all kind of started in 2018, I think. Yeah, early 2018. I directed a commercial for Purple Mattress, but it was for their seat cushion. And Colin Mockery was the talent in it. And we got to know him and kind of, tossed around some ideas of, we'd love to work with you on another thing, hopefully sooner than later. And so we kind of brainstormed and came up with the concept for Villains Inc. With my co-writers and my co-writers, Jason Gray, who's one of the cast members, he plays Kane, and then Matt Moen, who is also the producer. We shot a proof of concept film in the summer of 2018, which is drastically different. But we shot that, showed it to some people, and showed it to somebody who would eventually become our investor. And then over the course of 2019, we wrote the script, and we went into production in February of 2020, and then there was a worldwide pandemic, and we had to resume production in February 2022.
And now for the surprise I originally intended before I tripped down the rabbit hole.
We've got a big announcement. We're gonna be on NBC Tuesday nights in July on a show called Bring the Funny.
I couldn't find the full episode, but found 3 videos where JK Studios was on the show. I mean, it is on Peacock, but who uses Peacock? There was a minute-long interview that was pretty funny, mostly because it was a sketch in and of itself. Following that was an open mic performance, which was a different version of their Happy Fun Friends sketch, using costumes and juxtaposition to create a humorous atmosphere, and made this version also funny. Then there was the Comedy Clash performance, a different version of their Viking sketch that turned out very humorous. Last of all, when it comes to other projects not found on JK Studios or Studio C, Matt and Stacy did an interview with Conan where they talked about the caveat of clean comedy, their most viral sketch, how it was digitally altered in the wide shots but real on the close-ups, while the rest of the cast was sitting in the audience. There was also an interview with Build Series where Kenan Thompson and Tori Pence talked about Studio C and SNL, as well as their origins, inspirations, processes, and limitations with running a comedy show on TV. All while alluding to Studio C never stopping.
It is weird. I think, again, we're going on 9th season, and we want it to keep going. And that's the goal, is to bring in new people to keep it going, kind of like SNL, just like, let's switch people through so that we have fresh blood, fresh ideas. It keeps going on and on and on forever.
Now, normally, this would have been where the video ends. This would have been the reality where Studio C finishes and JK Studios lives on. But that's not our reality. There is no conclusion, because we've only just started this rabbit hole. I have a deep love for the original cast, so I wanted to pay homage to them in a separate part before we go into the gritty, less savory parts about the group. How it fell from grace, what this show is associated with, and the backlash that the newer cast had to deal with when the older cast left. So join me in part 2, where I go insane trying to find out the answer to what the C stands for and what it actually stands for. Hello everybody, and welcome to the commentary of part 1 of the Studio C documentary. I'm Master Eth. Before we get started, I just want to thank some of our patrons: Aunt Jemima, Crunk115, Xavier Quinn, Dalibor, Aria Mayer, Max Kunst, Jeremiah Burrows, Sawyer Smith, Logan James, David French, and thank you to the rest of the patrons that have supported me and are currently supporting me. Thank you so much.
So I freaking love Studio C with all my heart. I grew up watching them. Me and my family love them so much. I honestly think it's one of the best comedy shows, especially like in the earlier seasons, that just do a lot of things really well, I think. This intro is a combination of a bunch of different intros that the cast did, and I added different music so that way it fits better. I couldn't find like a good high quality recording of some of them, which is kind of a bummer. So that kind of made me a little bit sad, but I think it looks good overall. I also added the newer cast in this intro because originally I was going to make this one big long video, but then I realized, oh, that would take a year. And I did a poll, which I also mentioned in the video. I did a poll to see if people wanted one big long video or in 2 parts, but I decided to do it in 2 parts, and I also explained that in this documentary as well. But I eventually just went with 2 parts because I figured, you know, it would be better to analyze the show in different parts because in a way both casts almost feel like their own shows. Like I know it's both Studio C, but the new cast and the old cast have different forms of like comedy, and so in a perfect world Studio C would have ended at season 9, and I wish they did, but according to some research that I've been doing on part 2, apparently season 17 and 18 got greenlit by multiple sources, so I'll mention that in part 2 for sure. But yeah, so that's great. So me recording in my office, which that's gonna be part of it, and then part of it is on my couch. I wanted to record in my kitchen, but I'm like, I'll probably save that for part 2 because the thing with this video is I really wanted to do something different with recording and record in more spaces instead of just sitting down and recording for an hour, because I wanted to do something different with this video in the sense of like, I really wanted it to feel higher production value. Yeah, that joke, that paper joke, that was pure improv, by the way. I did not write that down. I'm like, oh, let's just do this dumb thing. That Facebook song is also good. All these are like classics. The Oregon Trail and the other one before that was really good. So that intro that was just shown of the newer cast, that's going to be like the intro to part 2, some of it, and then I'm also going to edit it with different music and stuff, and it's going to be great. I finally learned how to do 3D, basic 3D in Premiere, so I'm trying to do that a lot more because I think it looks a little bit better, at least a little more technical on that aspect. Also, I haven't really printed out a spreadsheet since this because I realized the words are so small that if I printed out a full 10 seasons, it wouldn't look any better. So I have yet to print it out yet. I'll probably print it out once I finish looking at the current seasons. That's probably what's going to happen, I would imagine. But I don't know. So there we go. That was the introduction. So this is season 1. I didn't think I would actually talk for that long. Dear goodness, I had notes and everything. I like that edit right there that I did. That took a while because there was like 7 things running at once. Okay, this is the first montage. And I wanted to do montages in this documentary because I think it's really cool when people do like non-verbal montages that like further the story. And also, okay, here's the thing. In my office, I'm looking at it right now. There's a hook in my office that's in my ceiling. I did not put it there. It's been there since I moved in here. And so this is like one of my favorite scenes from part 1. Purely because nobody else has done this on YouTube. Like, I bet you 100% nobody's done this exact thing on YouTube. So I was like, okay, I have a unique thing that I can do, and I should utilize this more often in part 2, I think. Because I only used it once. I just didn't want to overuse it, but I'll probably use this in part 2 to, like, explain something with the whiteboard. Because honestly, the hook in the ceiling, I don't know why it's there. I don't know who put it there. It wasn't me. But it's there. And I'm like, okay. So it's just with this documentary and future documentaries in the future, because I want to move more towards long form documentaries like this. I really want to do different stuff by like recording in different situations. And I feel like that would just be better overall, make it higher quality, you know, because I really was striving to make this as best as it could be. To the point where, yes, I have an entire spreadsheet of all of the seasons, all the joke trends. I have a huge spreadsheet, which I will go over by the end of all of this, because it's a lot of information. It's super dense. I put way too much work into it, and I'm just really glad that this part 1, got way more views than I thought it would, and that made me super happy and made me realize, oh, if I actually take my time with projects, people will care a lot more, because I'm not constantly in their faces every day with micro content and whatnot, you know? So that's kind of my strategy, is kind of doing the opposite of like less is more. Like, instead of doing reels and shorts and whatever, I'll just focus on like the big thing and let the big thing speak for itself, and like barely market it in the sense of like micro content. Oh wow, we're already on season 2. Wow, I have notes from season 1. Gosh, we're like flying by here. Okay, since we're on season 2, I got my notes. I don't have a lot, but for season 1, so originally in season 1, this documentary was going to be a collaborative effort between my brother Eli and I, since my first documentary had him in it as well. We even watched like a few episodes together, but essentially we had different viewpoints on the show, and I figured that it would be faster if I just did this project all by myself, because instead of having like to schedule calls with him every single week. That's the only note I had for season 1, but we're on season 2 currently. Season 2 is good. I think it's one of the better seasons overall, but I think season 6 is where it's been. I had it written on the board, but then I erased it because I needed the whiteboard for part 2. So I'm kind of blanking on which one. It's in the documentary, and I did a poll, and most of the people got the answer right. So I'd feel really stupid if I just said, oh, season 6 is the best one. Actually, it's like season 5. But I'm pretty sure it's 6, 5, and then 2 in order of like best seasons. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure, if my memory serves correct, it is that. Yeah, so season 2 is where the brand new intro hops in, the classic song that everybody loves from Studio C. I love the old song. I'm a fan of the old song. I think it's just better overall. Also, all those figurines in the back, like, that's all in my closet. I wanted to do it like that because I think it looks more professional when I have to do video calls for work. I can just shut the closet, and then it looks a little bit more professional. Plus, I like how high it is up there, because I don't have a whole lot of space in this office, even though it's huge. I don't have a lot of, like, cabinet space, you know? So I just kind of utilize that. I have a bunch of different knickknacks that I've collected over the years. In my old office, it was just, like, a dresser in the back, even though my office was super small. And now, because I have a big office, I can do documentaries like this, where I record all over my room, and it feels bigger because, well, it is a bigger office, you know? Yeah, so in season 2, it made me realize how many jokes they made that, like, I had a comment that related to this that I want to bring up, that actually related to this thing, because, like, I say, oh, it doesn't age well and stuff like that, and I'm, like, half joking, but I'm also showing the clips in context of, like, hey, these jokes were made. You can kind of decide for yourself if it's a good joke or not, or if it didn't age well or not. Like, because I don't want to be the one to be like, oh, this joke is terrible, it didn't age well. Like, I said that, sure, but I also wanted to show the clips by themselves so people can understand, like, the actual context, you know? So I actually had a comment about this. It said, as a fan of Studio C, I'm really impressed with what you've done here. I hope your hard work in making this video gets more recognized. Thank you for that. I would say my only issue is the intentionally scoping out problematic things in a show as harmless and as positive as Studio C. As a POC lady who started watching the show as an adult, I never found any blatant misogyny or racism or any other problems or issues mentioned in the video in their sketches. In fact, the examples from sketches of those things you gave are done in pure satire. See, and that's why I wanted to show the clips by themselves, because I want people to see. It's kind of like a case-by-case basis kind of thing, you know? So I wanted to show the clips and let people decide, oh, does this go too far, does it not? Because, to be honest, Studio C doesn't really go too far with jokes. For me, personally, not everybody feels that way, but I feel like I brought it up because I wanted to talk about the different stuff that they did per season. So that's mostly why I mentioned it. This comment continues saying, acknowledging the fact that these things exist, like men who expect women to make them sandwiches, and not a promotion of these things. That is very true. I agree with that. It's literally making fun of them or being as edgy as a show like Studio C can be. That's fair. The only thing about the show that offended me, but again, not really, since it's just the case of how they all ended up working together in college in predominantly white Utah and not a casting choice, was the lack of POC, especially females, in the original cast. Having a more diverse cast later on didn't improve it, so that ultimately didn't matter. That's fair. There were a lot of white people in the earlier seasons. That's fair. I totally understand that. And I do appreciate that the newer cast is more diverse. Comment continues, I think watching a show with the goal of finding things that potentially could offend you or something else that didn't age well is a bad way to go about things and evaluate art. I think I disagree with this sentence because the comedy is very of its time, and I think it's important to acknowledge when something is of its time. Doesn't mean it's good or bad, it just means that these jokes were made like a decade ago, and I feel like if you were to watch it now, if these skits were made now, I feel like they would get a lot more attention negatively than they did like a decade ago. That's mostly why I'm bringing it up. Looking at it through a lens of challenging my nostalgia, you know? Is this joke good or bad? Honestly, with most Studio C jokes, I think they're fine. I don't think they go too far. I just think it's funny watching these sketches and forgetting like all the stuff they did, and that's mostly why I'm bringing it up. Comment continues, it's good for what it is, but still mid-sketch show for families like Studio C has things that could offend someone. Watching it from that perspective, you would probably never get through all 5 seasons of a higher quality but shorter lasting sketch comedy show for young adults and beyond, like In Living Color. Now, I don't know what Living Color is. I think it's another show by the same company, I think. I don't know. But I appreciate this comment. It's a lot. And then I responded to said comment. I said, I love Studio C so much, so I'm not coming at the show from a place of malice. Truth is, people made different kinds of jokes a decade ago. I did say that Studio C is not a place of malice, but I do think it's important to look at the show objectively and talk about the things that they literally did in the show. The show isn't racist or misogynistic, but it definitely uses those tropes on occasion to prove a point, if that makes sense. Plus, I do think nostalgia is a factor of the show, and that's how I feel about the situation. Alright, so now we're talking about Season 3. Now, I wanted to make this commentary more so because of Season 3, because there are 3 missing sketches in this season that I wanted to film with 2 of my friends, so it'd be like 3 people and 3 sketches. So, these never got filmed because I had my friends over for my birthday, we hung out, we stayed up all night, and nothing got filmed. We were just hanging out and talking, and I really loved it. So that plan failed, but that's kind of okay. I'm fine with it, honestly. I had a fun time. So these were the sketch ideas I had for this video that never got filmed. So the first appearance of the couch, I wanted to do a skit with Max and Zach, as I wrote in my notes. I wanted to hold up a spreadsheet and said, Season 3 had a good mix of jokes with a lot of awkwardness, juxtaposition, and prop humor, and definitely didn't lean too heavy on one form of humor. And then I wanted it to zoom out to 3 guys on a couch, like surprised and screaming because they teleported into frame. I thought that would be kind of funny as a nod to like the awkwardness juxtaposition that I'm talking about. In another scene, I would say, yeah, since I am a man, I'm allowed to make fun of man. And then it would cut to Max and Zach still on the couch, like staring at me angrily as if I offended them. And I'm like, oh, hey guys, I didn't realize you were still here. And then they would start fighting me and I would go, ah! I thought that would be funny. And then, because I also talked about the rule of 3 in this season, I'm pretty sure. I did mention it in this video, but I wanted there to be a 3rd scene where, and I wrote in my notes, a 3rd scene to make a joke about the rule of 3 trope, which also didn't get filmed. So this would be me laying on the couch, the door kicks down, and then Zach or Max would say, hey, he's doing the rule of 3, get him! And they would try to like capture me. But for multiple reasons, this didn't work out because 1, I have a dog, and if anybody kicked the door down, my dog would freak out and ruin the scene. So that scene was kind of impossible to film. Plus, it wasn't just me, Max, and Zach. Everybody had their significant other over as well. So we were all hanging out, and I didn't really want to exclude anybody from hanging out just to film some dumb scenes for my dumb video, you know? So that was really the thing about Season 3 that I really wanted to try, but I didn't end up doing for obvious reasons, and that's okay. You know, sometimes plans fail, but, you know, I wanted to mention it in this section, in this commentary, because I think it's really interesting to look at the behind the scenes of stuff especially with this documentary. So much has happened in my life since I started this documentary that I have just forgotten about. I got sick one time, you know, stuff like that. Yeah, it's a lot. Oh, this is a really cool scene. I nested a bunch of clips together and did the basic 3D, and I'm like, ooh, I like this. This is cool. I think that was a really cool scene. This comment is from a friend of mine, Time Puppeteer, great YouTuber. He's been around for a while, commenting on like every single one of my uploads, which thank you for that, by the way. Time Puppeteer says, I've never ever heard of this show. It looks like they covered a lot of different styles of content to cater to different people, because it seems like when they did a certain style, it just made you feel icky. Fantastic video, really enjoying this work. Didn't expect a comeback video like this. Oh yeah, this took me like 6 months to make, and then I said this is only part 1, and thanks. Yeah, so season 3 was the introduction, I think, to like the super short sketches, which I wasn't a fan of. Marcus Picks Up Chicks was okay. It's not great. The thing with, and I'm gonna add this in part 2 because I was listening to a podcast, Smartless, great podcast. Highly recommend it if you want to listen to celebrity interviews with like some jokes flying everywhere. It's great. But I was listening to Smartless, and Will Arnett was talking about like comedy shows, and I really like that clip so much I'm probably gonna just add it in part 2. And I don't do the quote justice, so I'm gonna wait for that to come out, but it's a really good quote that really shows like Studio C in a nutshell, and I think it does it really well. So either I'll do it for like the conclusion or like after season 16 or something, or yeah, season 16, I don't know, I'll figure it out. All right, another comment. Thank you for this. Studio C has lived in my head for a great number of years. Such a mood. I look forward to seeing more of your genuinely informative, in-depth documentaries. Thank you. I'm gonna make more, and they're gonna be great. All right, now we're on freaking season 4. I don't have any notes for season 4, so I'm just gonna read a bunch of comments because I can, honestly. I don't have a lot of insights. It's just me recording on the couch talking about stuff. All right, I'm gonna read another comment. This is awesome. Totally agree on most of your points here. I can't imagine how much time this took. 6 months. Looking forward to part 2. Thanks. Took about 6 months, and I imagine part 2 will take about as long to produce. Taking a little break this week to spend it with family, but I should be ready to work on part 2 next week. Yeah, I took a well-deserved break after part 1 because I've been working on this for 6 months. All right, welcome to season 5. I don't really have any notes. There's a Jewel cameo, my dog, and that wasn't planned. That just kind of happened out of nowhere. So that's fun. Love that for me. I originally wanted Jewel to be like the outro of the documentary, but I went with like the somber music with the long credits because I like that. Because I wanted to thank all of my patrons, past and present, because this took so long to make as well. So that's what I did. Gonna read some more freaking comments because I can. And shout out to everybody leaving a comment. Some people left some pretty long comments, so especially shout out to you. Yeah, and most of them are positive. Honestly, I really like this a lot. So here's a comment. My dude, I'm a huge video essay fan. Same, that's why I made it, says me. This has been a delight. I'm preparing my soul for the very, very, very sad story to come. Yeah. And I said, same and thanks. Also, I'm not even ready for what's to come. That's what I said. Another comment. Oh, the nostalgia. I'm scared to watch past season 9 though. And then I said, I get to torture myself with that soon. And I've already started research. Actually, I've already finished season 10. Like, that section is done. I just, like, finished editing that section, and that's already on Patreon. So you already know that. But, yeah. So season 10 is about 16 minutes long, the section for part 2. So I'm thinking that part 2 might be longer than part 1. And that's not on purpose. I just had a lot to say about season 10. And I also did some montages here and there to make it more stylized. And I'm talking about season 10 when we're in season 5. So, whoops. Yeah, season 5. But I don't care. This is my freaking commentary. I can do whatever I want. Oh gosh, Susan Weber. Honestly, Susan Weber is like the worst character of Studio C. And something I've noticed from season 10 in relating to this is that So far in season 10, there's no like trademark characters, and I get that it's like their first season together technically in season 10 with a newer cast, so like I get it, but there's really no like trademark characters. There's not a lot of voice acting, and I think season 5 is way better than season 10. Oh, the Breaking Bad sketch, that was season 5. Oh, season 5 and 6 are so freaking good. If I were to recommend any season, it would be season 5 and 6 of Studio C. Specifically, because I think it's like the peak of the show, and I think it definitely shows in like the kind of skits they were making. I love it. And it's also the Scott Sterling season, and that was like their most popular sketch, and it still is their most popular sketch, even though there's like 16 seasons of Studio C. Alright, so season 6. So if you notice, Disaster Wreath appears in season 6 and then appears later to torture me with more of Susan Weber. And I that's like one of my favorite parts from this documentary as well. I like doing the cinematic stuff when I can. I just think it keeps the video interesting and fun, and you don't know what to expect. I was sick for part of it. Jewel wasn't even supposed to be in the shot on the bed, but there she is, being the star of the show. So it basically just meant she had an early cameo for that specific scene, because my original plan was to just have her at the end, like I said earlier, but you know, that didn't happen. Also, when I was in the yellow chair in front of the room talking about Studio C, the TV was just a green screen, and Jewel was just walking around in the front room the entire time, so if you heard a little jingling noise, that's why. So ever since then, I've tried to like not record with her. Yeah, this scene. I've tried not to record with her in the room, because she keeps jingling and then it like kind of ruins my audio, and I'm a real stickler about how my audio sounds. Literally for season 10, the season 10 section of part 2, I was like overthinking the audio quality because I've tried mixing and mastering it so many times. I got so fed up I had to take a break for a day because I'm like, this is annoying me, but I think I'm finally happy with how the audio sounds in season 10, so that's good. I remastered it, remixed it, whatever, however you want to say. I fixed it, so if you watch season 10, the season 10 video, and it sounds a little off, don't worry, I fixed it, and it'll be fixed in the final version. Alright, season 7 is where it gets weird. I'm not gonna lie, like season 7, out of all of the seasons, I feel like it's one of the worst of the older cast. All of the surreal humor just like doesn't really work. It's just kind of shock value, and obviously I wrote those all as jokes, but again, it comes with the point of like, yeah, I wrote these down to make a joke about the jokes themselves, because otherwise I'm just gonna like cry and freak out that, you know, there's dismemberment, literally, and blood. There's so much blood, like that's not even a joke. There's an entire sketch about blood. I literally said that in the video too. Like, why is there so much? I like season 7 was, I don't know what they were on, but they were on something, because the season 7 is the most insane season of Studio C I think I've ever seen in my entire life. And I feel like I fell off at season 6 or something, because I don't remember like any of these sketches. I don't know why, but yeah, so season 7 is just the insane season. I don't know why, it just is. Alright, we're on season 8 now. This is back to Detective Eth. I haven't done Detective Eth in a while, and I wanted to bring him back because there's a mystery with season 8. There's one of the episodes missing, so I made it this whole cinematic thing, and in part 2 it gets even better. So if you love Detective Eth, you're gonna love part 2. You're gonna love season 10, because half of that is just Detective Eth just trying to solve a mystery, and I really want to do that more often because it's so much fun to play a detective character. I love it. I love the music that I added for Detective Eth. There's like a very specific, you know, it's like, it makes me so happy beyond words. Like, I feel like it's one of my best accomplishments is a detective character that just fits so well. The masking is perfect. I found the best scenery. It looks realistic. I'm so happy with it. I just love Detective Eth. It's like my favorite character I've ever played, and I always want to do him way more often because it's just a lot more fun. I love to pull out the saucy jazz music for Detective Eth because I just think it's so fun. I also love the costume. That's actually some behind the scenes. So for Halloween I was Sherlock one time, and that was my costume. And so from then on I'm like, okay, this is just a detective costume. It's literally a Sherlock outfit from the BBC show that I made. And by made, I mean I stole my mom's trench coat that she like never used, so she doesn't care, she's fine. So it's that, and then like a scarf, but the scarf isn't really a scarf because it has like a pocket on it. I don't even know what it is, but it works way too well. And also there's Ticino on my desk, and the reason why it's there is because one, I want it to be a future sponsor of my videos because I have ordered that product for years. I'm in love with it. It's so good. It's like coffee without the caffeine. Not sponsored, but will be soon once I get 5,000 subscribers. So please subscribe because I love this product so much. It's coffee without the caffeine. And decaf coffee has caffeine. Yeah. So I don't mean this to be a shell for that, but it's great. And I'm working so hard for it to be a sponsor soon because I just love the product and I want other people to know about it and save money on it, you know? Anyways, I don't know if I'll cut that out or not, but oh yeah, there's vomit. This was, out of everything that Studio C has done, this is the one thing I chose to censor myself. YouTube didn't make me, I did it because it's the grossest thing Studio C has ever done, and I didn't want to show it because I didn't want to even see it. I was actually quite disgusted. I'm not gonna lie, it was bad. But of course, that sketch was one of the missing sketches, so that's probably why they nuked that episode, to be honest. I don't know. But yeah. Also, Lobster Bisque Guy is back, and he's like the best character of the entire show. Don't at me. Yeah, I said it. I said it right. Anyways. Alright, this is season 9. The last good season of Studio C. Mostly because they have a live section with an SNL guest, and I wish they had more SNL guests, but this was their first one. It was a good send-off to the end of the show, and by end of the show I mean with the old cast, because let's be real, the show should have ended after season 9, and after watching season 10, I'm starting to lean more like, oh yeah, they should have ended the show at season 9. They just should have. And we live in a world with 16 seasons of Studio C, soon to be 17 and 18 seasons of Studio C, which I don't know if I'm going to cover those. I might want to go insane after part 2. Who knows? I don't know. But yeah, the sketches of the SNL section were actually really good. I enjoyed them. They were pretty funny. Let's read some comments. One person said, I thought we both died. What a lovely half year. Not for me. I wasn't that lovely. It was okay. And I said, I know, right? Hope you're doing okay. And then my friend said, I've been writing an update comeback video for a few months. It sounds way more expensive than it is. It's like 200 words. Haha. I just haven't found motivation to write it and step back on the platform. Just been through a lot right now, and YouTube has felt like a stress I can't add to my life right now. Valid! That's partially why I wanted to do like a big project instead of like these little projects over time, because I can take my time with big projects, you know? Alright, another comment. Studio C is just Canadian SNL, but somehow not Canadian. Honestly, that's, and I said this is the most accurate description I've ever heard. So freaking true. And then my brother commented, he said, greatest, no, most memorable, yes. Also, I miss Family Video, because I mentioned that in the intro. Also, I helped with this kind of, which I also mentioned in here, and I mentioned in the credits. And then he also said, OMG, I'm smart, screws up. Because, okay, so there's a reason why that looked bad in like season 2 or 3, when I did the, oh my gosh, I'm smart. So that ended up like that because of the fact that there's been multiple times where I've lost parts of the video, but thank God I backed it up to a hard drive, and thank God I save every 2 seconds. I lost that section, and then I realized, oh, I exported it earlier, and so like I went through the footage and I found it, but then I couldn't edit it because it was already part of the clip. So I also think it's ironic. So the joke kind of works better when it's like doesn't look the best, so it kind of worked in my favor, even though there's nothing I could do about it, to be honest. So somebody said, another banger, baby girl. I said, oh, thanks. It's almost about to surpass my last documentary, which is insane. It has surpassed my last documentary within like a week, and I'm like, what the frick? That's crazy. Oh yeah, Disaster ETH is back torturing me with Susan Weber. 3 seasons later. I set up a joke 3 seasons ago. I'm so proud. Like, it makes me so happy. Somebody said, another comment said, what's Studio C though? And I said, a comedy show. There's not a space between in and drill. How did I not notice that till just now? The video's been up for like a month. How did I not see that? What? Are you joking? Well, that's there forever. Cool. All right. Oh, this is like one of my this joke is really funny. I love this joke. I love this. I don't even have any audio on in my headphones while watching this, but that juice box scene. That's one of like, oh, it's so funny. Somebody said another, and then the last comment says, "Love you, babe." Mwah. I said, "Love you too." Ooh. So that's all the comments, and that's season 9 for you. All right, so this is the section of the video in between the seasons and JK Studios where I talk about the graphs that I made using the data points, and this has made me realize that I love graphs so much, and I'm going to utilize graphs way more because they're more fun to look at than just points. I can't even speak. Data points on a spreadsheet. I like both, but graphs just are more satisfying to look at. Season 6 is the best. We know this. Like, season 6 all the way. So good. Oh wait, season 2? I was wrong. Okay, I was wrong. Season 2 is in first place. Season 5 is in second. Season 6 is in third. I thought it was season 6. Am I just insane? I thought it was season... wow. Did I just gaslight myself? I think I just gaslit myself. Oh my gosh. I just gaslit myself. Hold on. I did a poll on my channel saying which was the best, and I'm pretty sure I put season 6 as the best one. No, okay, I put season 2. I freaked out. Somebody did think it was season 6, but it was season 2. Okay. I thought I put it as season 6 for a second. I was like, nope. But yeah, there's bonus sketches. I made it its own section because I figured strategically it made more sense to talk about bonus sketches. I like this edit. It's simple, but conveys a lot. It's also pretty ironic. So, I forgot. I did the picture in picture in picture in picture. So good. That was funny. That caught me off guard. And now it's time for JK Studios. I love JK Studios. The sketches from JK Studios are so freaking good. I watched every JK Studio video, and by that I mean most of them that related to series. I tried to watch every single one of them. I probably missed a few, but I watched most of them, at the very least. With the JK Studio section, I have here in my notes, there was a bit of a lull in production due to me vacationing, my computer having problems, my audio interface for my mic stopped working, that's true, I had to order a new one, my printer ran out of ink, oh yeah, that's right, that happened, so I couldn't print my script for a bit, because I print all my scripts, because I like having them physically. It's just satisfying to look at a script after I've spent hours on it, you know? It's like an accomplishment for me. Saying, hey, I did this thing, and I'm proud of my hard work, even if nobody else is. Which people are, I'm just big dumb. And on top of that, I was waiting for the freelancer shirt that appears in this section, and just figured it would make the section better. True, I did order a freelancer shirt for the section, because I wanted to. And I like doing costume stuff for videos. I think it's fun. I tried so hard to find a Studio C shirt, but there were none left of like the original design. And I'm like, this is so dumb. I wanted to wear this the entire time for the video, but I can't because all I can find are off-brands on Redbubble that aren't even accurate to the original design. And I'm like, what the frick? So stupid. You think that the original design would be selling, but they don't sell anymore. Oh, Jewel cameo Pog! See how many times you can spot Jewel in this documentary. It's probably like 10. Also, this is the first time me filming outside. Not for a video ever, but for more recently. I don't usually film outside, but I wanted to because I wanted to. I don't know. I was running out of places to film, and I'm like, okay, let's do it outside because I really want to. And Jewel's like, what are you doing? She keeps like walking past I almost said window, the door. She's like, yo, what are you doing? All right, so now we're at the stop and go segment. So there was a part of the other projects that some of the Studio C cast has done, and Stop and Go was a movie that stood out to me for a lot of reasons, and I mentioned that in the video. But one of the reasons why this section stood out to me is because there were people that kept walking past my car as I was trying to record the section, and I got super anxious and super nervous because I don't like recording in public-ish places, which, like, it's technically not a public place, but when there's other people around, it feels like a public place, you know what I mean? And so, like, I wanted to record this section in the car because the whole point, it's a road trip movie. So I was like, oh, I'll record in the car because I'm clever and I think it's cool. But I was super anxious the entire time. People kept walking past the car and I was annoyed. There are a few behind the scenes sections where I'm like mad at people walking past my car. I don't think I included it in the video. I was thinking about it, but I'm like, nah, let's keep it focused here. All right, and that's the end of the commentary. Thank you for listening. I'm having the credits play because it's the end of the video. And yeah, I am really proud and happy with part 1. I think everybody in the comments, or not the comments, the credits that have like been an influence on me, whether it's with Studio C or just like my creativity in general. I think all the patrons. And yeah, so thank you all for watching this. I am super proud. This is like my best video by far. It took way too long, and that's fine. I'm fine that it took way too long because I think it's way better for it. I want to do more documentaries in the future. I have several planned. I have some weird ones planned that I kind of want to do because I found some really cool stuff recently. And by recently, I mean a few months ago that I kind of want to like throw myself into because I think it would be fun. Plus there's really no videos about it. Yeah, I think every single one of my patrons, past and present, because without them I wouldn't be where I am today with like my creativity. So yeah, I also wanted the Succession song for the credits, but it's copyrighted and YouTube wouldn't let me, and I'm mad, and I was mad, so I was like, okay, we'll just do this. I think for part 2 the credits are going to have a lot more behind the scenes stuff because this was fine as a credit section, but it could have been better. I just wanted to be done with the video, to be honest. Which is why the credits are pretty lame, but I like it. It's simple, but you know, I like it. And yeah, that's it. Thank you for watching. I didn't think I would be able to talk this long. I talked for an hour. The reason why I'm recording this is because I was downloading footage from my client because it was taking like an hour to download footage, and that never happens. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna be productive with the time that I have. So yeah, I'm gonna go work on client work, and then after that, I'll probably watch some of season 11 because season 10's done. I have 5 more seasons to go, and then we can talk about what the C really means and what the show's associated with and why it's bad. Okay, bye. I'm back in the office, baby. Since season 9 started September 9th, 2018, season 10 started on September 29th, 2019. A whole year in between seasons. Back to 10 episode seasons. Good choice. Actually, counting the Christmas specials, it's technically 11. 'Tis the season for an hour-long Christmas special. Oh no. Well, I can say at least half of them were funny, while also hosting 2 hilarious skits this holiday season. I don't have a lot to say about these specials, but these are the ones that stood out to me. Since now I'm in a festive mood, out of literally all of the holiday specials, I honestly believe that the Halloween episode is the worst one. None of them were funny to me whatsoever. Except for one. Running from the villain in a horror movie by making fun of a common horror trope by juxtaposing one specific character. They also used the Wilhelm scream. Man, the Wilhelm scream is pretty overused, huh? I mean, I should know. I watch Harriet and Splimby along with 7 million other people. But you know what's also overused? Musicals. Studio C has done some musical sketches in the past, and most of them were pretty enjoyable. Notice how I said were. Season 10 alone has 14 musical sketches, so if you're someone who likes musicals, this season is for you. So not me. 10 of them I didn't find enjoyable whatsoever, but 4 of them were actually pretty good. 1. Homeschool Musical.
It's funny because of how not true it is. I should know. I was homeschooled my entire life. Did someone say defamation? Why does it have to be a musical? I know it's a stereotype that homeschoolers like musicals, but that's not true. I never liked musicals, even though all of my friends liked it, and if I had to pick, then my favorite musical was Fiddler on the Roof. 2. Harrison the Musical. This was a parody of what would happen if Lin-Manuel Miranda made a sequel to Hamilton. Although I'm not even into Hamilton, and I never was, though my friends played it nonstop at work for the longest of time, which led me to disliking it because I was forced to listen to it for hours on end, it was surprisingly really funny. 3. Elevator Romance. Normally, a cheesy love song isn't really in my wheelhouse, however, the way in which the story proceeded caught me off guard, and the writing of the storytelling was actually good. 4. A Finnish family sing-along. With accents flying every which way, the comedic angle with this sketch comes from the fourth wall breaks of the audience participation. It wasn't my favorite, but it did make me laugh, so there you go.
Look, I know part 2 is starting off a bit harsh, and trust me, it's gonna get worse. But before I lose all my Reddit karma and get downvoted, I will mention that there are good things about this cast.
By introducing season 10 with a montage of all of the new cast members with different sections of the sketch, they now have a Studio C bus. So that's kind of cool, even if I'm not a big fan of the new intro music.
Okay, well, how about this?
There was a parody of Sailor Moon Volleyball for all the weeaboos in real life.
I should know, I dated one.
No, but for real though, Studio C has never done an anime parody before, so it was funny. Not because of the anime, but because of the coach.
Rena, just hit the ball like a normal person. Are you sure you can't walk it off?
My leg is broken.
Not to mention the fact that they referenced Among Us.
One of our men spotted Bigfoot last night. They were able to track him to this very room. He's among us.
See, that's funny, right?
Okay, how about this?
There was animation in one of the sketches. I mean, that's pretty cool, right? It's impressive for sure.
Okay, wait. How about a sketch of Superman's deadlines?
Where it showed how good Jason was as Batman, and that none of these cast members are very skilled in character voice acting in particular.
Listen, I know it sounds harsh, but let me just show you the juxtaposition.
You know, it's crazy, but my horoscope totally predicted this would happen today.
I was able to stop the bomb from hitting the orphanage, but instead it hit the... Is he writing?
You shut up. You shut up right now.
Why do you even need a job?
What are you guys doing?
Get out.
This again!
Look! Wow, this clip aged so well.
You know, at least the costumes were well designed, at the very least. Wait, that skit wasn't even funny. Okay, picture this. How about a Gary V in a nutshell joke? Those are classic, right?
What's your annual income?
I'm 10.
That's an excuse. And excuses come from not trusting your potential.
My point is, since it's a new cast, they're trying new things. Some of them worked, and some of them did not whatsoever. And you know what? To each their own. However, there's been multiple times that I've noticed that in season 10, there are a lot of similar sketches that have reminded me of earlier seasons.
Rapunzel's Prince Arrives was similar to all of the countless Prince Charming sketch. Grease the Musical, I don't know the name of it, so that's just what I called it, remind me of the Fun Friends skit.
No, not because they're both musicals.
It's just that the joke structure was very similar and replaced a few key details so that way it wasn't obvious that they copied someone else's homework. They did a Dora skit as well, which was straight up already done by the previous cast, and Be Yourself was just the adopted Superman sketch, but with aliens. Wait, that's just the same sketch. Video Love was another series that didn't work out. It's just bad since it's very similar to the other super short Studio C sketches, say that 5 times fast, that also weren't funny.
That's all I have to say about it, but I have to add an additional sentence so that way this is technically a paragraph. I told you it was gonna get worse. And to make it even better, I mean worse, here's the top 2 worst sketches of season 10.
First, The Today Show is the second to worst sketch, which made me realize how bad this season was, along with an entire comment section on Facebook, and this guy in this sketch is me watching season 10.
You failed! And there's not supposed to be a way to fail, okay?
So this next one made me speechless. It is the worst sketch of the entire season. I'm not even gonna say anymore. Here's the clip.
One little dung beetle having fun. Happy is he as he rolls his dung. Dung from the elephants, dung from the hares, dung from the monkeys, dung from the bears.
I'm speechless at just how disrespectful this feels, and I can't even explain why, because now my brain is broken, and we still have 5 more seasons to go. This was one of the opening sketches of season 10. I'm gonna lose my mind by the end of this, won't I? I didn't write this down, but this feels like secondhand embarrassment if you've ever felt that. That's the only way I can describe this, quite honestly. And actually, I almost did lose my mind, because there's a very interesting part to all of this that I have failed to mention until this very moment. We have another mystery on our hands, because episode 4 is missing. My first lead was an archive on fandom.com, since I literally couldn't figure out which sketches were from season 4. I wanted to figure out why this episode was nuked from existence. Just Watch said that Studio C had 10 seasons on Roku, so naturally, I needed to know what they were hiding.
Come on. Come on, please. Come on. Come on. This is not season 10. What the frick? That's not season 10. Oh my gosh. Those aren't the right dates. This is not season 10. Are you joking? Oh my gosh.
There is evidence everywhere that this episode exists, and most of the skits themselves are traceable at the very least, but not these 2 sketches. At least with Mr. Science, we know that it's a series that Studio C did, because it appears in other episodes, so that one I'm not too worried about. But every place I scour, all I find is dead links and empty promises. Now originally, I thought they just mislabeled the episodes, but they didn't. They just removed them. But why? At least we have the order of the sketches, with most of them still being public, with most of the public ones still being humorous to my own being. Even with most of these skits available, I felt 2 stings of mystery coursing through my veins. The first was WW2 Message Fail, which was public for a time, but it's now privated for unknown reasons. The second was Mr. Science Lightning, which had barely less of a shot for finding in the first place, since it was never public on YouTube, besides the other parts in the series. However, the first sting was lodged in my brain for days on end. There was one solution I had up my sleeve. The Wayback Machine. Using the dead link, I could see if there was a screenshot from when it was public, then watch it from there. This means that it was at least public 4 years ago on YouTube. So now we have confirmation that it existed at one point in time publicly. Yet, for some reason, it doesn't now. Have you ever been so close to an answer, yet you feel even further from it? I've tried various web browsers, plugins, programs, YouTube tutorials for hours to no avail. Well, now I know how BuzzFeed Unsolved feels right about now. So if any of you can crack this case, comment below and let me know. I can't stop thinking about this. Please help. Well, now, since I'm frustrated that I haven't been able to solve a mystery, let's mention the best of season 10 to help cheer me up. If that doesn't work, I'm gonna open one of these. This is an alcohol. This is Jones Soda. I'm leaving the alcohol for when I really need it. I know I've been speaking quite negatively about season 10 so far, but what do you expect? I don't like change. With that said, while there wasn't a lot, there were some hilarious sketches amongst the garbage. These 4 are the best of season 10 by far, which I highly recommend. The union meeting of plumbers, mob guy takes care of a snitch, which was the hardest I've laughed this season since Dalton as the mob boss was perfect casting. Man in the Moon, looks like the annoying orange finally got casted in a movie, and the annual gingerbread contest. Another good thing about season 10 is that it started adding behind the scenes in between sketches way more often, with many different interviews of who wrote some of the sketches, which ended up being some of the cast members. They also talked about the behind the scenes of the new song, which, like, I understand why they like it, but it doesn't beat the original. This is also where, as per usual, they added bumpers back, except they really upgraded them. Not all of them are great, but the ones that are quite impressive. Now, as we continue to look at the show, you're probably going to start to notice that there are hints about missing the old cast. This, of course, doesn't manifest till about season 16, but the fact that there's a skit about a Studio C fan experience giveaway, which leads the fan to be disappointed because the old cast left, is really telling. Also, yes, it's obvious that I love the old cast, but I, however, am open-minded to the new cast, and I'm trying to be as objective as I possibly can with watching the newer seasons for the first time. Alright, so what I learned about the season is that the mystery of the missing episode was more entertaining than the episodes that are available. Alright, so I forgot to make one very important note, so we're gonna do that right now on camera, tallying up the funny sketches from this season. Here's the number of all of the funny sketches from season 10. Wait a minute. What is this doing here? If I were season 10, I would be a disappointment. Wow, so just like I am now. So now we know at least that the JK Studio sketches would have been much better as a season 10 for Studio C. This isn't even me intentionally bashing these specific cast members. I went in with an open mind, but I was not very impressed and I barely laughed. I just hope this trend doesn't continue. We found the sketch. I can't believe it, honestly. The fact that it's on the site called Youku, I've never heard of this site before in my entire life. Oh my gosh, we found one of the missing sketches. And while I can't play it in its entirety, I honestly don't understand why it was removed from Studio C. I would understand it maybe from like a graphic point of view because it's about people dying in the war. But this sketch honestly reminds me a lot of when Tom Scott did his sketch with the soldiers, but instead of other soldiers fighting them, it's robots. It's kind of similar to this, except this whole sketch is like the telephone effect of like you're telling the person one thing and then all of a sudden they say it to another person, but in like a totally different way. That's basically the point of the sketch, and then there's a huge climax at the end that is kind of like the main joke. So all of this is like setup, and then the initial joke is like the punchline, quite obviously. But honestly, this sketch is actually pretty funny. I think it's one of the funnier ones and one of the more clever ones that Studio C has done in season 10. So if you want to watch it in its entirety, I'll have a link in the description for that so you can watch it after this video is over. I also recorded the sketch in case that link goes down for some reason. But yeah, we actually found this sketch and I was super excited when I first found it. There was some guy on Reddit that just posted the link
and it's here, and oh my gosh. The fact that this was posted 3 years ago too is so insane to me. I love it.
Oh, hey, sorry, I was on a new app called Threads, which has been way more interesting than most of Season 10. Speaking of which, while watching Season 10, I noticed something very interesting. The previous cast always had their own original characters that they would play more than once. Each member had characters that fit their personalities really well, and they even played sketches as themselves, so that way we got to learn the names of the cast members. With Season 10, however, I noticed a lack of that, maybe because it was technically their first season as a group. I'm wondering if we'll see any recurring characters from Season 10, but personally, I wasn't the biggest fan of Season 10, so I wouldn't mind if they tried something different, preferably without musicals this time around. Spoiler alert, there's plenty of musicals. I have a joke for you. What do you get when you cross blindism, JoJo Siwa, decapitation, and Scooby-Doo? Season 11. Why don't we start with the positives, shall we? I'm starting to realize that Arvin is my favorite cast member out of everyone. Seems like every time I laugh, it's because of a joke that he makes.
Look, please, I can't. Would you just please go away?
Oh, you don't like me because I'm blind?
No!
This woman subscribes to blindism!
That's not a thing!
There was also a one-shot music video that they did this season, which was impressive visually and had some good comedic bits. If you're expecting more positives from the season, don't. But what's new? Well, apparently there are these weird skit bumpers that appear throughout the show, none of which are humorous, and I did count them as skits because they fall in that same weird category as Tweeting Rainbow. Okay, what about the new characters in Season 11? We got JoJo Siwa, which is a pretty dead meme in 2023. Shakespeare, but modernized to make fun of Gen Z slang and Shakespeare at the same time, and Scooby-Doo, which I'm surprised it took 11 seasons for them to make a Scooby-Doo skit.
As you will later learn, the newer cast has a bad habit of using similar premises and jokes to the older cast. Maybe you already learned that, or eventually you will, I don't know. Time travel is confusing. Ooh, I'm from the future and it doesn't get any better. Except for like a couple seasons. It's complicated. Anyways, in the 20 seasons we have now, yes, there's 20 seasons. We haven't gotten to season 50 quite yet, although we're almost halfway there. Oh gosh, I don't even know how that happened. Anyways, Spider-Man. Why hasn't there been like a Spider-Man sketch in the past 20 seasons? Why hasn't Spider-Man made an appearance? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I genuinely do not remember a skit about Spider-Man. There's been Batman, Superman multiple times. That's quite literally my favorite superhero of all time, as if you couldn't tell. So I'm surprised that they actually haven't done... Oh, wait a minute, I just remembered. They did a sketch, but it was a Loki with Loki sketch.
We've seen what happens with the Tobey Maguire Uncle Ben, and then virtually the same thing happens with Andrew Garfield Uncle Ben. What happens with your version with Uncle Ben?
I think we wanted to avoid doing another sepia tone flashback, so he choked on a Subway sandwich.
Oh. One skit, and it was this one. I'm sorry, but as you'll probably learn to know in the future, or the past, this is confusing to me. Loki with Loki is one of those bumper series that just heavily relied on what I as an editor like to call editing jokes, because this is editing Ethan, I'm Greg, which basically means it's not funny, and it has to use the editing of that material for comedic effect since the writing, or sometimes lack thereof, was bad. Basically, if you could make more Spider-Man skits, I would appreciate it, since I'm like the 1% of your audience who has seen all 20 seasons and all of the bonus sketches. The older I've gotten, the more this kind of VFX joke just doesn't have a positive effect on me whatsoever, so please stop it.
Besides the VFX and the characters, decapitation is very prevalent this season. This isn't the only sketch, however, and although it doesn't show it, it's heavily implied.
You can't just make a studio audience member disappear like that!
Man, talk about a headache. Another factor this season was fourth wall breaks. Although this tactic has been done before, there was just an overabundance of it specifically in season 11. Last of all, regarding the new inclusions, never have I ever seen the background move before. You know, maybe some of the returning elements might save season 11. I mean, considering Mr. Science constantly blows up in every sketch, surely it'll get better than that, right? 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 So the answer is no, for 3 reasons. You got the escape room sketch, making fun of millennials, but the escape room concept has been done before by the old cast, which by the way, just because you make fun of a stereotype doesn't automatically make it funny. Next was a puppet sketch. Again, the original cast did it first and better. Then, the sketch they did with no money was very similar to a premise where Thatcher swirls the brandy. You think that with a new cast, there would be more fresh ideas. And while there are plenty of new ideas, some of them just aren't that great. My second to last point is that it's been 2 seasons so far, and I still don't know the new cast's names. The shipping sketch was their honest first attempt at everyone playing themselves, which made me realize that there's been a severe lack of that with these newer seasons, where we know of these cast members as characters rather than normal people in crazy situations. To prove my point further, one of the last sketches of season 11 was a song about the crew and how the cast members just don't know each of their names. This sketch is so ironic, considering I know none of the new cast's names. So in order to remedy that, since the show hasn't done a very good job at implementing that whatsoever, let's play a game where I have to try to guess the correct cast members' names. Alright, so we're gonna start now. Alright, so first is Arvin right here. That's Tori up here. Shoot, okay. This is worse than I thought it was. Dalton, that's what it is, okay. I have to guess for like most of these, quite honestly. Okay, one of them's name is Austin, I think one of them's Caleb. I doubt that's right, but you know, whatever. I don't think her name is Jess, but we're gonna go with that. I don't think her name's Ashley. I've seen the intro so many times too, and I don't know these names. I think his name is Gavin. Samantha. It's not Drew, but I'm writing it down. In 4 minutes, all right? And most of these are wrong. I just know that most of these are wrong right now. All right, good to go for round 2. All right, we're starting now. Mallory, Jason, Stacy, Whitney, Matt, James, Adam, Steven, Jeremy. Okay, I'm missing one. Shoot, I'm missing one more. Okay, oh shoot, what's her name? I'm gonna go with Maddie. I think it's Maddie. Okay, time. 1 minute and 44 seconds. I think I got one of them wrong. So yeah, that was my attempts at a world record speed run. The fact that literally I have to come up with fun ways to get through these newer seasons says a lot. And if you're still thinking, well, that doesn't prove anything, since there were 9 seasons of the older cast, which I've technically watched multiple times, we're gonna try this again after we watch these 6 newer seasons, and then we'll see. My whole point is, the older cast had a lot of skits where they play essentially themselves, but just in wacky situations, whereas the newer cast is mostly character acting. Alright, so to end off this season, let me show you a little example of their writing style. With comedy, you have a lot of tools at your disposal, like many of the joke types we already established. And while they use a lot of different techniques, here is a clip of the epitome of their jokes.
Time to get to work. Let's go.
Thanks, Fergus. Okay, just 5 more minutes.
No! Come on, let's get to work.
Now, what do you think is going to happen next?
This is the most important meal of the day!
Now, surely something else will happen, right?
Let me love you, son!
Okay, now the rule of 3 and the repeats have to be over by now, right?
I want to go to the park!
Keep in mind, this isn't the only sketch like this. Okay. I'm done with season 11, so let's see how it scored. Oh no, it's getting worse.
So I need to admit that out of every single commercial that I've seen regarding the cast members, these next 2 products, I actually considered buying. These ads were actually convincing, so be warned when watching these. I even looked through all of the ads, and these are by far the best, in my opinion, because I genuinely have no glaring notes. The first one is called zip-top reusable containers. Stand up, stay open, and zip shut.
Humans are great at saving things. We save money, save seats, save The Last Dance, and we almost saved a lot of time when we invented robots. But then Facebook happened. Still, overall, pretty great at saving things. You know what we're not great at saving? Leftovers. But to be fair, we don't have great options. Option 1, the baggie. Our way of telling nature, hey, screw you. The average family can go through 2,000 of these a year. And the average fish is dead because you killed him with 2,000 plastic baggies. If you've ever defused a bomb or used one of these to store something liquid, you know what true fear is. No.
Dad, it's dripping everywhere.
Go get the dog. Option 2, plastic containers. And with them, lids. Lids that somehow multiply like teenage plastic rabbits. But you know what doesn't multiply? The one that fits the stupid container. Point is, it's hard to be good at saving things when your choices are disposable plastic garbage or impossible matching games. But now, saving is about to get simple. Introducing zip-top containers.
The world's first reusable 100% platinum silicone containers that stand up, stay open, and zip shut.
Are they perfect? No. But yes, they are perfect. With 5 patents pending, the zip-top was designed with the environment in mind. One zip-top can replace over 5,000 plastic baggies, which could save who knows how many fish. It also might save some sharks too, but for a container that doesn't need a lid, it is worth the risk. And unlike baggies, the zip-top containers are tough. Heat, cold, cars. Even kids can't destroy it. And they will try.
This is mine. Give it to me.
They will always try. But you'll rest easy knowing that the zip-top can take whatever you throw at it, or in it. Need to store scalding hot soup? This laughs in the face of soup. This makes soup feel bad about itself. Look at it stand upright. Your liquids are secure now. Save your worrying for the sharks. Plus, zip-top is freezer safe, microwave safe. If it were any safer, we'd be calling it Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. And when you're done, just toss them in the dishwasher. The zip-tops are fine. Easy. And because it's 100% platinum silicone, it won't leach harmful chemicals like plastics can. But maybe you're saying, hey, I like leached chemicals in my food. This product is not for you. Also, please see a doctor. And if storing your food perfectly wasn't enough, zip-tops are great for taking meals or snacks on the go. With 8 different shapes and sizes, zip-top containers can be used anywhere, even your car's cup holder. They're great for more than just holding food, too. Get weird with it. We won't judge. We love you. Need proof? Exhibit A.
Thanks, honey.
That's my sandwich. It's time to leave the outdated options behind. Save the planet and save yourself with zip-top containers.
Not gonna lie, this is kind of genius. An all-purpose container to not only replace the ones you have, but it actually has multiple uses. It's a cup, that's a bowl, that's a bag, that's a storage container. And does like 10 other things. Yes, their site is still active. And honestly, it sells itself. So much so that I was actually heavily debating on getting some for myself. But even as a joke, this video is way too long already to go on a tangent about some random food container. Maybe if zip-top paid me. Just kidding, I'm never gonna do sponsors. But yeah, we are not going to go over every single zip-top ad because there's like 15 of them with Matt. The one we watched was the longest one I could find, and you already fully understand the concept. So instead, the next ad is about a simplified bottle cup.
I used to suck. S-U-C, single-use cup suck. But I just didn't want that to be me anymore. So I decided to simplify, trim the fat, only use things that bring me joy. And it all culminated with finding Hitch. Hitch is a full-size stainless steel insulated water bottle that comes with its very own beautiful barista-approved... Oh, no, you don't, Jerry.
What the?
No more sucks for you. Let's go. Don't judge me. They all end up here anyway. Did you know that those paper cups are virtually impossible to recycle? That's because of the plastic lining inside, which means we're throwing away over 300 billion, yeah, with a B, of those every year. So, to truly unsuck yourself, you need a reusable cup on top of your water bottle, on top of everything else we're supposed to carry. Where does it all go? Well, we've seen these methods. You got the cluster fail, the halfback, the captain hook, and the slow poke. And let's be honest, those reusable cups are so easy to forget at home, like the leftovers you thought you were gonna have for lunch. And the collapsible cups are convenient to carry until they need to carry your drink. Hi.
Hi, what can I get for you?
I'd like a double half-cap baby llama's milk frap hemp chia with 2 pumps of unicorn sprinkles.
Okay, would you like to add sweetener to that?
Oh, no thanks, nothing complicated.
Okay, for here or to go?
To go, but I brought my own cup. Remember? And there's its tiny home, minimalism.
This one's on the house.
Thank you. Oh, ready to get your mind blown? Hitch also has a leak-proof lid for your luscious liquid right on the top, so no more spills on your fancy pants. Uh-oh. And when you need a free hand, Hitch has a locking cup holder right on top. Ah. Hitch's patent-pending design means that both your cup and your water bottle are double-wall insulated, stainless steel, and BPA-free. And when you're done, just snap the cup back into place with one click. By the way, Hitch is the perfect size for most cup holders. Now that's satisfying. I love not owning things. Jerry, what did I tell you? Ah, now you know how the earth feels, Jerry. Landfills, Jerry. It's time to quit the suck and simplify your life with Hitch, the beautiful reusable bottle with a removable barista-approved cup that's always with you.
Man, I love the design of this Hitch. Too bad it's only a Kickstarter that gained over $1 million. And after scrolling for like 5 minutes, I couldn't see any updates because they locked it, so that way only people who paid for this product to support it could see the updates. That's weird, don't do that. I also found their official website. Nope, never mind, it's a broken Shopify page. Wait a minute, they've actually funded over $3 million because they were also on Indiegogo. This campaign has been going on for 5 years with literally 0 updates to non-backers. I genuinely love the idea of this concept, so then why is it so hard to figure out when it actually officially gets released to the public? Everywhere I look, it's either sold out or not available. So basically, you just had to be there.
Alright, so let's take a little bit of a breather, because personally, I haven't been doing that great mentally, which totally doesn't relate to me forcing myself to watch the newer seasons.
There have been a few collaborations with Studio C and JK Studios, which were posted around the time Season 11 ended. The first was a Finish the Sketch segment hosted on the Studio C channel, starting with a 2-minute intro of banter between groups, as well as explaining the rules. Studio C went first, responding to the footage that JK Studios sent. Out of the 5 sketches present here, the delivery was the most humorous. Though it was fun to watch both casts interact with each other in all of the sketches, each with their own specific chemistry. Next was JK Studios, with the highlights being the musical telegram with Stacy and Arvin, and my favorite being the USPS man with Matt and Arvin, which was hilarious.
What's really cool about these two collaborators is that it almost felt like a what-if scenario if the old cast never left and they just added more people. To see these two cast members make jokes with each other, it was honestly so refreshing to watch. For once in my life. And compared to everything I've watched the past 2 seasons, it was actually funny. Now, let's just hope, please for my mental sanity, that season 12 will be better.
There are 2 disappointing things that have happened recently. Elon renaming Twitter to X, probably the dumbest business move I've ever seen in my entire life, and season 12. However, before we get to season 12, in order to reverse all of the negativity that I've been talking about, let's mention something positive.
Do you like wearing shirts? If yes, perfect. If not, well, too bad, you have to wear something. Introducing Wizard Design. Stickers, shirts, notebooks, tapestries, wow, that looks so pretty. And bumper stickers. All to support an actual artist who isn't shilling out NFTs, thank God. I bought these cool stickers that I put on my water bottle, and I love it. My next plan is to buy this shirt, which is honestly adorable. I'm not sponsored, by the way. I'm just shouting out a friend's project. So go to redbubble.com/people/wizard.design for some really cute art. Ooh.
I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't expecting much from season 12, but it actually started off really strong. The very first episode was honestly really good due to almost every single sketch being funny, and the concepts felt fresh as if they hired new writers.
Past this point, 2 hilarious sketches come to mind in terms of positivity.
The weather forecast in episode 8 made my face hurt from laughing so much, and the milk sketch was a very close second for me.
When it comes to the show, they like to rest on their laurels when they can. Even though we've had a brand new cast for 3 seasons so far, some previous sketches have just seemed extremely similar to some of the older sketches.
This time around, we have Kyle the sequel, which was only funny due to the slapstick. Another music video, except this time it's directed by a cast member, so that was cool. And another Christmas special, which although it wasn't my favorite Christmas special, I appreciate that they tried something new with connecting all of the sketches. The set design was cool, there were 19 sketches in this one since it was an hour-long Christmas special, some fake commercials made this special stand out, and oh my gosh, did they seriously just use the Ecclestone joke from seasons ago?
And now, another cast performance review with network executive
Chuck Megan.
Chuck Megan is a short series that they did on the show with various cast members, framing it as a "why should I renew your contract" kind of vibe. It's pretty hit or miss, but Chuck Megan is at its best when he genuinely surprises the cast members.
Face up to it. What is it? What is this?
Oh my. I literally called last week to get this taken up. Please don't play it. Please don't play it. No, don't play it. Please. Please. Chuck, I'll do anything. Please don't
No.
make me watch
I think
this.
we have to watch it.
Please
I
don't.
think you and I together.
Chuck, no.
Go ahead, let's watch it.
Please.
No, Tana. Tana.
In episode 2, there was a contest winner who got to be part of Studio C. Half of the skits were pretty good, so I'd say out of all the episodes of the season, this one might be worth viewing.
Making a volcano. First, you take the vinegar.
Wait a minute, you're white. You can't say that.
When it comes to sketch comedy, parodies are known as one of the most well-known forms of satirical art.
Studio C has always made parodies, and they continue that tradition, this time with various IPs such as Chopped, a really funny sketch, and Antique Roadshow. 2 more notable parodies were also noticed by me. First was the unabridged adages of Benjamin Franklin, 7 bumper sketches of Benjamin Franklin that don't really add a lot of comedic value to the show overall.
But then, out of nowhere, Studio C did an episode-long Twilight Zone special.
These themed episodes are few and far between, so whenever they make one of these, you can tell that a lot of thought and effort has been put into it compared to a one-off sketch.
You know, this season so far has actually been really good. The concepts of the sketches are funny, and I found myself laughing hard. Is this good TV? Have I finally stumbled past the rough years into something that I'm actually excited to watch again? Jewel, what's the score, Jewel? What's the score?
Can you believe that I had to replace this like 10 seconds of audio because the last time I tried to upload this, it got claimed and I had to share revenue with whoever made this, so don't use music.
It's been a while. Suffice to say, the newer seasons made me rage quit hard enough to make another channel, because I haven't talked about indie games in like a year. And honestly, I needed the break. Which, oh yeah, I started a brand new indie game review channel to revive Gems of the Internet. Because I want to keep this channel for the long-form documentaries, where I go insane every single year.
Just kidding. The indie game that I hyper-fixated on for a week straight up made me go insane, so I deleted the project and the channel. So here's my shortest ever indie game review. It was good, but really frustrating.
The more I watch the show, the more it just becomes noise. Most of the skits aren't memorable. And when I look through all of my notes, I've just been writing less of them, because the longer this show goes on, the less interesting and humorous it becomes. As per usual, this show has some new features as well as some returning ones, and although they always try to do something new, did it actually work? Well, unfortunately, that's not a simple answer. It never is. Kill me now! Since the new cast has been trying to reanimate a dead corpse for the past 4 seasons, there are definitely hints to referencing the old cast, which although they mean it as a nod of respect to the previous cast, it comes up as unnecessary.
For example, in one skit, one of the animals is named Cat Meese. Why? What purpose does this serve? Yeah, sure, it's a pun, but it doesn't add anything to the overall skit. You're just referencing a previous cast member because you couldn't think of a better name for this cat. Or better yet, they literally play the awkward avoidance Viking music in this skit. I'm sorry, what? First of all, the awkward avoidance Viking is nowhere to be found here, and the reason it was funny in the original sketch is because of the juxtaposition between everyday normal life and a huge Viking appearing out of nowhere to cause chaos. This isn't even an awkward avoidance Viking origin story. In fact, I doubt these characters are even Vikings in the first place. Even if they are, it doesn't pay correct respect and tribute to the character because this skit literally has nothing to do with the awkward avoidance Viking in the first place. So then why play his original theme song?
The only explanation that actually makes sense is if they played it to give the original fans something to latch on to, which isn't necessary. Just make good sketches. The icing on the cake, however, to all of this is the very first skit of season 13.
There was a super meta sketch about the stigma of the newer cast where they literally take these joke types that they've already established and then they use them again. The skits have become so formulaic at this point that even they are addressing it.
Suffice to say, at this point, Studio C has lost its voice completely.
There's two sketches where the writing is extremely similar to an I Think You Should Leave sketch, two sketches that feel more like a therapy session for the writers of those skits, three pranks that aren't skits, there was an entire song about one of the extras for some reason,
and the worst skit series I have ever seen made it very obvious to me why this show has fallen off the rails. The feigning Goat Boy Show.
I have never seen a more disappointing sketch series by Studio C, and here's why. I'm sorry, but the Feigning Goat Boy Show is too predictable. The setup makes it very obvious what the punchline is going to be because it's literally in the title.
To better explain why this doesn't work, here are some comedy legends.
Looking for the unexpected. When people talk about jokes, people go, oh, we thought they were gonna zig and then they were gonna zag. That's the anatomy of a joke. The setup thinks you're gonna go in one direction and we go in an opposite direction. So you can go, oh, I'm gonna go in that direction, everybody will know. No, not everybody will know, because you're you and they're them, right from your prism.
When you're expecting a certain punchline, most of the time, it's not going to land because the audience already knows what to expect. Comedy is all about the unexpected and the mangoes.
The funniest part about all of this is that this sketch is immediately followed up by the quote, "The only real mistake is the ones from which we learn nothing." Well, why don't you take your own advice then?
Now, since I spent the past 4 paragraphs dissecting why the season doesn't work, here's why it does.
One of the best sketches of the season was a parody skit that was also a single actor sketch, a Judge Judy parody. Everything about this was just hilarious to me. The redundancy of the visual effects, the loudness of multiple Judge Judys, the idiosyncrasies of how Judge Judy acts. I love it so much. Other positive factors may include good transitions between sketches that are visually appealing, and the fact that Chuck Megan is back!
Honestly, I just really like the Chuck Megan character. He's honestly grown on me. It's been a nice familiar face that appears every so often, especially with the amount of bad sketches I've had to watch. And there's been a lot. Oh gosh.
In fact, there was a reason for the Chuck Megan character in the first place that makes this whole 2-season skit series make sense, and it makes me enjoy this character even more. If you were to stick around to the end credits, you would have realized that the Chuck Megan skits were a setup the whole time to this specific reveal.
This year I know mistakes were made, not by me, though, so that's the only important thing. So I wanted, excuse me, you've just been sitting there staring at me. Are you here to clean the windows or something?
I'm Jason. I'm returning to the cast of Studio C.
What the heck is Studio C?
Oh boy.
It's been a while since I've upgraded the graphs for these seasons. It took me an entire day to do this since, I'll be honest, I kind of fell behind. But now it's fully updated, and literally every single graph went down. If you look at seasons 9 and 10, it becomes very obvious that there was a decrease in number of sketches, hilarious sketches, overall funny sketches, and the percentages of the ratio of funny sketches to number of total sketches. Honestly, there's not much to say here. except that my arm is getting tired already. There is a clear peak, the golden years of Studio C, which then later develops past the peak and into the newer cast. The peaks in the graphs are: Season 7 won most number of sketches, Season 6 won highest number of hilarious sketches, Season 6 won highest number of funny sketches, and Season 2 won best ratio of funny skits to overall number of sketches. None of these newer seasons beat any of the older seasons, except maybe for Season 12 beating Season 1 and Season 8 in terms of funny sketches. But even then, that's not saying much. And I vastly prefer Season 1 to any of these newer seasons anyways, mostly because I prefer the original cast. The only thing that's been consistent is the fact that they basically just stuck to 10 episode seasons. So that's nice for me at least, because I did not like those 20 episode seasons, let me tell ya. 3 more seasons to go, unless Jason gets Studio C out of its slump. I doubt anything on these graphs is going to improve, but only time will tell.
My name is Jetta, and I am so honored to welcome back to the Studio C stage, Jason Gray!
Thank God.
That's right! Jason is one of the original cast members of Studio C, and we are so excited to have him back for season 14.
Thank you, guys. It is so great to be back. Yeah. Thank you, guys.
While this isn't the best season, I actually, for once, have a lot of good to say. As alluded to in the last season, Jason Gray is back, and I've missed him so much, so hopefully there will be more voice acting in the upcoming seasons. A new intro plays, which makes sense because they got a new cast members. Wait, did I say members? I meant member. Wait, why are there more new people here? I thought the season was going to be the season of Jason Gray, but from what I discovered, that's not totally true, because they replaced some people. Huh. Weird. Ike is still around in episode 5, but I haven't seen Tori this season, except she cameos as a photograph, and that's about it. With an upgraded Studio C, there are a lot of surprises in store for season 1 specifically. One of the biggest being the original cast did a cameo? What?
14. What? Where am I?
I thought we agreed we were all gonna be on stilts. Why?
Wait,
I don't know.
This is season 7.
On the higher ground.
That's me from the past.
Other surprises include more skits connecting together to make one cohesive storyline, and a cat remix of the theme song for the credits. And that's just episode 1. Now, regarding some general comparisons throughout the season, it boils down to 3 main points. The caveman sketch feels like a skit about people who don't like the newer seasons.
Great Hunt is meant to be symbol of chaos, Jub. Jub understands symbolism.
The theater skit was one I loved because it's a good representation of the original cast passing the baton onto the newer cast because I understand symbolism. And the musicals don't stop. They never do. I can't escape. Especially from the special traditions they love to stick to. Including the Halloween special where they ran with the fun twist of the Edgar Allan Poe storyline, which was fun since the first half of the skits in the episode were funny. They also, as always, do a Christmas special, but this time there was a stop-motion remix of the intro song, Dalton's Nick Cage impression is spot on, and the Trixie Megan show returned. Now, while looking over my notes for this season, it's honestly not a lot. It's like half of a page. I realized that there are exactly 10 hilarious sketches this season, which is actually good because last season there was only 4. So at least there's an increase, which is also true for the funny sketches. Not much of a difference, but hey, at least we're going up. Oh, by the way, here's the score for this season since I actually remembered to mention it this time. But did I write it down on my notes? Nope, I did not. Well, at least we have one more season, and then I never have to watch the show ever again. Remember how I mentioned I Think You Should Leave earlier? Well, imagine an entire episode in that style, with special guest Will Forte in episode 1. For what it is, I think it was a great collaboration. Really funny skits all the way through. Probably the peak of the season, honestly, because it kind of just goes downhill after this cameo. It was also revealed this season that there was a new cast member, and then another cameo in episode 9 of a sports coach. And then once the episode was over, there was an after credits scene where they eat ice cream. Ooh, actually, ice cream sounds really good right now. You know, writing is hard, and so are transitions. I have written so many for part 1 and part 2 alone.
You know, I should probably return this to the fridge. Oh, that's it!
There are 4 returning situations that have happened in season 15. The second to last season. I'll cheer to that. A Burger Barn reference from last season. Not sure if I even mentioned that parody of McDonald's last time. They did another VFX styled show called Low Key with Loki, which I was not a fan of. A Bob Iger sketch, which just turned out to be a shoulder angel sketch, but with an absolutely disgusting rat, which is exactly why I have a problem with the live action Disney movies. Yeah, sure, I've seen both versions of Aladdin, but honestly, you can't just replace Robin Williams and then expect the same result. Also, with musicals, you have to constantly suspend your disbelief because nobody just sings everything that they do. Like, just talk normally. Anyways, I'm getting off my soapbox now. Last of all, they finally brought back Jason as Batman, and it only took them... I don't actually know. How long did it take them? About 2 seasons. Hello and welcome to the top 10 moments of season 15. Are they good? Are they bad? The answer is yes. At number 10, they roasted Taylor Swift. Well, that's a first. The Help Save Some Children sketch was a good example of who's good at impressions, while simultaneously, the bad impressions kinda weigh down the good ones. Number 9, a lesson in pronunciation.
It's the newest family history tool by whoaremyancestors.com.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Who are my ancestors? Who are my ancestors?
Episode 8 had an intro that I really liked. Lucky number 7. Episode 7 had a new intro that I really liked. Single 6. They did a Who's on First type parody that I thought was really clever. Number 5 had some pretty funny credits. Number 4 was an Envato Elements template. How do I know? Because I also use Envato Elements, and by use I mean used, because I'm broke right now and I can't afford it. Now we are in the top 3 moments of season 15, which means I'm going to go a little more in depth as to why these are at the top of my list. Number 3, the choosing hat. Let's ignore the fact that I'm not a huge Harry Potter fan, because this sketch actually isn't about Harry Potter, surprisingly. It's about one of the cast members having Tourette's syndrome.
Hi there, I'm Tanner Gilman, America's sweetheart. And I think it's important for everybody watching at home to know that I wrote this sketch and I have Tourette's in real life. So we're cool. Like, we're good. All right, back to the sketch.
I actually appreciate that this sketch was very educational in a lighthearted manner and didn't take things too seriously while also being honest about the struggles of having this. The sketch feels like a therapy session, but in a way that seems more respectful and insightful than some previous sketches. Number 2. Mr. Rogers. Besides the full episodes with Will Forte, this is by far the funniest skit of season 15. While using awkwardness, props, VFX, green screen, costumes, silence, facial expressions, and impressions, this skit weaves a tale of Mr. Rogers' embarrassing secret. I felt the power of silence being so loud that it was the funniest thing to me. A perfect combination of all of these joke types, plus Jason playing Mr. Rogers, just worked perfectly. So perfectly that I'm honestly surprised how long this sketch went on. And at number 1, the top moment from season 15, Spicy Romeo and Juliet.
To spice things up a bit, every time you hear this bell ring, the cast must eat a piece of very spicy hot chicken. This stuff is so spicy, the cast had to sign a waiver before we committed to do this sketch.
This sketch is interesting because they made it a challenge with the spicy food, something they've never officially done before on the show. I had low expectations, but was blown away by how humorous it was, even while not being too big a fan of Shakespeare. Here's the score. I don't want to talk anymore. And I'm way too hot. It's way too freaking hot in this room. The final season of Studio C. Whew, man, it's been a wild ride, and I'm glad it's finally over. It's been a year. Regarding the cast members of season 16, Toya returned as an on-stage cast member. 2 new cast members joined this season, which makes it seem like nowadays each new season has some new cast members every time. And John Heder is a special guest in episode 1, which it took me a while to realize who John Heder actually was.
So, you guys fans of the Napoleon Dynamite movie or the animated series?
We don't like
history shows. Can you just take a picture of me and my wife?
Returning back to form, we have some new intros, one normal one and one that was specifically for the Halloween episode, which I actually really liked. We then had 2 skits this season that felt like commentaries about the original versus new cast. Speaking of which, the comment song wasn't actually in the TV show, but rather a YouTube exclusive, so we'll cover that in the bonus sketches. Duggan's Movers made several appearances in the season, but honestly, I wasn't super hyped for the specific series. This also led me to realize that there are 3 specific sketches that seemed more like sequels to previous skits. For example, there was a doctor's office sketch that turned into a musical that was literally just the car song but with milk, a time travel sketch that feels very reminiscent from a few seasons ago except escalated even further than before, and a combination of the James Bond and My Apologies sketch. Now onto what was new about season 16. There's only 7 episodes this season, which is because the rest of the episodes are technically compilations for some reason, so those count more so as bonus content than anything. I don't count those as actual episodes because we've already seen all of those sketches before. A ham radio pun that I enjoyed way too much, free feet pics, an entire sketch about fat phobia which had a disclaimer, and this is me on the phone.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yep.
Give me the phone. To end off this season, I am happy to announce that the last sketch of season 16 was actually a banger. The whole premise is that one cast member has no script, which makes this specific sketch half improv. I like this premise for a sketch. I just wish they tried more experimental stuff like this in the newer seasons more often to help keep it fresh, because this ended up being the best sketch of the season. And the final score of the show, because, well, this is the final season, is 20 out of 52. Honestly, I'm not even mad. I'm just glad we're done. Since we've gone through all 16 seasons of Studio C, it's time to talk about the exclusive bonus sketches that were not a part of the episodes. Season 10 had one bonus sketch, which was the premise of Peter Pan being too old to fly, which used a lot of joke types, but wasn't that funny of a sketch. Oh, maybe that's why it was cut for time.
Here is a very special sketch where I get to play Peter Pan. This sketch was cut for time, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't be able to enjoy it.
Season 11 had an exclusive sketch about a kid exposing a magician, which was kind of funny, but nothing to write home about. Season 16 had 36 bonus videos? Are you kidding me? Actually, this is a very good thing, because most of the sketches that weren't in the show are better than the ones that are. So why watch season 16 when you can just watch the exclusives? And also, the improv sketches, those are actually worth your time. The bonus sketches alone in season 16 get a score of 17 out of 23, meaning most of them were actually really clever. So I don't know why in the world they cut all of these sketches in season 16. Honestly, this is probably why season 16 was only 7 episodes instead of the normal 10. We could have easily gotten 10 episodes this season if they didn't just cut all of these sketches. My brain doesn't understand why this was a thing. Why was this a thing? There are 7 hilarious sketches, which I will show here, and are ones I actually highly recommend watching if you're looking for the funniest sketches of the newer seasons. Out of all of these, the Olive Garden sketch was actually my favorite. It's got a weird mix of both repeats and escalation in a weird way that actually makes it even hilarious when the 3rd time rolls around, even though you're expecting something else. It's subverting expectations. That's why this sketch is good. I feel like most of the sketches in the newer seasons just don't subvert expectations whatsoever. The jokes are just way too predictable. Normally, we'd be done talking about the exclusive videos, except there are more exclusive series to cover, such as Studio C+, which was basically a talk show with challenges. The best section of this series is called The Honey Roast, which had me dying of laughter, shooting up this series to be one of the more hilarious ones purely because of that.
But you recently booked a show called Karate Kid the Musical. Congrats.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Between that and Studio C, what's it like to have worked on 2 intellectual properties that previously had fan bases?
They even had some improv type skits in the series, but honestly, it doesn't even compare to the Honey Roast. Another series that was incorporated into the season was the Best of series, which are literally just compilations of sketches we've already seen, and since it combines the older and newer sketches, they will typically have one member of the original cast and one member of the newer cast in between sketches.
If you've already seen all the sketches, like me, who forced myself to for some godforsaken reason, these are not even worth a watch. Maybe if you want some, I don't know, Christmas themed content, but you already got that at the beginning. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for. And by all, I mean me. I finally get to watch the Comet song. Honestly, that was a really good representation of how the original fan base felt about the show, and that while some people left the audience, there are still people around who genuinely love the show. Like me, I love the show, but I don't love the newer seasons. Not really. I mean, there's some that are funny, but like, I definitely prefer the original cast and original sketches. Well, this is the last graph segment because there are no more seasons to cover. I'm finally free! Basically, I was right. While some of the graphs did go up slightly, it's nothing major enough to save the show, to be honest. I honestly hoped that the Jason redemption arc would, you know, make the show better. But that's what's tricky when you're trying to do a video like this, where you're criticizing certain forms of comedy. Since everyone is different, it's easy to say, I'm biased, since I loved the original cast even before watching the entire show. However, I did watch the entire show, which wasn't easy, and it certainly makes me more confident in my previous assessment that the older seasons are just better. I have honestly figured out ways to not just be like, this season is funny because it made me laugh. Although, I'll be honest, that was a factor because, well, this is a comedy show. I have meticulously, painstakingly took way too much time to create an entire spreadsheet with graphs and statistics, season by season, episode by episode, logging every single sketch by hand to take a more objective take on the show using actual facts instead of feelings, though I have addressed both. From the data I've gathered, we know that most seasons have about 10 episodes, that after a certain point there is a downward trend when the original cast left. None of the newer sketches have gone viral. The most popular sketches on the channel are still the ones from the original cast. They started a series called Studio C Rewind in an attempt to get their views back up by re-uploading older sketches with the original cast. Studio C Plus brings back some of the original cast members in an attempt to stay relevant to the original fan base, and that the top joke trends of all time throughout the entire show were always props, awkwardness, juxtaposition, and costume. I have watched 1,390 sketches in total, which, by the way, that doesn't even factor in the bonus sketches. So I've actually watched over 1,400 sketches from Studio C. Man, am I tired. I think people need to learn the lesson to stop. Just stop. It says a lot that their most popular videos are from earlier seasons, especially from season 5, which were honestly hilarious. The only exception of this is a YouTube short they did more recently, which has gotten about 9 million views. Other than that, though, you can tell that there was some magic with the original cast. There's a sketch with Jason and Austin that perfectly encapsulates the difference between the cast eras.
Oh, I can't believe we finally got some time off, Shanice.
You're telling me, Bernice, I swear, working at the MTA is gonna suck the collagen right out of my epidermis.
The stress of working in that concrete train tunnel is making my eyebrow plugs pop right out.
Pop, pop.
The golden era of Studio C has been over for years, and the new cast members are fully aware of that, to the point where they got so fed up that they made an entire song about it. So, the main thing that I learned from this project was that while making a comedy show, you can have all of these joke types, props, costumes, and songs you want, but if the cast doesn't have memorable chemistry, or for that matter, memorable names, people aren't gonna care as much. You know the saying, all good things come to an end? That's why the show failed. They didn't end it on that high note of season 9. Instead, they kept making more with a totally different cast that just didn't have the same spirit as the original cast. At least, it's done. Finished. Forever. No!
Season 17 was a hilarious return to form in terms of funny sketches, and the writing actually felt clever again, and is genuinely good. With only 8 episodes, we start episode 1 with a detective episode with Noir interludes, a defective detective. And while I personally am a sucker for the detective trope, as if you couldn't tell, episode 1 was a fantastically good one to bring us back into the world of Studio C. They welcome us with a new cast, a new intro for the season, and then hit us with a hilarious detective sketch. They've definitely done this trope before, but this time the repetitions were handled to perfection, especially paired with the sound effects, creating an environment of hilarity, and Jason, being the main protagonist of the sketch, nails it out of the park with his believable acting. Best skit of the episode, honestly. Throughout this episode, they have these noir detective interludes to transition between sketches, and although some of these quick jokes don't land well, it's meant for us to move on to the next sketch and not take up too much of our time on it. The transition between sketches 5 and 6, however, was a really good one that stood out to me. Speaking of skit 6, it was a Power Rangers parody. While I was skeptical at first since they have done a Power Rangers sketch before, this time it actually feels like a Power Rangers episode with the fast cuts, sound effects, and goofy editing, which works in its favor since the main joke genre in this sketch is juxtaposition. Skit 7 was a quick bumper called Studio Oopsies, a series that I would have bet money on that this was going to be a reoccurring bit like they've done in the past with other series, but I'm glad that this was not the case, because personally it was just not my favorite transition that they've done. It was just a creative way to have a bumper that isn't just a logo across the screen, and that's true with most of the transitions this season. The 9th skit was a double dinner date. I wasn't expecting to laugh at this one, but it was genuinely funny due to how committed I was to the bit and had a lot of joke types. Hilarious. To finish off the episode was the last noir interlude. What I love about this interlude is that it ties all, if not most, of the skits together in a crossover conclusion. That was an amazing first episode, and I laughed at every sketch except for Burger Barn. I hope that this trend continues and the writing is just as good, if not better. So honestly, I don't have a lot of notes on episode 2. An admonishing anthropologist. I had to look at my script because what is this title? Like I said, I don't have a ton of notes on this specific episode, mostly because the general consensus would equate to, yo dude, most of the skits were funny, man. Which, I mean, they were. The notes I have are, I appreciate how clever the wordplay is of the second sketch about a job fair. And another really funny episode. I don't want to say this too early because, well, I'll probably regret it, but this season is actually good so far. Studio C is good again. What I will say is that episode 2 made me start to realize that most of the time, I didn't laugh at the transition sketches. The third skit, How Do You Spell?, and the X-Men outro sketch were my least favorite out of all the bits this episode, as well as the opening sketch with the outside diner. Everything else in the episode was funny. In my original video, I did count the transition sketches as skits because they would be on screen trying to be funny, which is the same point of the main sketches. So here, I also have to count them. However, considering this point, most of the time, I found myself being more negative to the transitions than the main sketches. Because for the most part, the main skits in this season are actually really solid. And at the end of the season, I guarantee there will be a significant impact on the updated graph, which honestly, I'm really excited about that. Episode 3, A Secret Scarecrow, is the Halloween episode. Because of course, you can't have a new season without new holiday-centered festivities. In the form of sketches, obviously. I'm sure you could guess at this point, yes, there is a new exclusive intro, and this time they took some creative liberties by using paper puppets on sticks. The good transitions that stood out to me this time around were between skits 2 and 3, as well as between 5 and 6,
And man, the VFX always get better in this show with every season, both with the transitions and the actual sketches. Something I was not expecting was a country song out of nowhere, but it does match with the theme of Halloween due to vampires, so I guess it counts as a Halloween sketch. But that is not where I was expecting that song to take a turn at. Titled My Blood Runs Red, White, and Blue, Dalton is the main star of the sketch. Not really my cup of tea, or should I say, cup of blood, because mine is right here. This episode is where it is further cemented in my brain that in between sketches, there is now a through line that tells a story. Not that story, which I do appreciate, even if they aren't humorous some of the time. Obviously, I made that clear in episode 2, but to be honest, every episode this season has that factor, which I do think makes the episodes better overall. The 4th episode of season 17, A Terrible Tailor, has one very specific highlight that I would like to share that I don't think a lot of people realize. In the very first sketch, this episode is a hilarious classroom sketch where Jason is trying so hard not to break, and it's killing me because Jericho is hilarious in the sketch. And then in the 8th sketch, Jason finally breaks, and it's implied that this part was probably improv, and I love it. Episode 5, An Elderly Embezzler, featuring Lisa Clark, who was the first guest of season 17. If you couldn't tell, each episode in season 17 is now titled a blank blank, and generally has the theme that ties through each episode with a conclusion that mentions one, if not most of the sketches, to make the ending more satisfying to watch during the credits. In this episode, there is a Lisa Show sketch, which while being hilarious, the reason for that is the commentary on content creator culture in terms of sponsorships. Which, speaking of that, while I may have no sponsorships, I am supported by my producers and production assistants at patreon.com/mastereth. Satire! Next is episode 6, A Bossy Biker. The opening to episode 6 was a clip from the Oscars, and honestly, I can't believe Jason won an Oscar for Best Original Score. Not comedy? I mean, alright. At least it was a hilarious opener. In this specific episode, after skit 4, is a nice look back of the show, especially for us Studio C'ers. Studio Heads? Is there a fan base name? I mean, it was a little treat for us Studio Heads. I'm just gonna make it a thing now, you can't stop me. Then we have skit 6, a sequel army sketch. This is my favorite of this entire season. Loudness, costumes, repeats, juxtaposition, awkwardness, and speech patterns combined into this abrasive back-to-back joking action that is so good. We then end the episode with a pet store sketch where one of the members breaks on stage. I absolutely love when this happens because you can tell they are trying so hard to keep it together. But sometimes when the funny concept is literally in your face, it is not easy to ignore it and say your lines. Episode 7, A Belligerent Bowler, featuring Mallory Everton, made me so happy when I realized that she was a guest. As a refresher, Mally? Who's Mally? As a refresher, Mallory was part of the original cast of Studio C from the very beginning, so to see Jason and Mallory back on Studio C at the same time was definitely a situation that I very much appreciated. Skit 1 reveals Mallory on stage, which made the crowd happy. The transition between skits 2 and 3 goes hard. No, I'm not going to play it because last time I did that, I got copyright claimed and then had to share revenue with whoever this is. And since the last skit this episode was about post-credit scenes, the credit scene in this episode is playing on that trope. Finally, for season 17, episode 8, A Snowy Stuntman. This is probably one of my favorite Christmas specials in all of Studio C history. Mostly because of the transitions starring Jason in his house, which further escalates to increase the comedy, tying all the skits together, as well as made me realize that fourth wall breaks don't really happen all that much in this season, which I appreciate because in the later seasons of Studio C, they relied on that trope just way too much. Also, wait a minute. Did Studio C see my video?
I made him some sugar cookies.
To the newer cast.
Wow, what a great addition, Jimmy. You really spiced up that anecdote, made it your own, put your spin on it.
Now, before we go to the graph portion, I want to mention season 17 as a whole. One of the reasons why there weren't a whole lot of notes is that I was genuinely enjoying my time with season 17 and was blown away by how good the comedy actually was. I had my initial doubts, don't get me wrong, but season 17 gives me hope for the next season and future seasons to come, because at this point you know there's going to be a season 20. There just has to be. Out of the 64 sketches this season, I am happy to announce that 43 out of these 64 sketches were funny. After putting all the season 17 numbers into the graph, I am actually blown away. Honestly, this definitely shows quality over quantity, because there are only 8 episodes in season 17. Numbers of sketches are significantly less, but I think it works in its favor, honestly. Funny sketches, although it doesn't look like a whole lot of significance, it definitely is an improvement from season 16, and past season 9, it is the highest one of the newer cast, beating all of the seasons from seasons 10 through 16. Hilarious sketches shows a shocking spike. It's almost as high as season 9, which was the original cast's last season together. And even more of a shocking discovery are the percentages of funny sketches to unfunny sketches. And the percentage of season 9 and 17 are almost exactly the same, with season 17 actually being in the lead, which is crazy because this now means season 17 beats every season except for seasons 2, 3, 5, and 6, which are Studio C's golden era. While browsing YouTube, I got recommended Jason prank calling scammers with impressions.
Hello, Benjamin. I received an invoice for a charge that I did not authorize. I was wondering if I could get your help.
Okay, I will help you. Can you please confirm me your name and your date of birth?
Yes. First name, Bruce. Last name, Wayne.
Alright, Mr. Bruce Wayne. So this is Alfred here.
Hi, Alfred. Can you help me, Alfred?
Batman.
Oh, no. Now you know my identity. What are we gonna do? Oh, well, can you still help me? I'm a billionaire.
No, I can't help you because Joker never helps the Batman.
Oh, no. Joker. Well, I have to say something.
Yes.
You are the coolest scammer I've ever talked to. You have my respect.
Why am I bringing this up? Well, he and some other cast members did some commercials for Spilt Milk. Also, Jason having his own impersonation show is honestly kind of genius. There are 6 of these ads. 3 with Jason, 2 with Dalton, and 1 with Naomi. First, we'll start with the Dalton ads since they're really short.
Try this, big guy. Milk? I've had what? 2 million glasses tonight? Hard pass. Yeah, but you never had this. 20 grams of protein, 60 milligrams of caffeine, 0 grams of sugar. Holy Christmas nuts. Step aside, Rudolph! I'm pulling my own sleigh tonight! Cleveland's next. Ugh. Okay, roll pick me up. Expensive water. Just do it for the energy clause. Instant regret. Try this, big guy. Milk? I've had what? 2 million glasses tonight? Hard pass. Yeah, but you never had this. 20 grams of protein, 60 milligrams of caffeine, 0 grams of sugar. That's Christmas magic. Holy Christmas nuts. Step aside, Rudolph! I'm pulling my own sleigh tonight!
I find
find it kind of funny that some of the cast members from Studio C are doing commercials about caffeinated chocolate milk. You'll understand why this is important later. These commercials are basically that feeling you get when you've been on the road for like hours on end, and you don't know what kind of caffeinated beverage you want to stay awake on the road, because you still have hours left to drive. Also, Santa is a thief. Up next is the short ad with Jason.
Time out! Time out! Those are Chad's cookies and cream. All we gotta do is put out the vibe, add a little caffeination, and she'll add us to her cart faster than you can say big gulps, huh?
It's not working, you peanut butter chocolate freak!
Save 20% if you go to spill.com!
Just when I thought you couldn't get any yummer, you go and pull something like this. And totally redeem yourself!
This is an obvious parody of Dumb and Dumber that advertises the new flavors of milk. Kind of funny and plays on the stereotype of gym bros. Now these next 3 ads, well, I'm not going to play them in full. Why? Because in total they're like 35 minutes long. And well, I'm not going to do that to you. Especially because these are some of the most unique ads I've found so far that are actually entertaining to watch in full. Part 1 of Scam Slayers introduces the series.
Welcome to Spilt Scam Slayers, where we prank call scammers in the middle of a cow pasture. Why? Because why not? Now, prank calling people in general is obnoxious and juvenile, but when you do it to scammers, when you waste their time, you're taking away time from them scamming actual people. Are we heroes? I don't know. You be the judge. But first, the chalice of impressions. I'm going to draw a name from here, and that's how we're going to interact with the scammer. There's 16 different impressions. Let's see what the first one is.
This series has Jason play a bunch of different impressions, some of which we honestly haven't heard yet, like Plankton. Part 1 was actually hilarious. I think it's my new favorite segment of the video. Part 2 got even better, with a scammer who constantly repeats himself while talking to Obama. These don't feel like ads. They feel like improv sketches, which is incredible. Part 3 has Naomi, and literally the only comment on this video is, will Jason be doing another one of these again soon? 6 months ago. Got some bad news for you, buddy. Actually, Awkward Monkey 86, we have beef now. Because Jason does appear in the video. So you're wrong. I can't believe I literally got a comment on a video recently that told me I don't do research. It actually had a relatable moment. So basically, instead of impressions, Naomi acts out specific situations, like improv.
Before I talk about season 18, I wanted to take a minute to check up on JK Studios, the original cast of Studio C, and mention the film Go West, which I hinted at a previous part. This film is a comedy set in the Old West with some of the original members of Studio C, narrated by Sean Astin of all people. It wasn't out the last time I talked about Studio C, and while I was originally planning on going to the theater to see it, I couldn't have included any B-roll about the film unless it was the trailers. This was my first stumbling block I found myself tripping on. Because while there are a list of places to watch this film, every place has this movie available for rent only, which can stop some people from seeing this film in the first place. I understand that independent artists should have the right to make money, so this isn't me complaining about the fact that movies cost money. I'm just explaining that there's a harder barrier to entry to even watch this film in the first place. The cheapest option is to rent it on Amazon Video for like $2, but since PayPal isn't an option, since Amazon specifically hates PayPal and does not allow it on their site, the only way is with a credit card. Until I found Vudu/Fandango Movies, where you can watch it for free
but with ads. And if I ever want a chance at recording B-roll so I can dissect this movie to see if it even is worth people's time, since I am a broke boy that respects people's time and money, this is the best option for me. So after creating an account, it is now time to go west. And the first paragraph of the section is done. Purdue Distribution is the first thing that appears on screen, along with Brothers Inc. and JK Studios. We open on a book where this place takes in Missouri. An intro montage introduces our characters, and some people play multiple characters, which is going to be interesting to see how these characters are different from each other, and means that almost every actor is from Studio C. Aveline's husband dies, Cora is her sick sister, and Aveline must reach the West before winter. Already the plot is kind of similar to that other unofficial Studio C movie that people were mad about, where two women go across a country to see their family during the sickness. Elijah travels to the West with a cart he got from a salesman.
You are as shrewd as you are strong, Elijah.
The two main characters finally meet in a store, one of them being Robert, and her store is under new management after her father died. While in the store, it is revealed that Aveline has a daughter who is getting married and has to visit her in the West. Robert is now going west since Aveline didn't pay enough money for her purchase. Hank, Terrace, the doctor, Charlotte, Joseph, Julian, and the captain are also introduced in the story, and the captain leads them west. Aveline takes Cora with her, even though Cora has dysentery. Wild West holiday is hinted at here with some golf balls and golfers, which makes me think there is more to this movie than a Western. Technically there is, but we will get to it later because currently this is just set up for future events. Some of the music is oddly retro, but it works due to the connection of the Oregon Trail video game. So I don't mind it at all because the very next track is a plucking guitar. This is basically a comedic Oregon Trail movie. Usually the antagonist is always behind the main gang of the film and meets the people that they met first. Meanwhile, in Wyoming, the Thievin' Three break into a saloon, another antagonistic group, also known as the Johnny River Gang. Cutting back to the A story, Elijah and Cora keep spending time with each other, which insinuates that they may end up as a couple later, but we'll see, because this is yet another setup for future events. The group goes to a store to get supplies, but the store hosts a man named Mr. Carson, who gives them a side quest to kill a buffalo in exchange for the supplies they need. After accomplishing that by using the quest as a punchline more than an actual side quest, there was a song sung by Stacy which was hilarious for the interruptions. The main character and the main antagonist finally meet again. Robert attempts to get her money, but Aveline gets another letter, and Robert understands, although doesn't like it. Now the gang go to a family circus to blow off some steam from the stressful trip, and I didn't write this down, but it reminds me of that scene from Baldur's Gate where you find this traveling carnival. Not much happens here, but a lion goes crazy. The Johnny River gang is with Robert, and a shootout happens, but all of a sudden, Johnny River's grandma, Johnny River Sr., shoots up a storm. Elijah gets kidnapped, and Robert gets the info she needs. The captain dies in sinking mud, and the group breaks up, so now Aveline and Cora are alone, headed to Oregon, but after a while they meet back up, along with Robert and a third antagonist, the Beast, which dies at the hand of the golfer. No wonder they kept appearing throughout the story. They made it to Oregon, and everyone's story gets wrapped up in a book montage. There were definitely more people than just the main cast who worked on this movie, and it was a team effort in every step of the process. I'm usually not one for Westerns, but since it was a comedy, and a well-written one at that, it does a good job at being an 1800s dramedy. The only negative thing that I have to say is that there are a few jokes that didn't really land due to subject matter. But other than that, it was a very enjoyable experience from beginning to end, and I do recommend it as a lighthearted watch. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go west. I was gonna wear the boots, but you could barely see them in the shot.
Becoming Evil, the official villain tryout guide by the League of Evil. So you think you got what it takes to be a villain? Well, congratulations, because now you get to prove it. Your villain tryout will test your mind, body, and soul, if you have one. Can you walk by a crying baby and look the other way? Can you kick an old person when they're down? Can you stand by when your friend's face gets melted by a superhero and still be tough? If you answered yes, great. To become an officially licensed villain, you have to be bad. You have to be the best. You have to be the best. As a villain, your body will be a registered weapon. And these are the guns. Tryouts can often be a stressful time for applicants, but always remember evil, E-V-I-L. Every villain is loved. And if you ever find yourself in trouble, just remember B-A-D, bad, burn all dead. Regardless, have fun out there. And remember, great villains are bad people.
All I've ever wanted is to take over the world. When you're born a henchman, you don't really get that chance.
Hello. You may be wondering, Ethan, why are you in a suit? Well, since we're about to talk about Villains, Inc., I decided to dress up. Well, Mr. Artemunicado, I hear you saying. That's not an evil villain costume. And you would be wrong, because what's worse than an evil villain? That's right. A businessman. I didn't realize that Villains Inc. and Go West came out the same year. I swear, they were like a year apart from each other. Both IMDBs say 2023, so maybe I was wrong. However, on further inspection, to do some form of due diligence, Go West came out first, and then Villains Inc. At the very least, I know Go West came first, and then Villains Inc. was after. So now, we will talk about Villains Inc., a movie that I'm just now watching in 2025. Villains Inc., I believe, is the 5th movie now in the DC JK verse, even though some aren't official movies. This would technically be the 3rd movie, but I'm counting it as the 5th. In this hilarious film, the intro sounds like Jeremy, even though he is the director of the film. Mallory and Jason are also in this movie. Mallory plays Beatrix, and Jason plays Kane. These two characters play as henchmen, which brings up my first gripe. Not with them as characters, but with the spider scene. The VFX on the spider is a little shaky, as if they didn't correctly motion track it, and while it isn't a big gripe, it broke my immersion for a few minutes, despite the fact that most of the VFX were actually pretty good in this film. Captain Justice from a side angle looks like Will Ferrell, which eventually leads to a good funeral transition. Now that's some good VFX. Speaking of who is in this movie, more Studio C/JK studio members make an appearance. Besides Jason and Mallory, Jeremy is a janitor, Tori is a henchman, Matt is an evil villain. Lastly, Stacy and James are cops. Besides non-cast members, the old guy, Harold, his jokes are about being an old guy.
Oh, well, excuse me for using my charms to further our designs.
You don't have charms, you have arthritis.
They're called gas hands.
And then there's Alex. I don't know why, but Alex the intern gives me Ben Stiller energy.
But then you guys came into my life, and yeah, we both know. In between you and me, there's an ocean. But I digress. Or do I? Because you can never really digress an apology as long as it's sincere. So, in conclusion, I'm sorry. And God bless America.
Can we talk about this later?
The villain team want to become indie. What a great idea! This basically means a bunch of odd jobs. A gig economy for villains, essentially. This movie is a lot more violent than I was expecting. It gets so violent that one of the villains goes on a rant.
Well, maybe this should be a lesson to you guys that violence is not the answer.
We're hitmen. That's what we do. We kill people. It's our job.
Yeah, I know that, but I mean, maybe instead of, all of us henchmen are like, bam, 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 when we should talk, talk, talk. Okay, because, I mean, your brain, your mouth, your heart is a weapon that you never have to reload, okay? So think about that, guys. There's a better way.
That's a weird thing to say to someone you just met.
This is the most violent movie of the Studio C/JK Studios movie lineup. Regarding the timestamps of the film, at 36 minutes, there was a beautiful sunset shot. Then, a third of the way through the film, the tone shifts by way of a white lie from one friend to another, and then at 50 minutes is the funniest scene of the movie, purely because of the chemistry between the main characters and the dealer.
10,000 cash. I'm not doing any of that Bitcoin nonsense anymore.
And how much for one?
10,000 cash.
Do you do financing?
Okay, just... I mean, do you have the money or not?
Not physically, but we can come to some kind of arrangement, such as equity in our evil startup.
No! You come here, insult me, and waste my time with nothing to show?
Does the chip we brought have any trade-in value?
No! Does this have trade-in value?
Hold on! Okay, hold on. We can get you your money and more. We just need a handful of chips, not hand, any appendage. Sorry.
Quiet! Quiet! Do you know why the seagull is the most magnificent bird? Because of its unexpected mercy? No! It's because the seagull isn't afraid to eat its own species. It's back here. I got it. I got it, Pete. Okay, I got it. Let me do it. Pete, I can do it. I can do it myself. I've got it. I hope they don't think this was a hate crime.
Over time, I noticed some random acts like visual glitches that I thought were going to play into the story, but they never did. They committed a crime by taking up 2 parking spaces and not being in the center of one spot. And the real villain of the story, a misogynistic businessman. But even worse, a businessman. At the peak of the conflict, the lie blows up in the team's face. But because this movie is a tad predictable, the team gets back together, and while some of the jokes are pretty juvenile, out of all of the movies that the cast members have been associated with, I think this is my favorite one.
The characters were great, action comedy was the main genre, which was a surprise, but for the most part, it held up pretty well. And I've always had a love for villain-centered stories, so it was a refreshing take for these cast members to play as villains. On to season 18. This is the season that contains the 200th episode of Studio C, the one where the original cast returned for the special episode. Since this is the opener for the entire season, I do have high hopes for this one, especially since I have already highly praised season 17 and JK Studios' first official movie. Episode 1 is an hour-long special, which doesn't happen very often. This is the episode where they reference all of the beloved skits from the previous original cast seasons. So if you've been watching the show for the past decade like me, you will most likely appreciate it. 12 skits are present in this episode, and here is a list of all the cameos, instead of me reading them for the next 2 minutes, since every skit has some form of cameo and reference. There's a Marvel-style intro, which, given the theme of the episode, works in its favor by clashing worlds together. The names of the cast members appear on screen during the skit after the intro. Some of the goofy bumpers are just the cast interacting with each other, and some of which are actually old bumpers that they've used before. Now I would like to take some time to talk about the standout sketches that made this episode shine. They brought back not only a tongue twister, but also the one person doesn't have the script sketch. Twice. These two styles of skit are few and far between, and I always get excited when there is a new one, because it breaks the normal mold of the show to bring us something different for a change. Neither of these styles disappointed in this episode, and I am so happy they brought this back, because this was one of my favorite skit styles from earlier seasons, mostly because it heavily relies on improv, something that a scripted show like Studio C rarely does, especially when Mallory tries so incredibly hard to not break, and it's fantastic. The other standout sketch has actually nothing to do with previous knowledge of the original cast. It is a Pixar mom sketch, which is something I was not expecting, but couldn't stop laughing at the very specific Pixar meme that they were integrating into the sketch. I'm just gonna play a clip for you because you need to see this for yourself.
Oh, sorry, that's mine.
All right, I will not stand for such egregious... Whatever, this is lame. I'm going. Tired of this!
This is the best episode of Studio C in a really long time. Literally every single sketch was hilarious. For a 200th episode celebration, they really knocked it out of the park with this one. I'm not even being sarcastic, I'm genuinely impressed. Put this into perspective, I've uploaded like, what, 260 videos on this channel? Like, that's crazy.
For me, honestly, it has always been like a gift.
It means I never had to be a dentist.
I worked on it with my friends. I mean, there's a lot of good memories.
Studio C means like growth.
But I feel like it means family in a lot of ways.
It was a very magical time in my life.
Well, Studio C is a big part of my life.
It's hard to really put into words.
It means such informative years for me as like a person.
We've made something that I never expected to happen.
Just on a personal level, it was very like, this was my dream. This is what I had always wanted to do, and to be able to do it with all these people that I love so much.
For me, I guess Studio C is an example of like being authentic and genuine, and because of that, finding your people, and because you found your people, you got to do something that you couldn't possibly imagine, and I'm really just grateful.
This was something that I got to build up with my friends. I just feel so lucky to have been a part of it.
Like people would come up and be like, hey, like one of my daughter's in chemo, or like doing like these really difficult things, like families would say. We watch Studio C to kind of like escape and like have something that we can all laugh at. And that's when it really hit me, like, oh, this isn't just like a goofy comedy show. This is something that like means something to people.
Like, this was something I did in college where I just tried out for something that I thought like that would be fun for a little while, but it became my job. It became like my passion. It became my life, you know, to just like have people that you get to see all the time that are closer than your own family is like, I don't know how many people really get to feel that all the time.
I feel like I knew at the time how lucky I was to be a part of the project. It really was a very tight-knit group that I don't know how else you forge bonds that tight without just like keep doing it. You keep getting up there, you keep trying to put the work out there.
It was so many like fun moments and hard moments and learning experiences, but I'm grateful for it. It was a really, really great experience.
I started learning so much about myself, what I can do here. We've gone from like doing sketches in college to Studio C to now we're like creating sitcoms and shows and making movies, and it's really cool to look back at like Studio C being the origins of that.
Now, episode 2 was a juxtaposition in terms of a number of sketches and humor. Episode 1 has 12 skits, and episode 2 has 6 skits. And honestly, it works in its favor. 2 of them I found to be kinda boring, but the rest were humorous. Honestly, I could sum up episode 2 with one paragraph. There's a Jared Shores reference in the background that only studio heads would get. The shark impressions were actually on point, especially Barbara, and this is exactly how I feel about Bluey.
I'm pushing the off button, it's not working.
I'm not going to prison because of a kid show.
It's a lot more than just a kid show!
What did you say?
It's a dramedy about marriage, co-parenting, and the importance of play that just happens to take place inside of a children's television program.
I literally bought 2 seasons of it on DVD. We opened episode 3 with a skit about a newspaper, and it's like a tongue twister sketch, but not as engaging because they just say the same words over and over again because they sound similar, and there aren't any stakes. Sketches 3 and also 7 connect, where the skit gets more disturbing the more you think about it, and then later this is like a continuation of the family dinner sketch, but it's a separate sketch. Why isn't this part of the same sketch? In skit 9, they mentioned Gilmore Girls. So now they have mentioned both Bluey and Gilmore Girls at this point. Did Studio C hide a microphone in my house? Because I love both of those shows. I mean, probably not, just considering how season 18 is going, because reference comedy wears off after a while. They're falling into this trap again of relying too heavily on parodies and also continuing these short segments that don't add a whole lot to the show in terms of comedy or originality. They found the sweet spot with season 17. But we are 3 episodes into season 18, and I'm starting to lose my confidence again in this show. How did you get here? If they were to stop doing these short segments and either make it their own skit so they can move on to the next idea, or spend more time on the longer sketches, the show would improve, because we have already seen it in literally the previous season. At least when season 17 had these shorter segments, they tied it into each other to create a cohesive storyline, but now we're back to shoving a bunch of random skits together again. These Eyes on Hawkins segments don't make any sense if you haven't seen the material it is referencing, and even if you have seen the show like myself, it comes across as lazy writing due to its foundation of these jokes being the visual effects specifically. It is very clear that these specific sketches are written with the formula newsroom plus animal mention plus gaslighting plus visual effect equals attempted comedy, and this combination of jokes becomes obvious after the 3rd attempt. Speaking of reference comedy, yo, is that Mario? Do you all want me to start yelling beef shakes again? Because if I have to resort to that to make my point, I will. However, the Mario sketch actually does a good job at subverting expectations, as well as putting a unique spin on the Mario Brothers, so the comedy actually works. Also, if they aren't using a green screen or a blue screen, how are they doing this? I doubt they had the budget for the Disney crystal. Remember how I ranted about the last episode? And how I kept doing these weird Stranger Things sketches? How did you get there? Well, episode 4 does the exact opposite of that. Episode 4 has only 6 skits, and most of them are really funny. Episode 3 had 9 skits, and the Eyes on Hawkins skits weighed down the episode, and also episode 3 is probably the worst of the season so far in terms of funny sketches or original ideas. In episode 4, there was only 1 parody sketch, the opener. In episode 3, there were 5 parody sketches. Do you see the connections I'm making here? Personally, there's nothing wrong with a parody sketch, so long as you actually have a unique spin on it and actually subvert expectations, which leads to good comedy writing. At this point is when I discovered the new episode name trend, blank for blank. This trend of naming episodes something different than just the season number and episode number started at season 14 with the disappearance of Jason Gray. Personally, I think this was a nice change, and quickly informs you of what the team thought would be a good idea to name the episodes, like Edgar Allan Crow. Season 17 is where they tried to do a similar style title for the entire season, a blank blank. Season 18 is a blank for blank. For the most part. Oh, but Ethan, talk about episode 5. Well, I would, but I literally only have 1 note and only 1 skit that I found to be funny. And now this episode is competing with episode 3 for worst episode. However, at least with episode 3, I had enough to say about it. Here, it was just a forgettable episode. The only thing memorable was they directly referenced the original cast and the new cast in the trolley problem.
I'm the new cast.
I regret it.
I'll do nothing.
Oh, well, the old cast doesn't pay my bills, so sorry, guys.
All right, so it's looking up again. This is due to the fact that Mallory makes a cameo throughout this entire episode, making it extremely memorable. Most of the sketches were hilarious due to the acting and writing presence of Mallory as a comedian, and was a member of the original cast of Studio C. Overall, I definitely recommend this episode, but I don't recommend this camera angle. I'm never doing this again. Well, all the sketches were funny. Half of them were just parodies, which isn't a bad thing as long as they are executed well, which they are. The Indiana Jones and Jekyll and Hyde were my favorites, and the Jekyll and Hyde one was impressive from a technical standpoint. So, this is the last episode of season 18. This one starts with a Jeremy cameo and then devolves into a bunch of different cameos in the form of a fake movie trailer. There is actual plot to this episode for once, and it's the product placement episode where they attempt to impress a Hollywood producer. There's a new intro in the form of a band marching through. The soap opera skit was too predictable of a sketch at first, but ultimately devolved into chaos, and the trailer included Natalie and James and Whitney and Steven and Adam and Stacy. Episode 1 really carried season 18 in terms of hilarious sketches, since all 12 were hilarious, meaning half of the total number was from episode 1. Number of skits went down a bit, hilarious skits rose a bit, and 40 out of 59 sketches were funny, but there was a slight dip. Since seasons 17 and 18 were so close in terms of percentages, I decided to simplify this graph by rounding either up or down depending on the percentage. Also, it'll just look cleaner in general. This means season 18 beats season 17 by a percentage. Again, because of season 18's 200th episode. 17 and 18 beat all of 7 through 16, so we know that there has been a rising shift of some kind, whether it's writing, comedy styles, or cameos. It also beats seasons 1 and 4. Season 3 and 18 are tied, and 17 and 18 basically beat all the seasons except for seasons 2, 5, and 6, which we've already established as Studio C's golden era, so of course it wasn't going to beat that. But man, I'm starting to think that the question we asked at the beginning is becoming more of a statement rather than a question. After dissecting both season 17 and 18, as well as the JK Studios' first official movie, I am definitely more in the camp of recommending these newer seasons. For sure, season 17 with its unexpected comeback, as well as its narratives between sketches, and season 18 for its 200th episode and cameos. Alright, I think I'm ready to confess it. Studio C is good again. Inside you, there are two wolves. On one side is a comedy show rising from the ashes of its demise and becoming a genuinely good show again. The other side is season 19. Nah, I'm just kidding. It was actually a pretty good season. Well, kind of. It's complicated. Before we get to that time, a big Hollywood star, well, guest starred in an episode of Studio C. We need to start from the beginning of season 19. Episode 1 opens with a Twilight sketch in 2024. Matt is back, but also Twilight in 2024? Okay, I guess. But then it became one of the best opening sketches. There's a new intro with new members, but I don't really like the song remix. I think it's fine, it's not really that iconic. Skit 2 is Up High Airlines. I don't have much to say about this one. I thought it was pretty funny, but it's one of those green screen sketches that they just kind of throw in between stage sketches, I guess. It was fine, but the third skit of episode 1, the parking garage, hilarious. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. This is another sketch where the setup was obviously heavily inspired by I Think You Should Leave sketch, but it's still pretty good and made me laugh pretty hard at the end. Skit 4 was the Starbucks-esque skit, which is honestly hilarious. This is the third hilarious sketch so far, and we're only like 4 skits in. It's pretty humorous, though a certain bit goes on for too long. But then Jericho and Matt start breaking and it helps the flow of the monotony of the sketch. And then more cast members start breaking. And this pretty dull sketch turned into something I was not expecting, but in a good way. Skit 5 was Big Mouth Billy Bass. It was pretty funny, but it's definitely one of the dumber sketches they've done in more recent times. At the end, they brought back the credit bloopers. Episode 2 is titled Emotional Damage with Stephen He. This is the first guest episode of the season. Skit 1 was a group therapy sketch, which was hilarious. It was 50 seconds in, and I can already tell where this skit is going. How many times has an internet star been on this show? I know there's been a few YouTubers, but there's only been a few big names in the industry that I know of that have appeared on this show. Anyways, this sketch reminds me of the relationship therapy skit in an earlier season. Honestly, I'm just happy that Matt is back once again, and oh look, Steven said the funny line. Emotional, damn it! Skit 2 was an ambulance appearance, which is funny, but it's like they just took a script from one of Steven's videos.
I went to school, we didn't have paper, pen. You take the bunch and then you do homework like this.
When I was young, I was a skateboard. Other kids put wheels on me and they respected me for it.
What?
You know Tony Hawk, he did 900, right? 1,600. I did that on both my SAT and my skateboard.
Okay.
I took him to a psychiatrist, couldn't fix his emotional damage.
Oh my gosh, he said the funny line again! Skit 3 had funeral plans with gravestone engravings. That sounded redundant, which was really funny, and one notable fact is that there's a QR code that appears. I was expecting a Rickroll, but it just takes you to the BYU TV website. There's also a Burger Barn reference, which, can we stop referencing Burger Barn, please? They try to make this like new, hip, new reference kind of thing, and it's like, dude, just drop it already. Burger Barn wasn't even that funny, I'm just gonna say it. Skit 4 was a BTS sketch, and fun fact, this is actually a real fact, which I actually learned before I even watched this episode. And the reason I'm mentioning that is because a parody of BTS appears here. I also didn't realize that the song that plays is from BTS. I always used to hear it in a commercial or something like that, and it was stuck in my head for a while. So that song is good, and then I think Juice WRLD did a song with BTS, and I like that song. Skit 5 of the episode was a dinner show, which was kind of funny, and honestly, Jericho just carried this sketch. For a guest episode, it was pretty good. Episode 3 started with a skit about running into each other in like a rom-com type fashion, which was kind of funny. It was basically a third wheel sketch that just feels like a Tim Robinson sketch, mostly because of Dalton.
Can't, sorry. Called out yesterday to buy a new tracksuit because my old one got stuck in my sister's car door while I was still in it, dragging me 2 blocks, torn to shreds, seeking legal counsel. Doy, I always do this. You thought I wanted to date you. I have a wife and 2 kids. I just thought we had an incredibly palpable friend connection we could all feel.
It was at this point that I realized that there is a custom intro per episode, meaning that there are like 7 different intros this season, which is kind of a new, fresh take on how to do intros. I think it's really cool. Skit 2 of episode 3 was Mackenzie X3. So Mackenzie.
Mackenzie and Mackenzie and Mackenzie.
This reminds me of something. I don't know what, but just something. Maybe.
Jakey, and Jakey, attorneys at law.
Skit 3 of the episode was a Back to the Future parody. It was kind of funny, though. It was very predictable.
Marty! 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 Marty!
Skit 4 was a manor murder. I'm not gonna lie, this one is not that funny. Well, dismemberment is back. Skit 5 was a coma patient. And while it was a pretty funny sketch, they started breaking on stage. And I honestly was just expecting them to just reference a bunch of recent events, but they really did. So in a way, they really subverted my expectations on that one. I'm not gonna lie, this is the worst episode of the season. Episode 4 starts with a kind of funny safety training video. This is one of those skits where they try to get people to laugh by one of the cast members continuously laughing about a situation. Skit 2 was the Cash and Dash net, which was funny. Skit 3 was a surgery sketch, which wasn't that funny, and it sounds like a musical without the music.
And 1, and 2, and 3, and 4. Scalpel, 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 scalpel. CC's, increase, scalpel, scalpel, stitch, suture, scalpel, scalpel, stitch, suture, scalpel, scalpel.
Skit 4 was the Betrayal House, probably one of my favorite sketches of this episode specifically, though again, it's just kind of funny. Skit 5 was a hiring sketch, which was really funny. And Skit 6 was the Once Upon a Time Thumbelina thing. Not that funny though. I don't really have a lot to say about episode 4. I have notes, don't get me wrong, but it's all about the joke types and not about the actual sketches themselves, like the specifics of it. So yes, I could just read you all the joke types, or here's it on screen. Here's all the joke types for the skits this episode, if you really care. The Cash Dash net and the hiring sketch were funny, but the rest of the skits in episode 4 kind of fell flat. I liked the concept of the Betrayal House, but it just became way too predictable way too quickly, and it ended before you even realize it. Episode 5 starts with a unfunny moon landing sketch. The whole premise is, oh, I'm the first to do this on the moon, whoa. Skit 2 is yet again another Harry Potter sketch, because we can't go a single season without doing a Harry Potter sketch. How many times are they gonna do a Harry Potter sketch? Although I'm not gonna lie, it was pretty funny. I did like the twist that they did in this season. Skit 3 was a medicine commercial. They've done a few of these commercials before, but I think this is probably my favorite one of those types of sketches that they've done. They implied that they got an actual sick person to do a medicine commercial, which is pretty clever. And I also love that she subtly breaks the fourth wall by moving in front of the logo on screen. Overall, it was a really funny sketch. However, Skit 4 of episode 5 was a travel promo, kind of funny. I don't really have a lot to say. I think it's just fine. And the last skit of the episode was a pediatrician sketch, which was pretty funny. And I think this is the first time an actual baby appears in a sketch, I believe. No, Spencer doesn't count. Episode 6 starts with a funny dog actor sketch. Then we have a tire eating competition. It was kind of funny. I like the premise. I just feel like the jokes kind of fell to the wayside. The third sketch of episode 6 was a Game of Thrones sketch, and it was funny. I believe this is the first Game of Thrones skit they've ever done. I could be wrong, but like, I can't think of any other time they've done a Game of Thrones one. Skit 4 was the Salem witch trials, and it was kind of funny, but I think my favorite part of the skit was that they almost broke on stage. And then the last skit of episode 6 was the wedding sketch, and it was pretty funny, although this sketch specifically is probably the most impressive of the entire season, and I'm going to play you why that is the case.
From the top.
Gentle soul, it is with wonder and joy that I take you to be my blessed wife and to share with you all that is to be dreamed and dreamt in eternity in a slumber of love and light, for thou's my queen. Love is a flame eternal, or as the Swedes say, Karlik Ar Nevig Laga. Pius 3.141592653589793238462643338. Oochie goochie, I'm a little doo-doo head baby, stupid face, stinky guy. Boom, boom, pow, to the junk in my style. Betty bought some butter, but she said this butter's bitter. If I put it in my batter, it will make my batter bitter. Figaro, 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 so matter so smart, matter so cool, to that's what part I do.
I now pronounce you the greatest challenger I've ever faced.
Before we talk about one of the best episodes of Studio C in a while, I want to briefly mention JK Studios' new movie, Villain Inc. This is JK Studios' second movie so far. Well, technically not, But a lot of the older cast members from Studio C and the current JK Studios were involved in the writing, acting, and directing. Jeremy directed it specifically, which Jeremy's been directing a lot more stuff, and that's really cool to see. Villains Inc. is only available for rent and purchase, and was available in theaters for a time. I would like to watch it, but I currently have no available budget for that. Patreon.com/mastereth. So, we'll go in depth with the film another time, most likely when I get paid from Patreon again. If it's anything like Go West, I'd probably really enjoy it. Now we are on to episode 7, the last episode of the season, with Terry Crews. The first skit was a time travel sketch, and immediately this was hilarious to me. Terry Crews carried the sketch in the best way.
No! I only had 25 burritos to go before I got one for 10% off. I hate being in the future.
No, hey, listen.
I have a good feeling about this guest episode. The next one was also a hilarious sketch about Greek gods. Terry having a character that plays to his strengths really improves the overall character. Next, back to back to back, is another hilarious sketch. Skit 3, Alien Planet. I love this sketch because it subverts expectations. This is what comedy should do. Since Terry is a strong guy, you think it'll be no problem to help them across, but the comedy is derived from the opposite of that fact. The next skit was a school community skit, which was funny. It wasn't hilarious, but it was a good sketch. Although it was one of the weakest sketches of the episode, it was still funny. And then the last sketch of the episode, Terry Crews goes to a store, and it was pretty funny. This is basically that one Starbucks sketch, but it says a different thing every time. This was the best episode of the season. And I'm kind of at the point of saying, just watch this episode. It's a good episode. Like really good. Like one of the best episodes of Studio C in like a very long time. So the question is, was this season good? Well, there's only one way to find out. Graphs. And I'll be honest, it doesn't look great. In case you're wondering what these graphs even are, I basically ranked each individual sketch from not funny to hilarious, and I did this hundreds of times. In fact, there are currently 1,549 sketches. Kill me! I have watched and ranked all of them. Season 19 had 36 sketches, the least amount of sketches in any season of Studio C. It only had 7 hilarious sketches, especially since Terry carried this season, with his episode having 3 hilarious sketches. And on top of that, all of those Terry sketches were actually fun, leading to a grand total of 22 funny sketches. Now, since each episode had a different number of sketches, we must use a formula of percentages to give a better picture as to which seasons are the best. Specifically in terms of comedy, we take the number of funny sketches to the total number of sketches that season to essentially get a grade for each season. However, while all of these numbers have seemed pretty low for the most part, the percentage grade for season 19 is 61%, which is actually really good, surprisingly. The lowest percentage we've ever seen is season 11 with 35%, and the highest was 86%. 9th place. Season 19 got 9th place. Not the best, but not the worst. Honestly, I just recommend you watch the Terry Crews episode. Although this season had some pretty clever bits in general. And if you missed the old cast, well, you'll love this season, since Matt Meese is back, though not Jason for some reason. Personally, from what I've noticed these past 19 seasons, if there's a guest episode, it's probably worth a watch. Even if it's not great, I think having the new dynamic with a brand new member for one episode really spices up the show, and I hope they do it a lot more in the future, because this show's never gonna end. You know, I think I've gotten to the point with this retrospective / documentary series that I will always have a Studio C shaped hole in my heart. I'll always tune in for the new season, though I'm aware that the golden era has been over for like a decade. I still recommend the first 6 seasons of the show, since that's where I believe the peak of the show is. And I also recommend the original cast seasons in general, so basically seasons 1 through 9. But past that, it just starts getting harder to watch. If I wasn't doing this series, I'll be honest, I probably would have just stopped at season 9. Season 10 and on should have honestly just been its own show under a different name. But due to how big this show was, I don't see it ending anytime soon. And I will always be here to see what's next in store for Studio C. See you when season 20 drops. And I'm honestly excited because Will Forte is returning for season 20, so I think it's gonna be fun. We're finally at the end. Season 20. Now, does this mean that they've stopped? Does this mean that they finally have been listening to me and they're gonna make no more seasons? I don't know. But I'm done. I can't deal with this show anymore. Most of the skits are just not that great, and we're gonna get into it, although some of them are hilarious. So pick a lane, either be hilarious or be not funny, but season 20 is both of these for some reason. Episode 1, I Know You're Not Real with Jack McBriar. If you don't know who that is, think about the voice of Fix-It Felix. But if you're me, you'll probably remember him as the guy who played the dentist in the middle. Skit 1 was the Snow White live action. The shoes on the knees were kind of funny. Jack is the dwarf who talks the most in this sketch. And while it is the same joke type over and over again, it shakes up the format with Snow White revealing something different about her character. You also get a new intro with a similar format to a previous season. Skit 2 was an OJ commercial, which was hilarious. And it's the concept of overacting versus normal acting. Skit 3 was a lunch special. Jack feels like Tim Robinson in this sketch, since the joke is solely on him to make him look like a fool, aka overconfident abrasiveness, honestly. The next one is not a skit, but it's a 5-second arcade machine using Snow White characters. Weird. Skit 4 was the tree translator, another hilarious sketch where Matt is the tree. This is the funniest sketch of the episode due to the juxtaposition and the escalation. Skit 5 was the eye doctor. And at this point I realized that Jack seems to be the main character of all of these sketches in this episode, and overall it was a good guest episode. Every sketch landed its jokes. And at this point, you probably realized that the guest episodes are the best ones of the show. We now enter episode 2. Episode 2 starts with Bingo and the Good Kid Gang. It ended up being hilarious because that first reveal killed me.
Let's meet the Good Kid Gang! Roll call!
I'm Amber.
I'm Wyatt.
I'm Doreen.
I'm Ned.
Also, I was not expecting more blood in this show. We've had enough of that. Initially, don't get me wrong, I wasn't impressed. But once they kept juxtaposing Grimjaw, it was hilarious. So this is now my favorite sketch this episode, and we've just started. Maybe it's the best skit this season. I mean, we'll see. The next skit was a Guy Fieri impression. Dalton plays the perfect Guy Fieri. Is it Fieri or Fieri? I don't know, I'm not gonna check. And it ended up being pretty hilarious. The next was a Hospital Baby, which had a Mythbusters cameo, and it was pretty funny. I don't have a lot to say about this one. However, after this we get a cool bumper, which makes me realize that we are far past doing bumper skits, since most of the time they just weigh down an episode. Skit 4 was just gold. No, literally, it was about
gold is down. Where are you supposed to invest your hard-earned money? How about the most reliable investment there is? Cash! Hi, Jan Stantz Cash for Cash. The price of $1 has never been more stable. It's still $1.
This VFX green screen skit was kind of funny. Not really my preferred form of comedy, though. Skit 5 was about executives who are out of money. I was wondering where this skit was going, and once I realized it was about capitalism being a parasite that infects corporations, common sense, and the working class, it made sense. Overall, though, it was really funny. Skit 4, I called First Book. I don't remember this one. It was kind of funny, but it was the least funny skit of this episode and season. However, overall, it was another good episode where a little more than half of the skits were enjoyable. Next was episode 3. Well, I object. Is the next skit. It's the same joke for a few minutes straight where the crowd keeps interrupting, but they're not saying why they're interrupting. Next was Franklin Jewelers. Not gonna lie, this one wasn't funny to me. It was a barrage of questions in the form of a jewelry commercial. Oh my gosh, this is literally the I Think You Should Leave sketch, except with diamonds. I also realized they've used this background before in a previous sketch. Well, good job, guys. You officially made the first unfunny sketch of the season. Next was a golf match. Is this gonna be a Scott Sterling type sketch? No. But the format is very similar. In this one, they are speed running golf. I should know. I'm basically a professional. Oh wait, never mind, they pulled a Scott Sterling without Matt getting hit in the face. Instead, the caddy gets run over like 5 times.
Looks like she's gonna back up now, and oh my, she didn't even look back. It's a bad day to be a caddy. And don't go forward. Oh, mercy. At least she's standing up. Oh gosh, that caddy is having a rough time.
While she's doing that, we go back to the tee box where you'll witness yet another recent rule change.
This year, a random civilian is dragged off the street and given a chance to play for the $1.7 million purse. I don't know who keeps coming up with these rules.
Whoa! And he is facing the wrong way.
This is just hard to watch.
Yeah, buddy, it is. Wow, 2 not funny sketches in a row. Jewel agrees, this is awful. Next was a double date. So this is one of those sketches that gives you secondhand embarrassment and made me quite literally facepalm. 3 unfunny sketches in a row. Next was one that I called The Breakdown, probably because that's where my mentality is at this point. Listen, I'm not into sports ball. My only exception is hockey, but that's like a recent development. However, for the sketch, I don't have any notes. This is a no notes situation, but only because I'm honestly just tired of this episode. And also, this is the 4th unfunny sketch in a row. Oh, and that's the end of the episode. Just 5 skits, okay. Episode 4. So in my notes, I wrote The Dessert as the name of the sketch. I don't remember why, honestly. A lot of these sketches just feel like mush in my brain where I'm trying to recall what this sketch is, but I can't recall. This skit is equivalent to using YouTube to look up CPR techniques while someone is choking. Next was one that I called New Planet, a planet where everything is exactly the same except for one word. By the way, so far in episode 4, these haven't been funny sketches. And we're on to skit 3, The Heist. Finally, a funny sketch. Thank you. What is this, a comedy show? Yeah, it's supposed to be. Literally my only note is that this is shot in reverse vertical mode. Next, we're at the beach, which is the return of Jimmy the Nerd. They almost break, but that can't save the sketch when the main joke is Jericho's nationality. Skit 5 is a sleep experiment. This sketch is basically what happens when I try to sleep at night, but I can't stop thinking, so it just keeps me awake. Also, they literally inflicted pain onto Dalton. I know they say artist pain, but this episode is literally the definition of that. Now we're on to episode 5, which I called Bob Iger 2 because they've done a Bob Iger sketch previously. However, this one was hilarious. Wait, wasn't Dalton supposed to be Bob Iger? Either way, finally, a good opening sketch for season 20. So far, this is the funniest skit of season 20. It also makes fun of subscriptions because we can't get enough of those apparently. Next was a Mexican restaurant. I don't mean to sound, well, mean, but Naomi seems to play the same kind of character in the sketches where she is the main character. And that is a person who is extremely obsessive to the point of borderline annoyance. This is probably due to how these scenes are written, honestly, but it wasn't very funny. Next was a migraine commercial. Ah yes, another parody commercial. However, this one takes a more romantic turn. So it ended up being kind of funny, but it's not the funniest sketch of the season. Next, Carrie is moving. This room looks like one of those sketches from the live episode in New York from season 9. After the skit, we get a cool bumper. And then we end the episode off with a not funny sketch called Jake's Steak Farm. This is a parody. Yeah, it's what you expect. What I wasn't expecting was a Will Smith quote. Next is episode 6, and it starts with a seizure warning, so there's your warning. We start with a skit parody about The Sound of Music. I don't really like this one. Why? I don't know, the joke goes on too long, and then it stops. And then it starts again. And now, I don't want to watch the show anymore. Next, we get a haunted house sketch. Okay, so this one is one of the most predictable sketches that I've seen. Big tough guy goes into a haunted house.
You ever get nervous? I'll be right here. You hold on to me whenever you want.
Okay, I like that.
Scared yet?
Stop!
I totally got you. Ah! No! I'm not ready to die! Help me, good boy, please! Ah! Focus! Owie! Owie, 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 owie!
Yep, it does not subvert expectations whatsoever. Also, why does this season have so much violence? Next, The Devil Went Down to Georgia. This is a kind of funny modern take on the subject. Next was a honeymoon sketch. It asks the question, what if a person suffered from a bunch of fears at once? Next was Camp Antidote. I swear, this sketch was done before in a previous season. At like a spelling bee or a job fair, something like that. I don't entirely remember. Next was Football Sunday. This is the same premise as the Halloween sketch from literally the same exact season. So is the kid grown up at this point? Or is it a completely different character? Good VFX though. Oh my gosh, finally. Is the last episode, episode 7. This is the longest episode of the season, and is the last episode of the season, starring Will Forte. The first was a UFO bunker. Man, Will Forte carried this sketch. It was a hilarious opening skit. Next was a Family Feud sketch. Okay, so I'm surprised it took them 20 seasons to do a Family Feud parody. Wait a minute. I'm pretty sure they've done one before, right? Anyways, Dismemberment is back. Next, we get Harris Hardware, which consists of my wife jokes. Uh-oh. Thankfully, the jokes are mostly that this husband really wants an indoor water slide. Next involves an ambulance. Literally anything Will Forte says, or rather reads, is soaked in theatrical absurdity, and I love it. Next was a superhero sketch. Thunder Guy. This really funny sketch is the epitome of the Superman syndrome. Lastly, is the last sketch of the show, of the season, of the episode, and I'm really excited because it is an improv sketch. I'm so happy they're doing more of these. But wait a minute. This is the exact same concept as one of the Jackbox games. Even still, this is the best sketch of the episode and of the season. It was hilarious, and them breaking on stage made it even better. Season 17 through 20. Did they have exclusive bonus sketches that were not on TV? Yes. 6 blooper videos, 2 of which were from seasons 5 and 6, which I didn't realize previously. 16 exclusive YouTube sketches, and a new series, Inside Studio C, which dates back all the way back to 2019 with the Grinch BTS. There are 10 of these. But regarding seasons 17 through 20, that accounts for 3 of them. The Make-A-Wish reveal, and the 2 videos where the cast talks about the experience of the show. The Make-A-Wish video was super wholesome, especially with the surprise that they had in store.
We have a little special something. We have a special guest with us today. And I know that you think the main gift today has been coming to a Studio C show.
I was like, wait, what?
We have a Mickey Mouse hat because we are sending you and your family on a Disney adventure. Let's hear it for Asher!
I was like, wait, if they're giving me a trip to Disney World and this, then that means I get double the surprise I wanted?
The crowd felt the energy. The fact that they were able to help just be a small part of this wish, I think was really exciting for everybody. And, you know, you could just feel it in the room. And I think the audience, you know, they were part of it too. Everybody was part of it. The cast was super jazzed when we told them about it, and I hope we had a great time.
I love behind the scenes stories regarding the show. And those 2 videos of the cast members reminiscing give us a more updated look at the show by passing the baton. So, how was it? Inside Studio C was good for its insightfulness. Some of the bloopers were funny for its surprises, as well as the cast breaking. And for the skits, well, now we're down to 16. Okay, fine. 12, excluding the bloopers. The Christmas shoe sketch was hilarious. They tried to do a Duggan's Mover sequel. That didn't really land very well. There was a skit that utilizes Jason's impressions by him playing as Siri, but with different celebrity voices, which was really funny. And overall, while they experimented with slightly different formats, like overly edited 2-player stand-up comedy and a Tommy Wiseau impression, these newer exclusive sketches are hilarious for the most part, especially the Message in a Bottle sketch. That one literally made me jump out of my seat as I was dying of laughter. So I was watching my TV in April of 2025 and a Wayfair ad popped up. Initially, I did not care, but then I saw a familiar face. I'm going to play you this ad. Tell me who you think the familiar face is.
The time has come. Wayday's coming. Wayfair's biggest sale of the year is back. Starting April 26th, get excited to get up to 80% off at Wayfair.
Ooh, yes. Plus, we're free shipping on everything. And surprise flash deals.
All Wayday long. Wayday starts April 26th, so mark your calendar.
And start filling your cart.
Wayfair.
every style, every home.
Now you may be confused, because these aren't any of the original cast members, and you would be right. Instead, a member from a later season of Studio C actually appears in this commercial. Do you remember Austin Williams from season 10? Well, I'm pretty sure she's in this commercial. Upon further research, however, I found not only her IMDb, but a very interesting video.
Hello, Carl's Jr. crew members! Free Burger Day is February 12th at Carl's Jr. The flavor of our Western Bacon Cheeseburger is unmatched, so I'm not sure why we decided to give them away for free to every person in America, but here we are.
Wayday's coming. Wayfair's biggest sale of the year is back for 3 days only.
Ugh, nothing works on this acne.
Hi.
Who?
I'm a licensed dermatology provider from Curology. Oh. Give you a personalized cream.
I knew my phone was listening to me.
All right, Tandy, what's it gonna be? The drink made from whatever was laying around? Or the drink made from your Drizzly haul?
Drizzly!
Now, we'll begin with the box breathing, just continuing with that breath.
Do not turn it to even more fan. That's too much fan, and is only an option due to an unfortunate manufacturing error at the fan plant.
I've only seen one, maybe two of these commercials. I had no clue she was in like so many. So yeah, if you need to hire her for a commercial, that demo reel is pretty useful. Since we keep running into the problem of not finding out about these obscure films the cast members have been in until like the last minute, here is a collection of them that we haven't talked about yet. Starting with Matt. He was in Saint and Soldiers the Void, Abandoned in Space, which, fun fact, this is a short film which also includes Jeremy Warner. And we have Unhinged, which is a short that Matt played a role in. And we have Cosmo the Quest. Matt plays Cubby. And then we have Fred and Alex, which was a TV show. Oh, and Matthew was the host of this show. Oh, and also Steven, that's cool. Next we have Jason Gray. He was in this animated show by Angel Studios called Tuttle Twins. Natalie was also involved in this show as an actor. So Jason Gray played Agent Fester in this animated show. There's been a lot of people who've worked on this, like voice-wise and cast-wise. So that's pretty impressive. He was in a movie called Funny Thing About Love, which looks like a rom-com. Oh, and John Heater is the main... That's Napoleon Dynamite. But yeah, Jason plays Bryce in this movie. I'll have to watch this at some point. This looks like a very fun watch. Next we have Mallory Everton. She was in a comedy short called From Way Up Here, where she plays Babs. She was also in the Aquabats' Rad Ventures as a Martian girl for one episode, and also John Heater is also here. The reason I'm mentioning John Heater is because he was in a guest episode of Studio C. Then we have We Love You, Sally Carmile, which that face looks familiar. Jack McBrayer is in this film. He was also a guest star in Studio C. Mallory plays Mallory in this movie. Oh, and Stacy's in this film too. That's nice. And we have Pretty Darn Funny. Lisa Valentine Clark is a staff writer, which she was in Show Offs, and she was also a guest star in Studio C. Then we have Mallory Everton as a staff writer, and also as a Ha Factory attendant. Writing-wise, there's a lot more here. Legends of Evergreen Hills, Rocky Road. Oh my gosh. Wait a minute, this is the Chick-fil-A animated show, and Mallory Everton is in it? I wanted an excuse to talk about this, so now I have to talk about the freaking Chick-fil-A animated show. She was a writer on this show? How did that even happen? Oh my gosh, wait a minute. Mallory and Whitney helped write the freaking Chick-fil-A animated show. And I should have talked about that in the video. That would have been so funny. Oh my gosh. Next we have Whitney Call. She was in Rupert Patterson Wants to Be a Superhero. She plays Ball Player 1, and this was in like 1997. Writing wise, we've already talked about all of these except for The Billboard. Stop. Another freaking Chick-fil-A affiliated thing? Why are they working with Chick-fil-A? Whitney Call wrote a freaking Chick-fil-A animated short. What is going on here? That is a fun fact that I did not know. This is an interesting situation where we've already talked about everything that this person has been in relating to the cast. So if we don't talk about a cast member in this section, it's because we've already talked about all of the things connected to Studio C already. Next, we have Natalie Madsen. She was in Tuttle Twins and Tuttle Twins minisodes, which I think we already talked about because I think Mallory's also in this, writer for Tuttle Twins. Next, we have Stephen Meek. He was also in Fred and Alex with Matt. So, this is interesting. None of the other members that I've found so far are listed as Divine Comedy in IMDb, but James Perry, for some reason, is listed as a writer for Divine Comedy. So that's kind of interesting. Now, I think Jeremy Warner is going to have a lot of films that we haven't talked about yet because Jeremy is going more in the realm of directing. And, 2 wins and a nomination? That's cool. Oh, shoot. So Villains won Best Feature Film and Best Feature Film for Desertscape and Chandler International. That's awesome. Good job, everybody. Ooh, okay, so Jeremy has a lot of ones we have not talked about yet. So Deadstream, a found footage horror film that Jeremy was involved in. Jeremy plays Hetty's grandson. Chaz Cardigan Not Okay Quarantine Edition, which was a music video. Jeremy was a dancer in this music video. That's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen him dance. He was in a movie called Don Verdine. Oh, Will Forte's in this movie. Okay, so Jeremy is a reporter, but he's uncredited. So there's a lot of people in this movie that are uncredited for some reason. Leather Eagle, which was a short, and Jeremy plays Sam in it. Abandoned in Space, which we already talked about. Jeremy is Danny. So it seems like there are 3 other shorts we haven't talked about. Pancake Breakfast in 2011, where Jeremy plays Jeremy. Jeremy Needs a Haircut, where Jeremy's the writer and director and stars in it. And then Dizzy Dizzy Dinosaur. Jeremy plays Jeremy. Writing-wise, Jeremy Needs a Haircut and Gerald. Regarding Gerald, director and writer. Directing-wise, he did a short called Girls. And now we're getting into the territory where these are the newer cast members. So Aaron Fielding was an actor in Witnesses, Acting Out, and The Carolers. 2 of these were shorts, and 1 was a film. Oh shoot, The Witnesses is like a big film. Writer for Acting Out, second unit or assistant director for Undaunted, Witnesses of the Book of Mormon, and Witnesses. So Tori Pence was in VHS 99, which is a horror film. That's interesting. I've heard of the VHS series, actually. She was Kirsten in a segment of To Hell and Back, and then 9 Years to Neptune, which was a TV series, and she plays a voice in it. She was also a puppeteer on 9 Years to Neptune. So we have Garrett Allen. Winter, Spring, Summer, or Fall, he plays Dean in a film, and then in a short still, he plays John. Love Everlasting, a film, which he plays Albert. Christmas at Rosemont, he plays Ethan. Hey, that's me. Beyond, which is a TV movie, he plays Terrence. And then in a short called Remedial Algebra, he plays Brandon. So Jessica, her acting career is very vast. So Thinly Sketched, a TV series where she plays Tiffany and Beth. A-OK, she plays a store manager, which is part of a TV show. A short, Flirting with Alan Rickman, plays a family member. Superstore's Worst Customer, which was a short where she was the worst customer. I'm wondering if that's related to the show Superstore. Boxing Glove Bessie, Lie to Husbands, which was a video. Accountability Partners, which was a TV series where she plays Sally. Lady Gaga for Tiffany & Co., where she plays Lady Gaga. Genophobia, which was a short where she plays Sally. All the Right Parts, a short where she plays pre-owned Paula. Therapy, which was a TV series where she plays Diana. The Nicest Kidnapper in the World, which was a short where she plays Trandy. Untold Tales of the Weird Cashier, a short where she plays the cashier. Inside the Dead, a short where she plays the silent lady. What Follows, which was a video. Spooky Pizza Delivery, which was a short. Good Job Thanks, which was a TV series where she played an actress for 1 episode. Climbing Mount Evelyn, which was a short where she was an office worker. She was unstrapped. She was in a short called Getting Help, where she played Jenny. The Horror of Barnes Folly, where she played Margaret. Koi, which was a short where she played Issa. True Love, which was a short where she played a woman on the sidewalk. She's been in a lot of shorts. Contrast, where she was a club goer. Johnny Be Homeless, which was a TV movie where she played Bridget. And then Team Queen, which was a short where she was a popular girl. And then she was a writer for basically a lot of the shorts she was in. Producing wise, she also helped produce the shorts that she was in. Then we have Ike. Whoa, wait a minute. He was a producer for Game Changer? I love that show. That's the Dropout show. Oh, it's so good. I had no clue he was involved. That's crazy. But this is a producing role, so that's interesting. Parlor Room, producing role. Funny how producer's at the top and not actor. That's weird. So these are producer roles. So Game Changer, Parlor Room, Smarty Pants. Actually, that's great. Make Some Noise. Yeah, same studio as Game Changer, so that's awesome. I love this show. For 5 episodes and then 2 episodes, so that's cool. 4 Pills, Dirty Laundry. Studio C as a post-producer, producer, and co-producer. Okay, so that's interesting. Ike and Tom are it. TV movie producer, writer for Studio C, Ike and Tom, and then The Lion, the Fox, and the Beasts, which was a short that he wrote for. Actor for Memes and Nightmares. Actor for Roadside Steve, which was a short. Actor for Ike and Tom. Actor for the video game Jigsaw Virtual Reality Experience. That's funny. Actor for First Time Video by Jake. Then we have Matthew, writer for Slumberkins. Why does that seem familiar? We have Tanner Gilman. Ooh, okay. Now we have an upcoming actor section. That's new. Upcoming actor for Nova and Apocalypse Sasquatch. So keep your eyes out for that. Actor for Masquerade Mix-Up, where he plays Graham. Faith of Angels, where he plays Jack. Level Janus, where it's a short. Mr. Right, where he plays Liam. Curse of Crom, The Legend of Halloween, where he plays Harvey. Beauty and the Billionaire, where he plays Pete. Even in Dreams, where he plays Zach. Once I Was Engaged, where he plays Thighs. Innovation, which is a short where he plays Dylan. Twice the Dream, where he plays Zach. Adventures of Link, The Adventures of Link, where he plays Link. What? Not Cinderella's Type. Maxon. Switch for Christmas, TV movie, where he plays Teen Blake. I feel like I've seen that before. The Activist, where he plays Michael. The Disintegration Machine, where he plays Ed Malone. Space Race, which was a short where he plays Blaine. And then Green Gables Fables TV series, where he plays Gilbert. Writing wise, he wrote for Green Gables Fables and did the cinematography for Green Gables Fables. Then we have Jetta, which I swear she's been in so much that I didn't realize until watching the show. I could be wrong though. Actress for upcoming projects: Canada Day, Bridal Party, Mistakes You Make Before You Die, We're Gonna Die Alone, Deepfake, and M. Trucker. Ratsar, where she plays Jade. Folly of Paris, or the original Snub, which was a short where she plays Thetis. Station 19, where she plays Olivia. Station 19, I feel like I heard of that. SWAT, where she plays Elise. She's been in like a lot of shorts. Music video: Lost Boy Crow, Happy Day Faye, Coinbase and Team Liquid Magic video, where she plays Kate. The Haunting of Dolly Parton. Baby Girls, which is a TV movie. A lot of shorts still. What's Up North, which is a TV series where she plays Jetta. Another short. Pocket Watch, Captain Sparkle's Ultimate Mismatch, which was a TV series where she plays Jetta. Pocket Watch Challenge Squad, where she plays Jetta. Literary Personals, which is a TV series where she plays Ophelia. Funny or Die, Glowing Up Fast, TV miniseries where she plays Tiffany. Alex and the Single Girls, Wondrous Spirit, Guys with Long Eyelashes, she plays Zoe. Adulting, Lexi. Endless, a dark comedy, which was a short. A lot more shorts that I don't recognize. Endurance, where she plays Pearl. Murder Book, which is a TV series, Beth Foster's Roommate. Finding Carter, Yogurt Customer. She was in Kicking It? Maybe that's where I recognize her. She plays Sophia for one episode. Surviving Jack, Heather's Friend, The Lasting, which is a short. Upcoming writer for Mistakes Before You Die. Previous writing roles: Villain Era, Bleh, Happy Birthday Faye. Producer for Bleh, Happy Birthday Faye. I've said this previously, but Arvin is, I think, my favorite newer cast member, and so if I could watch a film or some shows with him in it, I feel like I would love it. I love his energy. So an actor for Aliens Abducted My Parents and Now I Feel Kind of Left Out, Mr. Sturman. Dry Bar Comedy, that's good to know. I would probably watch that. And Dance Foo, Paul Starburst. I'll probably watch that Dry Bar one. That would probably be really funny. Then we have April Rock, Offbeat, Turnkey Ready, Bel Air, BSU student, Home Economics, Cashier, People We Hate at the Wedding, Photo Clerk 2, Happy Birthday Faye, so she was also on that. Pages Show and Tell, April, Patrice, and Cheryl, Haunting of Dolly Parton, so she was also in that. A Cursed Man, she was a nurse. Just a Drill, Fantastic Teenage Girl. Skater, where she was Lisa. Criminal Minds, she was in Criminal Minds for an episode? That's actually crazy. 2 Companies and Stuff, April, Dark Side of the Valley, TD, Death of... Okay, She was in Game Shakers. She played a bass player. That's awesome. Betrayed, Janice, Sweet Rice, Officer Myers, Ouroboros, Rachel, Good to Be Back, May. Writing wise, The Z Suite, Saturday Night Live. That's crazy. I think this is the first Studio C member that has actually been involved in Saturday Night Live. That's kind of crazy as far as I remember. I'm not counting guests. I'm talking about like people who have like been in a lot of episodes of Studio C. Tuesday Company and stuff. Dark Side of the Valley, Good to Be Back. Producer for Tuesday Companies and stuff. Dark Side of the Valley. Then we have Austin Williams, which we've already talked about, but she has been in You Should Have Died with That, which she was a writer for Haunting of Dolly Parton. A lot of people were involved in this one. The Stranger, Claire and Austin, writer, actress, Super Real, Super Grounded, which was a short. Grace Hills The Vanity, where she plays Trev. Dinosaur Portals, TV, where she played Jennifer. The Sperm Bank, where she played Sabrina. Should Have Died with That, where she was Alex. Haunting of Dolly Parton. This... Roadside Steve, Barbara, Ike and Tom, Vulgar Kid, Stranger, Claire and Austin, Video, which was the Ghost, Austin, Millennium Girl, Ellie, Sister, Jess, and then Addison. Producing wise, Turnkey Ready, Grace Hills Vanity, Baby Yoga, Dinosaur Portals, and You Should Have Died with That. Then we have Naomi, upcoming actress for Stalker Gone Viral, actress for Horizon and American Saga Chapter 1 and 2, Lucy and Whitney, Peasant Grove, Happy Birthday Faye, Echo Boomers, High School Musical, the series where she plays an uncredited drama student. Then we have Megan, producer for Impractical Jokers. Yo, that's hype. That's really cool. Okay, upcoming writer for Eddie Arnold's Loser and There's No Leaving New York. Writer for Fatal Fury, Escape the Womb, Unpaid Spot, and Friendliest Town. Actress for Imaginary Friend, where she plays Lulu. Thin Skinned, Mortician's Victim, Bartolaicus, where she plays Bartolaicus. Fatal Fury, Escape the Room, where she plays the OBGYN. And Impractical Jokers, where she plays a Martian. That's cool that she was in Impractical Jokers. Love that. When I clicked on this, it said he was an actor for The Chosen. Whoa, hold up. That's crazy. That's kind of interesting. Okay. Actor for upcoming Lamoth, Scratchy, Cage and Tumbleweed, and Casualty of War. Okay. Acting wise, Alpha of Aberdeen, which is a TV series where he plays Hale. It's Christmas Again, where he plays Joseph. Sister Swap, Christmas in the City. I feel like I've seen this before, but he plays Brett in both of these. Chosen, where he plays younger Simon Z. Biography, where he plays Austin. Sons of Winter, young Kristoff, and Freakish as Joseph. He's a director for Lamoth and a producer for Lamoth. So this is Gabby, upcoming actress for Stalker Gone Viral. I think another person was also involved in this. Christmas Blessing actress, Tina. Soundtrack, that's interesting. I don't think any of them have been labeled as a soundtrack before. Then we have Jericho, upcoming actor for Swallowtail and Dragonfly, and then Critters, but current actor for Dishing Up Love, Zaz, Book of Mormon Videos, Friend 1, Secondhand Hearts, where he plays Kenneth. Then we have Carl, actor for upcoming movie 64th Man. Been in a lot of different acting roles. Starfield? That is so funny. Crowd voices. Oh, okay. Interesting. Not a character, just a crowd. Okay. Okay, plus Kirk, Fairview, Voice, Slashing, The Final Beginning, Greg, Hot Take, Randy, 64th Man, Coach, All Hail Beth, Clay, Magic of Giving Up, Evan, Refs After the Whistle, Short, Frank and Lamar web series short, Search Party, Cody, I Bought a Pie, Dante, Hardest Jobs in Sports, Stephen A. Smith's Transcriber, Above Average Presence, Kevin and Neil deGrasse Tyson, and Dad Number 1, Matza Pizza, UPS Man, John Glaser Loves Gear, Tim, Keep the Bottles Close, Jerry, This, The Bouncer, Frank and Lamar, Frank, Virgil, Kent, Crash 2 Still Crashing, Simmons, Overseas, Kirk, Dropout, isn't Dropout too? That's crazy. Carl, Panhandler, Red Eye Shampoo, a video, okay. Carl, Deuce Police, Reporter, UCB Comedy Originals, Homeless Man, Nipsey Comedy, Various, Singledom, Doug, Small Doses, Proctologist, One Take Movies, President, The Following, I feel like I've heard that before. Male employee. A couple you know. Andrew, Sal, A New McDonald's, Bradley. Absolutely Comedy, Various. Brunch. Fleeting Protester 2. Fallout. Partygoer. Writing wise, Frank Lamar web series and Frank Lamar. Producer for Frank and Lamar. Upcoming actress for Mall Santa and Christmas on Duty. Current actor for Alive and Free, where she's the teacher. The Chi, I've definitely heard of that, where she's a college counselor. Uncle Tony, where she's Moan. Loa, All Saints Eve, where she's Check. I don't know. Confession Cops, where she's roommate number 2. The Dead Center, where she's a nurse. Singleville, where she's an audition girl. Of Sentimental Value, where she's Sabrina. Precious Gem, where she's Stacy. Fall, The Shadows, where she's a woman. Larry the Cable Guy's Hula Palooza Christmas Luau, where she's a caroler. What is that crossover? Also, that's a crazy screenshot there. We have Hugh Valentine Clark, which is interesting. Last Reckoning as an actor. A Scout is Kind, which is Gene, and then The Roman Academy, which is Jude. Guys, this is not looking good. I think I was given false hope. Remember how I said Studio C is good again? Well, now Studio C is bad again. And I'm tired. Well, yes, they have cut down the sketches. The ones we got were interesting, to say the least. There were 10 hilarious sketches, but keep in mind, there were only 38 sketches. 18 out of 38 were funny, and percentage-wise, it's the worst it's been since season 16. 47%. We went from 61% to 47%. Just end the show already. Look, the only good episodes nowadays are the guest episodes. So if they really want to get their ratings up, do solely guest episodes. Or get new writers who understand why we loved the original show. Other than that, I don't see the show gaining the popularity it used to have. There are actually two different answers to this question. The first is the boring answer, revealed in the Studio C documentary.
All right, everybody, we're heading over to Studio C.
Now, you could say that's what the C stands for. Like literally the letter C. But because I overthink everything, to me, it's just not a satisfying enough answer. The literal place that they worked. You could argue that the C stands for comedy, since it's very clear that's what the show is. But the problem is, they never say it outright. They'll joke about what the C stands for, but the only answer that's actually been confirmed is the place that they work. However, the answer that I found is more sinister. And while it's never said outright, if you read between the lines, everything becomes clear. The name is actually two separate entities. Studio and... It looks worse than it actually is. But once you know the reality, it's worse than this out of context. Alright, so let's fill in some of these letters. Oh gosh, that looks worse. There we go. Now, since I let everybody that I watch on YouTube influence me, it's time to talk about cults. Now, according to Oxford, there are 4 definitions of the word cult. And well, what's a video essay without looking up the definition of a specific word to prove a point? 1. A person or thing that is popular or fashionable, especially among a particular section of society. Arguably, Studio C is known as one of the most popular comedy shows in certain religious circles, as well as some sketches reaching the mainstream due to topic and virality, making it a cult classic by definition. 2. A misplaced or excessive admiration for a particular person or thing. This one isn't as relevant as some of the other definitions, it's just a comedy show after all. 3. A relatively small group of people having religious beliefs or practices regarded by others as strange or sinister. I mean, Studio C is made by BYU TV, and BYU TV is made by Brigham Young University. And Brigham Young University is run by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. man, can you have a longer name? And while I necessarily wouldn't call it sinister, the common consensus among the people who aren't involved in this specific circle definitely see some of their practices as weird. You know, special religious underwear, polygamy, 4, a system of religious veneration and devotion directed towards a particular figure or object. By definition, yes.
Revelations from Joseph Smith about the latter days. I mean, the church is literally called the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
If it has anything in common with a cult, it would be the ability for the leadership to gaslight its people, which modern day Revelation gives them that inroad. You know, we can change things, we can move the goalposts and attribute that to something that can't be tested but has to be accepted on faith. Even if it cuts against the historical track record of the church.
I really urge you to reconsider the trust you put in these prophets. They're humans just like the rest of us, and you should never give them unquestioned authority over your life.
So they're behavior control, information control, thought control, and emotional control. Wouldn't necessarily need to tick all of the boxes, but there they neatly and conveniently sidestep and ignore all the other indicators.
In reality, there's no archaeological, genetic, or linguistic evidence that supports the Book of Mormon's assertion that Jewish people migrated to the Americas around 600 BC. This is the same old story of a charismatic, visionary man who tells a story of apocalyptic endings to gain followers, to gain power, and then decides that he deserves a lot of women, and then he dies for the cause, leaving a movement that continues his vision. Oftentimes those movements get more and more dogmatic. They use shame to keep their people close to them, and they revere their prophet long after that prophet is dead.
Did you know that they had to send missionaries to Salt Lake City, Utah? The literal state of Mormonism had to send missionaries back into their own hometown. Crazy stuff. Did you also know that Latter-day Saints and Mormons are basically the same thing? I thought they were two separate entities for the longest of time. But no, it's the Mormon Church of the Latter-day Saints. You know, the ones who can strike the fear of God in you just by knocking on your door. Here's the deal. The state of Utah, although being known as the capital of Mormonism, isn't actually entirely Mormon. This also goes for the BYU campus, since it is a college after all, with people of all different walks of life and living situations all moving into one campus. So while Studio C isn't technically Mormon, it was established by people who are Mormon. But you don't need to be a Mormon to be on the Studio C team. Two things can be true at once. There can be a really funny comedy show that's also connected to a cult. Love this part, don't love this part. Studio C started in 2012. Well, I didn't start watching till around 2014, maybe 2015. That means that this project took a decade to finish. It's been a crazy ride. And to see everything that both casts have done is truly inspirational. And occasionally questionable. Comedy is a beautiful thing. It can bring light to the darkest of times. And the original cast recognized this years ago. Sure, Studio C has its arrows, both good and bad, and whether I liked it or not, it is comedic, performative art. And to see it go for as long as it has is just impressive in its own right. It was a part of my life for so long, and to finally let it go, well, it just makes me excited for what the future holds.